Hello, and welcome back to UMG's community streams here for day number 3 and the start of tournament number 2 for the Open Qualifiers of IHOLDSHIFT. With me throughout the evening will be RyanCentral. And again, like we mentioned, this is a fresh start going all the way from 128 total potential teams. Now there's going to be going through 3 rounds in the day. We will be mostly covering through with FaZe Clan, but of course, with them having a first round bye, we're staying in their portion of the bracket and taking a look at a team that I'm going to go ahead and throw some bias out there here, Ryan. They have shown some promise.
Here we go.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bias casters going on here, but for this Illinois Servers Please squad, a couple of guys that I'm familiar with as far as previous titles are concerned, but most impressively, they've played teams like Dignitas in the past very, very closely. It's just the fact that their seeding has been so low, they usually face up against them in round 1 or round 2.
Yeah, I mean that's the beauty, I suppose, of some of these more tier 1 teams. If really, we can talk about that when we get to FaZe, but a team
Right.
like FaZe, tier 1 organization, let's put it that way, we do get a second to look at some of the other teams that we might not consider. And the key thing is about these qualifiers, a lot of those big boys have already gone through. Immortals,
Yeah.
Dignitas yesterday. There is an opening for teams like Hexet, for Spotter, for NRG to have another go at this. Gen G, FaZe Clan, I feel like it's do or die for them. But there are a couple more openings for either of these teams to actually make some progress in. So, yeah, we might be focusing on relatively no-named teams,
Hmm.
but there are a couple more spaces, and you might have another Slimy Boogerman on your hands. Regardless, these guys will run into FaZe too. So these could be the guys. We could be like the foreboding aspect of them coming in and just slapping FaZe around a bit. Who knows?
Very well could be the case. And yeah, like you mentioned, that this the winner of this one would still have to go through a round 2 matchup before they would likely face up against a team like FaZe. But it is something to kind of keep in mind. And as we take a look at these rosters here, the player I'm most familiar with, Ricotta, notable player through Lawbreakers, also spent some time playing professionally in Paladins, if you want to consider that scene professional. And with that, Shadows is also one of his homies that was from that scene. So those are the two that I'm at least familiar with. But as we take a look at the other side here for Troublemakers, Razzie, Lee, Annie, Onyx, Rice, no idea on any of these guys. So we'll just kind of look at this, in raw form and see what they have to offer.
B-Split's going to come through for the main default. Troublemakers wanting to face up against Illinois, I guess we can call them. Breaking on through, the flash isn't going to catch on to too much, but the trades do come through. But it's mostly these attacking hookah players that haven't moved, and it has allowed time for the wraparound to come through with the defenders.
And Larmbot actually comes out. The hot hands you saw there for a moment. Shadow is trying to stay alive and self-sustain. He's able to find himself a kill, so not bad here. He's done well to hold on to the B site, but Troublemakers are still threatening, including Annie, who does have the spike in hand, and as he gets some help, as Razzie will come through to push out a hookah, that should lead to a plant. And interestingly enough, Annie's going to plant this spike on the backside of the container, so it'll give a chance for Illinois to get here pretty quickly and have a good look at the spike overall. Paranoia is in a great spot, pending they actually check over towards the left. They will. 2 headshots come through, and Illinois, they will find a chance to get the retake and the defuse before Troublemakers could make things too interesting.
I wonder if we'll see Illinois doing this a little bit more with how aggressively they were facing. Look at where the 3 defenders died on the minimap. Not even on the site at that point, but a nice retake, a really nice paranoia that came through from Waltz. Question is, are Troublemakers going to force up? It looks like they are. Seems to be the more common thing going on at the moment for a lot of teams. And it's just what they're trying to do now. Instead of hitting B like last time, they're going to split towards A. There's a relatively decent default trying to get onto site, but if you have a team like Illinois wanted to face as much as they did, this could be some tricky battles going on, certainly looking towards Thief and what he can do from Bath.
And a lot of teams that we see force up, it comes in the back end of at least finding 2 to 3 kills and getting the spike planted when you're on the offense. And Thief, actually, this is actually great intel for him. They're going to realize very quickly that this is a force buy situation. Waltz is able to find first blood and still back away. Tries to take the secondary challenge, but Razzie will find the kill. Thief will become vulnerable after the alarm bot, but is just trying to stay alive for as long as humanly possible. And as Scola was trying to play through the teleporter for a long hit to try to help out Thief, he will fall, but Thief is able to find 2. Actually, another headshot does connect, but Annie's able to find the trade, so we'll go 2v2.
He's done as much as he can. He's brought it to an even matchup so far. Richter is in a nice spot and gonna bowl across the paint shell, but the spray is good. Mostly trying to isolate this Sova player now on the side of Troublemakers, and he's low enough as it is. The spray is good, so Rice balling does go down. And another round for Illinois, but it was costly. Is it Richter or Ricketa?
It's Ricotta. Just add some vowels in between the the consonants you got it going. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm a bit surprised that Shadows even finds that kill with the Bulldog. I mean, I try not to use the Bulldog as much as possible because I'm just terrible with it, but the bullet penetration through the wall at Showers was good enough for the kill. I thought for sure that was going to be a chance for RYCE to get away, but not the case. So now you've got a decision to make here for Troublemakers. Again, you get the spike planted, you have a couple of kills, you have an economy that could force you into another buy situation, and it looks like they're going to go for mostly a light purchase. RYCE was considering a Phantom, but it looks like they will have one hero AR for Lee. So another dicey commitment coming through, and it looks like they're still determining. It looks like, nope, it will not be a hero rifle. Everyone will just go to light purchases, so that way they can't afford into round number 4. And once again, Thief, same setup with the spy cam and trapwire. Will read a lot of information that there are at least 3 members over into the A Showers.
They were really hungry for that ult orb more than anything, but still so much information that Illinois can make work. The camera wasn't even destroyed at that point. So Troublemakers have to live with the fact that their position is given up. They're going to go in again, but the camera is going to spot them. Does eventually get destroyed. A minute left. Troublemakers are not looking to sort of bait and reset. They're still going in for this. Has to be a key paranoia coming out from lamps at this point. It is going to hit a few, but where's the follow-up?
Not there, not immediately. Thief is going to be also paranoid, but he's able to stay in the cloudburst. Find one. The spam is good for a second. Going to get to run it back defensively. Thief does well to even find a third. And so now when you look over to see what Scola can do to make sure that Lamp stays safe, he's able to clean up the kill, and the run it back was not necessarily needed here, as Illinois once again are able to just barely hold strong enough. But you have to admire, I mean, Troublemakers again with a abbreviated economy. They've done well in the last couple of rounds. The only thing they're missing this time is the fact they couldn't get the spike planted, but these executes have been pretty darn close, even including Annie with first blood here. Just came to an unlucky moment with Thief, able to find one plus some help off the trapwire for a second. And then snaps around with the last couple of bolts to find the third. An impressive moment for him, and now Troublemakers will finally be able to purchase up into a healthy round.
You say that because they have forced pretty much every single round to some extent. So even this full buy isn't completely full. And Illinois are going to be quite happy, I suppose, to always have the gun advantage. Razzie might not check this side. It was a nice bait with the Eldron, and yeah, this is some great work from Shadows to work around that corner. I love the Eldron being used as bait, but the fact that that Silver recon bot from Troublemakers got destroyed instantly should have raised a few more question marks.
Big kill here for Onyx, keeping the attempt alive as all 3 members for Troublemakers are stacked into B long, and here comes ISP with a long flank. As they've read this completely, Walt's able to find a kill, but Lee on the way in still keeping this hope alive. This is a 2v3, but you got to keep in mind that with Waltz having to play his life, you need to get here off this long flank if you're ISP. So Waltz now playing over through the elbow. Spike will be planted successfully, and the lockdown's going to be committed here. This will make things extremely interesting. The nerf that will come out, and it looks like ISP are just going to go for it. But there is a trade as Andy's only able to find one. Now it's down to a 1v1, and you've got to go for this kill as fast as possible. If you're Thief, not going to happen. The lockdown was going to detain, and Lee finds their 3rd kill. Troublemaker is able to get to the board.
Run it back is going to be good to go. The forces eventually worked out in their favor. But because of the way that the run's begun for Illinois, they're going to be good for this one too. Aggressive play. It's this recon bot that comes out for me that's... It gets instantly killed. They don't see any trailing shots. So the Eldron acts so good, and a bit of a lapse in concentration from Razzie there to be caught out. But some nice play from Troublemakers, dedicated a little bit more than they were maybe expecting with the lockdown. But they're not going to complain. They're off the mark.
And now you've got a Bloodstorm to also help for this push, as Razzie will try to follow up after this Eldron clears hookah. Defensively for ISP, 3 members stacked around B. Although, once again, it's Shadows by himself. He'll get a little bit of assistance from this Eldron. That's going to be some valuable intel. Curveball comes through, wants to take the challenge. Shots, though, are not great by any stretch of the imagination. Hunter's Fury going to come out in desperation, trying to convert off of a kill. And goodness, there's actually a lot of damage being funneled by both these Hunter's Furies, as RYCE is also able to find the kill into Scola. So, after all the trades come out, it's going to be Troublemakers looking to threaten still in the B site with a 4v3. But Illinois, again, on the return, do have Waltz on the flank, and no one is even prepared for this whatsoever. Waltz, Ricotta able to combine for 2. Thief on the site will be paranoid, but he's still able to find a pick, and the last one left alive will be Onyx, and he can only find one of what needed to be 3, and ISD will get the defuse.
Thief's playing this very well, but I came off of the back of that massive flank from Waltz. What I really like is as soon as Waltz got into position to get a kill, the rest of these defenders on the site for Illinois, The retake came in at the exact same time, and they cleared out everybody. Nice crossfires, completely nice retake from them. And Thief is 10-3, almost has another neural theft code to go, and he used the last round. So he's doing terrific work so far. Troublemakers, they used to run it back. That's going to be a big loss, as well as the Hunter's Fury and a Blade Storm. They can half by at this point. They have a From the Shadows, but not really too much else to work with. They're going to be going again for A.
Different look this time, though, for ISP as they send Ricotta and Waltz over to A Showers. Not Thief, who had been playing there in the early rounds. Early paint shells for Ricotta will come out just trying to deny any pressure from Troublemakers to work their way in, and it's done well to meet that goal. And meanwhile, ISP, who have been playing very aggressively on the opposite sides of the map where Troublemakers have been trying to hit, they're going to be pushing over through Hookah into mid-market. 1v1 happening over there off screen, which Razzie wins. But meanwhile, right in front of us, it's going to be Ricotta able to help and find a couple of kills. And that will lead to a 3v2, although Ricotta is down to a single shot. Will make life difficult, but similarly so, Annie's down to a single bullet as well, just 2 HP, and as Razzie makes it a 2v2, a couple of cloudbursts will come through just to allow them a chance to go to the teleporter and then hit over to B.
Shellstopper might be a key time. This has become much more expensive than Illinois wanted. Ricotta's going to be facing very low health, needs to be careful. Shock Dart actually gets a lot of damage in onto Razzie. That turret could have been very deadly for Ricotta at that point.
Nanostorm will miss. Ricotta try to challenge through B long. He'll only see Razzie. Will Scola anticipate that both players are actually here? You need to isolate this first one at full HP, or I guess more HP. And uh-oh, that's not great. Now all of a sudden, Troublemakers can play a crossfire setup. Oh, they're both kind of lined up. He finds the first and able to snap over to the second. 15 HP remaining, and ISP will once again retake the B site and get to defuse for 5.
Really came off the back of the shock darts from Scholar onto the site. He created so much space for himself, did so much damage. And it was clear on then out. It is becoming costly, though.
Sure
Scholar's movement here to sort of move it around, isolating some of these angles. Troublemakers wanted to sort of peek them together, and they just get staggered out. Weren't expecting, I guess, that aggressiveness of the defense. The first real full buy that we've seen from Troublemakers. The last time it's been a couple of maybe Spectres in play or Bulldogs and then holding on to them to keep their economy. It's going to be a lot coming in onto A mid. Thief is going to push and has a nice little off angle. It's not going to get caught out at this point. And Cameron the Smoke's going to take attention away from him. But we already see Troublemakers make this mistake last time on Hookah.
Aldrum going to come through, trying to free up Ricotta over through mid. Troublemakers are spreading the map a little bit more, though, this time around for this offense. Very patient on their approach, as they're just hoping to maybe see if they can scout out any players that are pushed forward for Illinois. But the only player who's pushed forward is Steve, and he's got some good help from Waltz from behind. Spike is making its way over to A Showers, and you do have Shadows up top in Heaven. But with Waltz dying over through lamps, now all of a sudden Thief is by himself. He really needs to stay alive for as long as humanly possible. This will eventually be an A execute with only 50 seconds to play, you feel like. And as the spike starts to rotate away from Showers, this either has to be a play through A short or just a long rotation back over to B, and Thief will likely be able to hear this one way or the other. And is there enough time? The spike has to go. 35 seconds. You've got to start making a run, and Ricotta's going to be by themselves for a 1v3 situation here in a moment. I don't know if they have time.
They might just be able to. It's going to be very awkward. The showstopper could be enough to stop it. The rotation, most importantly, is coming from Illinois. They're sort of realizing that this is going to be it. There is going to be time to go for the plant, but at this point, the Killjoy ultimate might just put them off in a position. They got a plant in now. Luckily, at 3 seconds left or so. But I like this aggression that came out of the rest of Troublemakers at this point. Bascola contesting onto the site. Killjoy actually detains one, and that's key. That's 50% of the defenders still alive. Onyx actually loses that engagement against Shadows. Lee is in a nice little spot. Can they work out exactly where he is? He's just got to check both these angles.
Those are really well-placed hot hands from Shadows.
Yeah, really good area denial. Like, just to keep him in there. And I think that's what Illinois did so well, even with the Killjoy down. It was just they were quite happy to try and face into them. But Troublemakers, considering how dicey that looked, did pretty well to get the spike planted and get 3 kills in the process.
But Scola able to find 3 defensively as that lockdown was placed. Allows just enough of an opportunity for Illinois to get back in and get the retake through. Tough stuff right there for TM, as they were in a really good position to potentially take their second round, and that would have been a little bit punishing for Illinois' economy. Again, coming into this next round here for Troublemakers, they can't full purchase, so they're going to be on another eco, at least in some form, whether it's a light buy or just pistol upgrades, as we'll have a small pause here for Troublemakers as they're trying to work things out. And so, at least the good news is for Razzie is you could pull a Bladestorm for a little bit of extra kill potential this round.
Yeah, again, it's another bit of an odd time for a tactical pause, really, but you've got to look at the scoreboard. Sort of 5 diffuses coming in. Troublemakers are doing a really good job of getting the spike planted. They always seem to take a bit of a beating because of how aggressively Illinois are playing. So they're probably talking about their post plants because that's the area that they are being whittled down in. Illinois having 4 ultimates, it's going to be really tricky to sort of move them across. And we saw this yesterday with Immortals and Spot Up, just how it seems to wrap up, and we had an 11-1 half at that point. It's a similar thing happening here for Troublemakers. They're struggling to really make any progress. They're splits. In some cases, it's one person going through Bath and they could get caught out. Illinois using utility in the right areas. So it's a bit interesting that Troublemakers have used this opportunity to go for attack pause, but they know exactly what they need to work on. I feel like it's clear as day. The A site is being a bit more awkward than B, and the defaults have looked a bit more convincing on that site at least.
And this is one of the things, you know, when you take a look as far as, you know, we'll just say the tier 2, tier 1 teams overall, post-plant setups on offense are usually just so much more controlled. I mean, we've seen a lot of different maps, you know, especially with things like Ascent and Split lately that have been played, that a lot of it has been off the success of the defense going for retakes defensively. So that's been, I think, the big key area of concern for a lot of players, as we're going to get a little bit of heart here. Maybe. I'm not really sure what he's drawing. Is that a heart and a fish?
I think that's a fish.
And then just... Okay.
Oh, he's writing heart casters.
Oh! Hey, Thief, we love you too, brother.
You're better than the Luminosity Thief. Just saying.
Clip it!
I mean, he is popping off, to be fair.
Yeah, he
and
really
this is not the great start for Troublemakers, but I feel like we are watching Spot Up versus Immortals again. It's a similar sort of thing. You had Shot Up in that position, doing a lot of damage. Troublemakers, again, I'm interested why they would use this round, but all of that information given up, and Illinois just seem to have a good lockdown on all of the information, and Troublemakers aren't resetting or baiting enough that they're just being read very easily. It is a half buy, but still. Ooh.
Nice start coming through, and the response on the Thief from behind for the flank. That's going to be a Vandal picked up. And as Brycero wasn't exactly sure where the Semtex portions of that paint shell were coming from, he'll be taken down to 12 HP. So a 3v3, if you want to consider the numbers, but the health pools might make more of an advantage than anything else possibly could here for ISP. And with that, Riceballin is currently stuck inside this teleporter, and he's going to wait for his teammates to come through before he actually commits to getting out. And while that's happened, Ricotta's going to read that this has been a rotation over to A as he pushes right back through mid-sand. And with 30 seconds left, this execute is going to have to be coming through very quickly. It's going to be the backside of a recon bolt. There it goes. But who's going to have the cojones to push out first with low HP across the board? Dark cover comes out. We are going to get a Hunter Spirit. This is a bit ambitious, and Waltz will just spam, and they'll take down the only healthy member in the form of Onyx. Really no chance here to get the spike planted, so it's just down to can you find a couple of traded kills. And Ricotta will try to push forward, find this final one, and there it is, no problem. One bullet was all that was needed, and ISP will go up 7-1.
Ricotta's just moving around the map so well. Got that first kill on Hookah, had the last one in A-Bath. Pretty much keeping tight control, pushing ahead. And there was a sort of period where Illinois weren't necessarily sure where Troublemakers were holding, but Troublemakers, the Hunter's Fury was a big gamble, but I think the main thing that they were hoping for is if they can force that ultimate to get a frag, to get Illinois to use one, at least, of the 5 ultimates that they have ready to go. It's a full buy. They have a run it back good to go. They are stacking in all one direction, and Illinois are very good at reading, finding out where these guys are, and playing around them. But they're going to face right into them, and a bit of an opening now is Troublemakers. That's all of the information that Illinois needs, though. The rotation going to be coming in pretty much straight away, and running it back isn't actually going to get a kill.
Skull is in a lot of trouble, though he does get away very low HP. They're going to mark him over through the elbow. But the fact that Skull is alive is very valuable considering he still has 100 sphere to potentially play with. But a Hot Hands will finish him off. Seen a lot of decent play out of both of our Phoenixes so far, but Lee will be traded, but it might not make much of a difference as Troublemakers are still in a 3v1 situation. Thief, last one left alive, comes out from the doorway. Razzie will punish, and Troublemakers able to punish the aggressive play through B long and get a pretty free look at the B site.
I'm a little bit worried, like, based off the fact that worked so well for them, that it's almost kind of like confirmation bias. Like, oh, we all stacked up and ran down B long, it worked, so let's do that every single time. But, I mean, you can't argue with it. That was one of the better rounds that Troublemakers looked on that site. Illinois were hoping that they could get away with more, right? Because they had been, at this point, just sort of pushing down angles, getting all that information. So Shadows wasn't expected to have all 5 people there in some sort of shooting squad. Thief again is going to be pushing forward. Is able to get one before he can narrowly take a fight. But this time it's Illinois that come off better when it comes to the man advantage, and Malta's going to keep them held down with the paranoia.
Shock dart nearly connects. Sentry turret's also down. Here comes the Aldra. Run it back for Illinois. Going to come through. Shadows really wants to push this. From the Shadows, we'll scout out the information. And Shadows almost able to find a kill on Onyx, but the double peek from Waltz is good to at least confirm a kill. And so now Troublemakers in a lot of trouble. Need to win a couple of gunfights quickly to try to even up the odds. It's a 2v3 situation, but both members for Troublemakers down into the red for their health.
2 ultimates available for Illinois, and a big flank round coming in from Scholar. They walk into an angle. Shadow is able to at least isolate it. A nice little jiggle peek to be able to get 2. And yeah, Troublemakers are really struggling with this. Illinois are very aggressive on this defense. They played up against Dignitas yesterday and lost 2-0. So they got relatively far in the group stages, or the upper bracket, at least the first one. But I do feel like playing up against Dignitas, this kind of thing would have happened to them. So I feel like they've adapted, know exactly what they need to do. And like I mentioned, we saw Remote was doing this very well up against Spot Up yesterday, and it's just a similar sort of play. And if you can't face them and have that confidence for Troublemakers, all of this information is going for free. A Showers is contested. Thief is going to stay in this position. They know that A is going to be relatively clear. But it's interesting that Illinois have chosen to rotate in this fashion. So I like that Troublemakers have really slowed down the tempo at this point. It's just a shame they don't really have the buy to support an actual solid execute, really.
Yeah. Well, one of the maps that they played versus Dignitas was Bind. They only lost by 2 rounds. It was 11-13. Split was a different story. They only found 3 rounds there versus Dig. But it's not the first time that this ISP squad has given a headache to some of the top teams that are out there. And that camera from Thief actually will scout out Rice through that little slit up top in the hallway. And so Thief will just make sure the recon bolt stays safe. And ISP, again, playing a bit aggressive through their defense, through A short. And with that, it's going to be Troublemakers down to 37 seconds to play. They have to go quickly. Be able to find a second kill, looking for the third. Annie will stop that. One more up top, though, and while trying to play for the spike plant, he'll get caught out, and Shadows will split up the final 2. And Illinois will go up 9-2 with a couple of rounds to play here. Or last round to play here, rather, I should say, in the first half.
Lockdown is good for Annie. Had a lot of success on one of their few attack round wins that they were able to grab. Maybe they can make something of that. And good thing is over the few rounds that we've seen Illinois pick up recently, the ultimate advantage that they had, having all 5, is now rescinded to just 1. Maybe from the Shadows from Waltz if they're coming in. And Troublemakers might be sort of slowing down the play again, playing patiently. But look at the triple stack that's pushing through Showers. This is all information, no intel really to work with for Illinois, but they know that it's going to be not A at this point. Hunter's Fury is going to come through and take pot shots more than anything. Didn't really find much on A ramp. They have given a lot of space over on B long because of that tripwire. And Troublemakers trying to find an avenue to break on through. They just need to watch for this flank around again.
Yeah, and this has been the staple of ISP. On the other front, ISP has not really paid a lot of respect to the lockdown when it comes out. They still try to take the fights as quickly as possible. Thief able to take down Razzie, and you can see just a little bit of disjoint as far as what are Troublemakers watching right now. Your spike carrier, Vanny, is trying to keep intention towards the backside flank. There is an alarm bot there that will likely scout out some intel. Just comes down to at what point do you commit for this lockdown and this execute forward, as everybody from ISP will be behind you, either through hookah or potentially through B-Long. There's a lockdown to come through, and the early engagement is good for Onyx. You'll find one. Be able to trade things back, keeping the numbers for ISP, but you got to get this spike planted and get it planted quickly, because for Illinois, they're going to have to retake through hookah or B-Long, and if you can read that for Troublemakers, you've got a realistic chance at this 3v4.
They have flipped the sights. Elbow control is going to be in the hands of Troublemakers. They want to keep a hold of that if possible. Nano Swarms are going to be delaying Illinois to break through onto this site. It's a complete switcheroo at this point, but they are aggressively pushing for the retake. Onyx is holding on to site the best that he can. And Lee had nice positioning, but good play from Illinois. 10-2 is going to be their defending half. And Troublemakers looking in trouble more than making it.
Oh boy, not a great start here for Troublemakers. Will have to have an incredible defense. And just as reference, as I was looking back, the other team that this ISP played during the Nerd Street Gamers Open Qualifiers was Space Station Gaming, in which when they played them, it was a 2-0 loss, but it was a 9-13 on Ascent and a 10-13 on Haven. So again, showing that this team has been giving a headache to some of your notable squads that are out there. It really can't speak much to what Troublemakers has done so far, as I was trying to find some stats on them. I hadn't really come up with much, but
None.
Yeah, they're going to need to find a way to get things going here for map number 1. Again, this is still a best of 3. Split would be up next, which, again, as we mentioned previously, that's where ISP got a little bit worked versus Dignitas. 3-13 loss in the opening tournament here for UMG. So we'll see what they could do to try to maybe fix those up, or maybe for the opposite side, that's where Troublemakers love to party. So we'll see what happens. Lee taking a little picture here out of what was Shadow's book, and the curveball is great for 3. Onyx looking to double up behind this. Shot's a little bit shaky. Ricotta will gain some space with the paint shells, but he's in what would have to be a 1v5 overall, and the right click is decent, but not good enough. And got to give credit once again, Rice able to find a lot of kills off a greatly placed curveball from Lee.
Yeah, they played B-Long perfectly, really. The paranoia came in from Waltz that made them step back, but I like the re-aggression that came in off the back of Lee's curveball. They were able to line him up. Clearly, ISP weren't expecting it. And there is a little bit more life for Troublemakers winning that pistol. It was important that they did so. There is going to be a force out coming from Illinois. So even winning and having a bit of an advantage economy buffer might not pay up for too much, because, again, this aggression is going to be coming out from Troublemakers on the extremities, seeing what they can find.
We'll catch information on Ricotta. Boombot will also be committed for this, as there will be some force coming through here. Tailwind forced out. Meanwhile, the rest of ISP have walked their way through A short. There's nobody here, so these two players, Troublemakers, are trapped, but the Nano Swarm actually finishes off Waltz. That was their spike carrier, so that has to be collected, and as they try to turn backwards, Annie will find another kill, so Troublemakers looking great defensively. ISP will go ahead and hit the teleporter to get through hookah to try to fight over to B, but Onyx is already here. He might find timing onto 1. Shot's a little shaky, but he still locks things through. Nice shots here, and Onyx will double up. Nicely played here for Troublemakers early, as they take the first 2 rounds on their defense.
I was a little bit worried about Troublemakers because they were working the outsides of the map so hard that there was a bit of an opening that Illinois spotted towards mid, tried to get the plant down, some really nice killjoy utility coming out of Annie to stop it, and they just had a really nice hold of the position. Patient stuff from the defense, holding on to Bath, not panicking and rushing onto site to stop the plant going in. Some really nice play. Illinois trying to make the teleporter strategy work, but a really good hold from the defense. It seems both these teams have good reads on one another, and often both seem to be struggling on this attacking side. There is going to be an eco round coming in from Illinois after the force. They're going to stack multiple people in the outside extremity of A Bath, and we saw Troublemakers do this a lot, and it didn't really add up to much in the end.
A lot of attention, though, for ISP trying to get this ultimate orb in showers, though. They really want to get Ricotta this showstopper, and Annie once again is set up in a great position right around A. Sentry turret will find some information. Recon Bolt will not technically scout out where Annie is positioned. And look at the flank coming through for Troublemakers. They're already pushed over through A short. They're trying to rejoin their defense members on the site itself. Onyx is good for one. That should be a pretty easy read as far as where ISP is positioned. And even though Shadows is able to find a couple of kills, the spike will go down, but it's a 2v3, and there's really nowhere at all for ISP to reposition. Beautifully placed shock dart for Rice Ball, and from the link, he's going to confirm on the waltz up top of heaven. And Troublemakers, granted they should have won this round, they do it relatively cleanly still.
Only taking a couple of deaths from some really nice sheriff's shots. It came in on the side of Lee. And ISP now buying up. Ricotta is almost on the way to having a showstopper. I wonder if they're going to be, because they have been working the outsides of the map so much, if they're going to be fighting for some of these ultimate orbs. Ricotta, considering pushing towards A bath, Troublemakers more playing centrally than on the outside, so they are going to be trying to aggressively face on various parts of the map. But it looks like Illinois are going to be taking it slow.
Not going to be the case for Troublemakers. Aldrin will come through the teleporter place from A over to B mid. Will not find anything, and if you're ISP, you should be able to read that the Aldrin came through, a player came through teleport. That may have been an opportunity for them to commit over to A with lesser numbers defensively for Troublemakers, but they stay patient. And with that, Ricotta, again, is just playing through A shower. Gonna take care of the alarm bot, but that'll be just about it, as now finally Scola will try to use the Aldrin to scout some extra information over towards A, and while that's happening, Troublemakers are gonna rotate one more member over defensively. Recon Bolt gonna come through. Here's the execute. You've got Shadows try to play through showers, and he will find first blood under Razzie, but Annie with the trade back has a lockdown now available. This could be a good spot for it. Curveball trying to come through. Ricotta, point blank on the showstopper, will find another elimination. 4v2, we go, and Ricotta will double up. Now it just leaves to one. It's going to be Onyx v4 to try to hold on to this round if he even decides to go for it.
Shutting down that lockdown before it even came into play was a good aspect of Ricotta's showstopper. U-Haul was always going to be kind of tricky to remove Troublemakers from, but they managed to do it. Onyx with a Spectre now has to defeat and defuse this spike all in one go. Probably about 30 seconds left if he's realistically going for it, but more than anything, an upgrade of the gun, a frag potentially. Waltz isn't going to allow either. Not too much more for Illinois to do on bind. The Troublemakers, another buy should be coming out of them at this point based on how much money that they have. Just need to make some of these plays work. And the fact that they were, like, Illinois, credit to them, only using the one ultimate to break on through was a good aspect of how that execute went.
So first round offensively for ISP puts them on 11. Run it back is ready to go. Very close to having a From the Shadows for Waltz. On the opposite side, though, From the Shadows is already ready for Onyx, and you still have the lockdown to play with. And more importantly, I think you got Riceballin, who you see them over towards B long, trying to play for his orb to get a Hunter's Fury, and he will get that without contest. So 3 ultimates online for Troublemakers early. And with the Aldrone going through the teleporter B long over to A bath, nothing going to be seen off of this, and that will leave Troublemakers in a pretty interesting decision-making point where they have to decide what they want to do. Run it back will be used for ISP. Shadows trying to make his way over. Razzie with an operator is actually going to have to back away, and the lockdown is forced through, and Shadows still finds the kill. With that, though, this is all bait. ISP are already on the B site, as that was where the design was initially planned for, and they will get a free spike plant on the backside of this play.
I like the run it back, just the sort of pushing through U-Haul. The fact they got a frag was even better, because it pulls more than anything. It's going to pull him back into the fight, but Razzie able to do a little bit more. They could trade out Waltz, who gets the operator out of the hands of Troublemakers, who have been forced back. Looks like they're considering saving for this potentially sort of ladder round, as Illinois are going to be going on to match point. Some smart plays around it, but yet again, Troublemakers can't really keep a hold of U-Haul. And Illinois dedicating ultimates to clear it. This lockdown might not really even see the light of day properly because it never got any chance there.
Yeah, it's a very key point, as Illinois will be on 12, but The bait play was brilliant overall. Not only did you get the kill, you forced out that lockdown, and Thief wants to try to play for extra kills. Onyx will deny the opportunity. And so with that, Troublemakers will survive with these last two members, one of which was holding an operator. So we'll see if Razzie can make use of it once again. Was good to connect for at least one kill the previous round. But at the same point here, they actually don't commit for the operator. There, it has to be repurchased again, or maybe it was just on the ground. It's kind of hard to tell, but Razzie is just one orb away from, or one kill away, I guess I should say as well, to getting a potential Blade Storm. So you're going to need to find value in one form or the other here for Troublemakers, as a couple of members will be on light armor, and beyond that, Riceball, and he's actually just going to hold on to a Bulldog this upcoming round, so a lot of trust that Razzie can find value with the operator to give him a small advantage here. Aldrun will be denied, but it does find some information from the shadows coming through for Waltz. That's over towards Heaven, and he's going to stick for it, playing now inside his own dark cover. Razzie is considering this potential play, and now will be known of it, but the paranoia connects, and Razzie can't find the shot. Behind that will fall, but Riceball does find value with the Hunter's Fury. It'll be a 2-for-1 trade. Annie inside the Cyber Cave, able to find another one, so now it's a 2v4 with Illinois with the spike down, but the run it back going to come through as Troublemakers do not want to allow any comfortable positions for Illinois to be taken. Now it's just down to Shadows for a 1v4. Going to be tough for him to lock anything up, and Onyx will find the kill. Brilliant retake for Troublemakers, and they should be able to pick this operator back up, no problem.
I like the fact that they completely backed off the site. Went in as a full team to take the fight. The only downside for Troublemakers is they used two big ultimates to hunt this Fury and they'll run it back. They'll run it back when they had the man advantage going into that retake too. Illinois aren't going to be too upset losing out that one. Another buy will be coming through, and very little when it comes to the ults for either team to work with. Razzie looking to just sort of potentially use up the Blade Storm, but the operator is going to be given back. Found very little success across the board with the gun, to be honest. We haven't really seen his name light up the kill feed too much, most certainly with the sniper rifle. And Illinois looking to be sort of doing a similar play, at least a 4-1 split, mostly going down mid. They've done a really good job of uprooting Annie from this position. She's looking to maybe try and face a bit more than she otherwise would.
Well, now it's going to be required to find a couple of kills. Annie and Onyx, the only two players that are here right now defensively as they lose one of their friends. Onyx, unbelievable! Oh my goodness! Onyx for 3, Annie's able to find one more. It's just down to Thief. And one of the better plays I think we've seen all tournament coming out of Onyx for all 3 kills by way of headshot. A little bit of Cyber Cave struggling for Thief. Knows one player's nearby, able to confirm. Neural that's going to be committed as Thief wants to try to lock this one up. Might have an opportunity for it as he finds 4. Lee was nearby for the potential A's, but it will be cut short. And Troublemakers will be on 7.
What amazing individual play. Onyx having his position given up. Was willing to just sort of face, was hit with so much utility too. The paranoia catching both him and Annie. The snap to get that flank. The peak wasn't very well timed though out of Illinois. One by one they fell, but that was some insane aim coming out of Onyx, who's now top fragging for his team. Same amount of ultimates really coming through. Illinois having to save for this round. Troublemakers could make this 12-8. And From the Shadows used to get a bit of intel. Hasn't really found all that much because across the map, Illinois trying to put some pressure on both the sides, but headed to B.
But ISP isn't a save round here, so you're trying to punish as much as possible if you're ISP, but Troublemakers will reduce this gap down to 4. And if they could do it pretty flawlessly, their economy will be in a great spot. Rice will see information onto 1. Cyber Cage will come through, and this is a recon bolt that will be used just to keep himself safe. Lee, through the dark cover, he'll find 1. Waltz will get the spike down successfully. You're going to get a Blade Storm popped here for Troublemakers, of all things. Good spam shots for Skolo to find 1 kill. This is by no means a safe approach here for Troublemakers, as they do send Waltz, or pardon me, Onyx through the teleporter, but Riceball will respond to 2 members trying to challenge over through the elbow. And now it's just down to 1. It's Skola. He's going to try to play maybe for the Hunter's Fury, but nope, not the case. Oh, actually, yes, he will. He's going to try to stall this, but he is not in a position to do much after this. A little bit of damage confirmed, but he will not be allowed to live nor walk away with the Vandal. So with that, it'll be 8 rounds for Troublemakers, still alive here in map 1.
And losing that Hunter's Fury is key for Troublemakers. It was a half buy or a save from Illinois. Now they're going to have to buy up. Very close to having another showstopper. They've been key for Ricardo so far. You would expect to see more of the same potentially. The Troublemakers not having much to counter it. No ultimates coming online very soon. It's a case of what Illinois are looking to try and do now. Defaulting across the map. Going to make it tricky for Troublemakers to get the right read to stack people onto the site at the right opportunity. Razzie is more than happy to try and face. This operator hasn't found too many first bloods or any first bloods, but a matter of fact. I'm hoping he's going to change that to bring Troublemakers right back into this one.
Ricotta pushed through Bath. Alarm bot here will deny him at least free entry any further forward to scout out intel over towards the A site. You do have a Nanostorm also blocking off the choke point at A short. Paranoia is going to be sent through Hookah for Illinois, trying to bait out a rotation, and it will come through successfully. They will rotate over Onyx. So now an opportunity for ISP to have numbers. It just comes down to how good are you going to be here if you're Razzie with an operator and Annie playing through lamps, because ISP will likely commit to this, but it's a little bit late, and Onyx will realize as the alarm bot is triggered that he needs to turn his attention back over to A. There's the recon bolt. Blazewall will come down first as ISP want to try to commit to getting over into lamps. Nanostorm will be placed. Onyx, though, and Annie able to find the first 2 kills. Onyx long range. That's going to be Annie and Razzie to confirm the kills. Last one left will be Waltz.
30 seconds left.
Take down 2. Has the spike, so we'll hit the teleporter to get the B, but Riceballin was just starting to make his rotation, so he'll be here pretty quick to try to contest this. Well, maybe. He's going to wait for a little bit of help, and Waltz is not going to try to stick this. He's going to have to play for kills. 12 seconds left. Takes a wide swing. Lee was ready for it, and Troublemakers will reduce the deficit down to 3.
Troublemakers have been so good at reading what Illinois are trying to do. There was no over-facing as well. It's something the Troublemakers have got better at throughout this half, it feels. But Illinois only needed to get 3 rounds on this half, where 9 rounds into it, this is round number 10. They've only been able to get 2. Troublemakers, 2 rounds out of 12 on their attack. Only lost 2 rounds on this one. Another eco coming out of Illinois. Ultimates are online. Really, at this point, it's just making sure that they take a couple of members down from Troublemakers, seeing if they can bait out that lockdown if possible, put too much pressure on them that they felt forced to use these ults, whilst also not using too much themselves unless they can clinch the round out, potentially.
Another very patient approach for ISP. And it looks like after they threw some abilities over towards B, again, they will rotate back over, trying to approach to A. And hard pressed with weaponry available, might need the showstopper to try to open up space if they do get a good look at this. Otherwise, we're looking at Troublemakers potentially on the 10. Shadows is just going to play bait over here by the B site, and he's done well to keep the defense planted as here comes the hit. Oh, how about this? The showstopper will be committed for Ricotta. Not going to find anything off the blast flag entry, and just tosses it a touch too short. So now all of a sudden, you still have Lee who's alive, but as the paint shells and the shock darts combine through lamps, they will find 1 kill. Spike down behind this play. Onyx trying to work his way back forward, but the Aldrum that's being held onto will scout out that information. Lockdown will be used for the defense as they try to make their approach. It'll force ISP right back out through mid, and somehow, some way, there's actually no kills. There was a dark cover that was placed to deny information, so Razzie will go up top. Nobody on the defuse as of yet, but Annie spamming through the dark cover will be good for 1. Riceballin and Onyx good for the 2nd and the 3rd, and now it's just down to 1. The spam shots that are coming through for Waltz are not going to be good enough, and Troublemakers have reduced the deficit just down to 2.
And all the ultimates that were online got used up. Ricardo, now bottom fragging for his team, is not able to get too much done with that showstopper. The lockdown for Annie created so much space the Troublemakers could just catch off Illinois, who was still trying to dedicate to the site. It's got a lot closer than it intended to be for Illinois. And they only have that from the Shadows to work in their favor. Shadows almost close to having a run it back. Isn't going to be playing for any orbs at this point. It's another typical setup from Illinois, trying to push down A mid. And I think Annie's utility, the alarm bot especially, has made sure that these attackers can't get too much done.
And just going backwards again, as I take a look back, ISP versus Dignitas on this map, they took 6 offensive rounds. So the fact that they improved their defense, you're probably feeling really confident that you're going to run through this first map. But Troublemakers, they are looking incredibly well placed on defense. And Riceball was hoping for a first blood. There will be a trade. So not the worst case scenario, but you're definitely missing out on the opportunity for a 5v4 if you're Troublemakers. They do have a run it back they could potentially still use, and it might be required as you're seeing ISP stack up through Hookah. Razzie will find Ricotta, who is lurking over towards A. So now you're down to a 3v4 for ISP, and you lose this round. Not only are you looking at 12 to 11, but your economy is going to be hurt trying to force into the final round of the second half. Onyx staying alive. Nice paranoia. He finds one. Has also stalled out players from coming out of Hookah, but Skolo's able to at least find one to keep the numbers relatively even, and they've denied to run it back. But Razzie with 1 kill in, lead the other, and we're going to be looking at 12-11, and Illinois, who are going to be forcing into this last round of the half, will not have the greatest economy. There's potential for overtime on the door here.
They're still going to buy up. Half armor on the side of Thief. Troublemakers. Razzie finding impact with the operator, getting that first kill onto Ricotta, who was lurking on A. They're not really splitting enough, and the trades aren't really coming in from Illinois either in some cases. Something the Troublemakers has done a really good job of on the defense, on the extremities. 3 stacking on this defense. And Illinois, similar plays coming out, honestly, same positions as there is going to be a tactical timeout for Illinois. So a great chance for them to try and work out what's going wrong. They have 3 very big ultimates that can open up a site for them. And defuses have been mostly coming in for Troublemakers at this point. It's been a bit of a mix on how these rounds have gone for them at this point. But it's just a case of where they want to put that utility. Can they take Annie out the game? That would be key, to take out the turret, the utility, just have them get onto a site rather incognito. Should be a big aspect for them. But Illinois don't want this to go to overtime. They were 10-2 up. Now it's 12-11.
Oh boy. Yes, you're going to have ARs here for Illinois. Yes, you're going to have ultimates to play with if you're Illinois. But a couple of members will be on light armor, and you still have to consider Razzie's operator, which has been pretty consistent, all things said. 1 more round to determine what we're going to see here on Bind, and I'm not going to lie here, Ryan. I was not expecting us to get such a tight round 1 matchup, and I'm excited that we do have one here. Unpause will come out, so it's just going to come down to who's going to be just better, flat out here in this last round. There also was a Blade Storm for Razzie to use in case the operator is not hitting true for him. So we'll see what occurs here as ISP will once again throw 4 members over towards B initially, and Ricotta will still lurk over towards A showers.
Troublemakers were considering pushing a lot down A mid there. They were expecting Illinois to hit this site yet again. Razzie scouts out the boom bot making its way through, but this is a similar play that Illinois has seen before. The Hunter's Fury might line up nicely to where Onyx is positioned. The tag can't go through, and he could easily teleport and move himself around the site to not get cut out. So Illinois aren't going to use that utility just yet. They ideally want Shadows to be in a very forward position to use this run it back, but he's even considering moving back. Illinois, I don't know what kind of strategy they were maybe considering in the tactical timeout, but right now they've just kind of run back into what they were doing before.
It's got to be off a backhand. They had been discussing what the executions were going to look like with these ultimates, and with the Aldrin coming up empty, that will be maybe what they were looking for, was a Skola solo play Aldrone and Hunter's Fury combo, and the recon bolt is also denied. No intel there, so now down to 45 seconds. Ricotta has barely made any noise outside the boom bot over towards A. And Troublemakers, they have been pretty conditioned that late hits have come to the A site, so they're still stacked in this direction. But you do have the opportunity to keep your Sova playing over towards B. Blind Hunter's Fury will find nothing. Shadow's also going to come in with no information nor an opportunity for kills to run it back. So that's 2 massive ultimates down for ISB. Still holding on to utility as Troublemakers as they're going to have to play for a retake. Onyx in the dark cover, though.
Get out of my
He
way.
could attack this pretty early. Bladestorm now going to be committed. This is a big 1v1 coming through the dark cover. He finds one, but the trade is still there. Now 4v4 we go. Neurup that will be committed. Troublemakers' position on the retake will be very much so aware for Illinois. But with this, they're going to try to flood back through elbow. Lee's good for 1. Waltz, though, able to combine for 3 as they all come down 1 by 1. It's down to Razzie. has a Phantom as he tries to make the play. Gonna catch one out with the bow. The next one up top. Razzie clutches things up in the 1v2, and we're going to overtime.
Troublemakers making it so close again, but it was how they played that early round that won them that game and put us into overtime. They knew that Illinois had that Hunter's Fury. They had to run it back. They played completely off the site. Those two ultimates found nothing. It was only Waltz that was able to put Troublemakers under pressure. But Razzie taking this fight, they weren't expecting him to be around the hot hands. The dash as well to take that engagement. Shadows does miss key shots there. 10-2 to 12 all. Illinois at least have a chance to defend again. They were so good on it before, but Troublemakers have mirrored it themselves. And this could go either way at this point. The wind is in the Troublemakers' sails.
Wow. What a game! This has been a really fun one so far. No greedy operator pickups here for either squad, as Troublemakers will be on the attack. And that's really what it comes down to for this overtime, at least in my mind here, Ryan, is who can take the offensive round, because both teams weren't really able to successfully do that in the past. So ISP, who looked great defensively, will maybe have a small advantage here. But this is already different from Troublemakers. Again, the early aggression that we saw from Illinois' defense will not find much here. It also is a little bit costly as far as what abilities are spent. And as Riceballin gets the Owl Drone to make free the hookah area of the map, Troublemakers will be maybe looking to execute onto B. And even beyond this, ISP is also not playing for any push through the A site, which is also something we traditionally saw during their defense in the first half.
Confidence doesn't seem to really be there anymore to be making those kind of plays. They're just going to try and face as much as they can on this B site. U-Haul control Lamps is also going to be hotly contested with a stack from Illinois. Lee's going to break onto the site. Nice sort of execute. It's almost Vision Strikers-esque, and Annie's actually the one that gets the first kill. Shadow's position is nice. He is traded out. It's more this elbow pressure that's coming in from Scholar. Recon Ball isn't going to be useful for another 20 seconds at this point, so they're happy to let this spike get planted. Just holding key angles, but this is very aggressive coming out of the Silver on the defense. Trying to hold it in, but FIFA's making his way in. He's going to try and clear the site as much as he possibly can. The Troublemakers are making work here.
Oh, and they're able to find a couple of key 1v1s. The play with the Paranoia coming out of the B-side and screens was great, but they couldn't lock down the kills as convincingly as was needed or required. So now ISP down one, and the OT are going to be forced to respond on their offense, which again, they only found 2 rounds with. They have gotten the spike down. Both teams really doing well to get the spike down throughout both of their offensive halves, but ISP are going to be forced to try to find a way to get this through with no ultimates. And if I remember back to that round 4 and round 5, a lot of their success in the offense was on the backside of good ults that came through. So pressure really surmounting here as Illinois have dropped off a considerable 9-3 start to this game.
Shadows is for ward attrition gonna try and follow up this Eldra, and Paranoia does hit quite a lot, but Troublemakers did this really well on their defense. Backing up, giving the site up completely. They're happy to play for the retake, and you even have, at this point, Lee rotating all the way behind. The Tripwire is going to give up that position, and Illinois are going to try and hold on to that angle, but as Rick Carter is trying to move back away, Annie catches them, and Lee could do the same behind the back. Illinois down to 3 players are up against it, and Troublemakers might steal this game from them.
Already clearing out angles. Waltz falls. These falls just down the shadows. He's good for 1. Great for the 2nd. But he has to also check this. Spike finds the 3rd. Nearly transfers to the 4th, but it won't come through. It was a 1v5 required. Not going to happen. And Troublemakers draw first blood in this best of 3. 14 to 12. And where did this match come from?
I mean, it's the first game of the day. Like, I think especially you're looking at Troublemakers, you weren't expecting too much from them because there really wasn't too much information on them in the first place. Illinois at least went up against Dignitas, were knocked out of the last qualifiers by a relatively good team that ended up qualifying for the main event, right? So this is a big upset already at this point. We go to split now. It's hard to say which team chose what because we don't really have the background on what these teams like to play in particular. But I still fancy whoever's going to be defending first at that point because they both really look good on the defense. They read the opponents well, but the defaults from both sides just didn't look convincing. It's certainly an area that they could both improve on, but specifically Rakata on the Rays had some really nice moments with the ultimate breaking through onto the site, but he was so isolated in a lot of cases, it felt. Certainly when he's lurking, the utility didn't really come out to put pressure there. And he only got one first blood playing out on his own 9 and 19. Struggled to
Yeah.
really have that impact. As a Rays on bind, you don't need to get the frag, sure, but you never really saw any paint shells moving the guys from troublemakers off the site, for example. You never saw them have to recoil and pressure. They looked relatively comfortable going in for all of the retakes that they were able to win.
Tough scenes all the way through, but a good complete team effort for troublemakers on their defensive half. 24-19 with 12 assists for Onyx, and one of the more incredible 3Ks that I've seen in my time in Valorant on that defense of A. Annie also able to get involved to lock things down in what was a very pivotal round, all things considered. But like you mentioned, it is a best of 3, and map 2 will be split. We'll send things to just a small break for you guys. And just as a reminder, this is the portion of the bracket that FaZe Clan are in. That is where our broadcast coverage will go to as soon as their round 2 match is ready to go. So we'll step away for a small moment. We'll come back with map number 2 between these two squads right after this. Well, Ryan, we picked a good one here, apparently, as we had a really lopsided start in favor of ISP. Illinois Servers, please, over here against Troublemakers. They had a great defensive round, but couldn't get things going offensively. Troublemakers send things to overtime on Bind, and then take both consecutive rounds there to win 14-12. So now as we go to split for map number 2, the only real thing we can really say about these squads is the fact that we know for a fact that ISP played up against Dignitas on this map and did not have a great time. They lost 3-13 in that matchup.
Yeah, and they actually had some pretty big agent changes too. They're bringing in the Sage. I think it might have been Ricardo playing it last time. So there's like going to be a couple of changes in how they play. It was something that we saw from Spot Up earlier, yesterday even, with them sort of going down as hard as they did on Bind, changed up to what they were typically used to on Ascent and did relatively well. But of course, because this is split, it does mean that there might be a bit of momentum swinging in one direction early on. Doesn't even necessarily need to be defender-sided by the most case, at least. It's just they need to keep within trading distance because both these teams, we can clearly see, can make the momentum work into their favor if they can get going.
Yeah, and again, defensively, that was the showcase on Bind. Expectations are that that will continue to be the case on the split, and it will be the side of Troublemakers starting things off on that defense. Riceballin will actually also play the Sage as well with Bricata. So again, Sentinels have been really the only team at the top that have continued to play this combination of characters, and it'll be replicated here for both of our teams with a couple of different considerations as far as what duelists they want to play. You've got the Reyna that's going to be in the mix for Lee on Troublemakers, and on the opposite side, it'll just be Shadows on the Jet. Ricotta makes their way forward. No wall in play here early, which is a bit uncharacteristic, but ISP are still able to make their way on. Slow orbs will be placed to deny any movement around the site, but how about this offensive wall? It's going to block things over through the defender side at spawn, and Waltz is going to use the shrouded step to come up on top. The hit coming through. No one expects Waltz there, but Andy's able to find the initial trade. 4v4. Trades will come through, leading to ISP's favor, but Andy's able to find a third kill. Wouldn't need to get all 5, but Thief from behind will clean things up, and ISP will get the pistol.
Really aggressive play from Illinois. I like the wall to just give them a bit of space, and Troublemakers trying to break on through heaven couldn't clear all of the different angles. And he was good for free, but unfortunately the rest of the team couldn't do much else. They're going to force up on this defense though, and ISP starting how they did on Bind at least. Sort of taking that round and running with it into the distance. Just a good execute. I'm interested to see how the rest of this plays out. A very old kind of composition coming in from Illinois with the Breach and the Sage. I'm interested to know how they plan to sort of default across the map as they spread across.
See, I'm mostly curious just to kind of watch over these Sage players to see what exactly they want to do early. See, the wall that was placed defensively through the middle has already pretty much been eliminated, so not a lot of value there, but the slow orbs are a major consideration unless Shadows can find the kill quickly. There will be a little bit of back and forth happening. Riceballin able to find 1 kill. Walt's going to go to the paranoia, but the Cloudburst is well placed, and as Lee comes to support, going to be Troublemakers off another force round. Looking really comfortable and really confident in their setup as they will hold strongly defensively, but now it's up to Onyx, and although he confirms a lot of damage, he can't confirm a kill, and with that ISP in a 3v4, and with the spike down, they can set up a post plant now.
Yeah, pay attention to Scholar that's in A main, just going to be checking on this angle, but he's giving up a lot of performance, I suppose, on a ramp. Lee has been able to take all this space for free, but isn't going to necessarily check behind him. First bit of the spray from Skull is a bit off, but Thief is able to add a little bit more. It's just going to be Troublemakers. It's going to be Riceballin left alive. 2-0 for Illinois, but costly on their side.
Yeah, extremely costly. I mean, the force buy comes away with nothing, so now once again, you will have to go into a pretty hard eco round here with maybe just pistol upgrades at most. Maybe light armor if you could afford it, if you had a couple of frags, but this is looking like a great start here for ISP as they'll go into some Bulldogs. Again, still a couple of SMGs, but full armor behind this. So 1 taps will be required for Lee and Onyx on these Sheriff upgrades if they want to have a realistic chance at this one. And it looks like Ricotta is going to try to make a play for this orb as he's got a slow orb in hand. He will throw that off immediately. A fault line also placed. They're not going to catch anybody here. And it's going to be Annie nearby, and she gets baited out by the ultimate orb trigger, and with that, Ricotta will find the kill, and he'll be 1 away from getting the resurrection up early.
Yeah, they're going to sort of play off it a little bit more, see if they can get anybody else pushing for aggressive information. They can. Rice Ballin runs right into it, and suddenly we're in a 5 versus 3. The B execute wasn't necessarily the plan for Illinois at this point, but they're going to go for it anyway. Razzie with a right click is good for 1. And can't get any more as Walt is able to at least protect the teammates going in onto the site. The guns aren't going to be helpful. Thief is going on a bit of a lurk. He's going to run into the Reign of Lee, who only really, yet again, has a pistol to work with. He's going to be flanked by 2.
Double peek coming out. Able to find 1. Again, this is still not terrible for Troublemakers. They're punishing. They're going to force some repurchases out, but with Illinois getting the spike down again, they should be fine. Onyx is going to bait out the teleport. Takes the long-range shots, but Shadows meets him without much cause for concern, and Illinois, as expected, will go up 3-0.
Here we go again. A team starting to build up a bit more of a lead. But now we're seeing a full buy properly a lot sooner than we did on Bind, at least. The operator in the hands of Razzie, who I don't really think had all the impact that you were hoping for. We saw Can Picky start to show up a bit more yesterday with Spotter when the operator started getting into his hands. But Razzie's had a few occasions and really only had noticeable impact when it came to how the round went on 1. He's going to be playing in mid, but this is going to be another utility-focused execute coming out of Illinois. Annie not wanting to fall for the same trick twice. Paranoia is not going to hit her, but the flash is. Backing off on the site, a lot of space taken already from Illinois.
Nice first blood there for Annie. Resurrect is going to come through. Aftershock going to try to deny some space. Annie not able to find anything beyond this, though, and now as it's back to 5 members for Illinois, it's going to be on Razzie. Needed to find a shot, and unfortunately the timing was not great, and now feeling a bit panicked, they will back away. And this might just have to be a save, which is not great news here for Troublemakers early. You do have Onyx, though, trying to play for maybe some exits, so maybe there is a chance to still commit for some kills. But it's just going to be down to the fact of, can you really commit to this with just an operator? And it looks like we'll get our answer as Troublemakers will fade back.
I think it's a safe assumption to say that this is Illinois' map pick, considering they're attacking first.
Safe assumption, yeah.
Yeah, it's a safe assumption, but that also means that they got the chance to ban out the map even, which was Ascent? Are we going to Ascent for our 3rd map?
It's Haven for 3, and these are great exit kills, actually, for Onyx before we get too far ahead of ourselves. That'll punish things a little bit more, force out some repurchases for Illinois, and as Razzie finds another, that's not bad at all. And not the greatest news in the world because you allow the site to get taken a little bit more freely than you would have liked, but you force the resurrection, you're going to force some repurchases, and you hold on to an operator. Sure, 2 of your members are going to have to stay on Spectres, but you can still be competitive here in the 5th round.
I guess the key thing, though, really is that these executes have looked really good from Illinois across the board. It has mostly been this B hit coming in, and when you have the breach on your side, you've got so many opportunities to break in. And Annie did a much better job in her previous run to try and hold on as much as possible, but was just overran. And it is going to force Troublemakers to play a bit more stacked, and even using utility this early on.
Nice shot.
Razzie's going to be holding on to mid. It's going to try and face again. Waltz gets the spray in, and it puts off Razzie enough to find an opening to bring this to a 4 versus 4, but it's actually Ricata and Scholar that have made an opening yet again on this B side. The 2 defenders that are coming in for the retake. Going to be coming in from Heaven and back of CT, but there again is that aggressive wall. It's going to be difficult yet again for Troublemakers to defuse this spike.
Spike planted.
It's a very innovative way to use this barrier orb, as Ricotta will still be traded. Again, an opportunity is brewing for Troublemakers, as the only bit of real resistance they might come into is not just the numbers, but potentially the Rolling Thunder. But based on where Scola is playing, he's not going to have an opportunity to really pull this out. So now you're in a 2v2. Empress is potentially an option, but Waltz will find the kill. Onyx looking for the trade will grab it, but Scola from behind will clean things up. And Illinois will be up 5-0. But getting back to this barrier orb, is this one of those things that, again, the only instance we've really been able to see Sage been played lately has been on Sentinel split. And it's all been used with the barrier orb just blocking off that line of sight on the initial entry to B main. But Troublemakers are not, or pardon me, Illinois is not really looking at that as saying that is the necessity. They want to try to get in more cleanly and maybe a little bit more scrappy and then use that wall to stop the retake from coming through. So it's a bit innovative, but it's working for them because not only is it denying the backside screens, it's also allowing them a chance to boost themselves to the high ground quickly.
Troublemakers are just dedicating more and more bodies and utility to holding on to B. Now there is going to be an opening. Onyx is on the side, but only has the Sheriff. It's good for 1. Scholar trades him out. Lee has a nice bit of control over on A ramp like before, but Walter's pushed on ahead towards the defender spawn. Razzie can at least intercept as much as possible, and now suddenly we're in a 2 versus 2. Things are looking decent for Troublemakers, or at least a lot better than we used to. But all 4 ultimates across the board for all 4 of these players that is still alive.
Tough scenes here. Flashpoint comes out. Challenge comes through. Illinois killing off more time. Razzie now challenging forward. Bladestorm Shadows wins the battle there. Now it's just down to what happens onto the site itself. Dismiss will keep Lee alive and still relatively healthy, but the clock is the biggest component here, as Shadows still has an AR to play with. Lee is going to toggle this spike, but again, the time is just such a huge ally right now for Shadows. Lee needs to find the pick and is able to grab the kill. Time, though, will not be in his favor, and Illinois will go up 6-0.
Loses the gun as well. So close, and it was really well played, to be honest, from Shadows to just rotate around to a position where he could see that Lee was not sticking the defuse because it was just across the metallic screen, whatever you want to call it, on site. It's a nice positioning for that retake. Troublemakers looking a little bit more convincing on that B site, A site even, but it's more that they're dedicating so many bodies to try and face on these sites when I know they didn't have the guns, but I want to see them play pure retake. Give Illinois the sites. They're using so much utility to try and grab them. Let them have it. Play for the retake. They're not going to have as much to work with there.
Early slow orb coming through. Again, trying to play for the ultimate orb. This time, Razzie's watching this with an operator. Flash is going to shrug him off the angle just out of 55 HP. And Illinois, again, have a small advantage as far as how they've been able to work over towards this B site. You also have 2 members for Illinois that are pushed up through ropes. So they can deny a rotation or try to pinch, as you see the defensive barrier orb is placed to deny the mid-mail rotation. And Ricotta's going to realize, hey, if you guys already have ropes and we still have the opportunity for Thief to stay over towards A, they're just going to bait out the Rolling Thunder. And as Thief finds a pick, this is going to be a 100% open A site. And Troublemakers are going to be way too far away for any sort of a rotation. Neural Theft for Thief will come through. He'll be responsible for denying over towards screens. And as Ricotta plants, this is going to be a very difficult retake and a 4v5 for Troublemakers.
They do have the resurrect, so that could bring it into a 5 versus 5. Thief is going to try and contest that at least. The wall is broken because they know that they need it. Walter's made some pretty good movements too. They're not going to allow this at all at this point. Thief is still trying to face. Razzie can at least get one with the operator. The Neural Theft is going to give up the positioning of Shadows, but he's still able to get one. 3 versus 2. Troublemakers down yet again. The operator is going to watch from the back, and Razzie is able to get another. The defuse has been stuck, but Shadows is constantly being an absolute force to be reckoned with. Razzie has to try and do it himself. Move off from this operator position with nothing but the op and a pistol. He's going to actually stick for half. He could get it. The spray is just enough from Scholar to get it. 7-0 now to Illinois. These rounds are not trading at all for either side.
There have been so many close moments, though, for Troublemakers. Again, it's just one of those things that they've stayed competitive throughout this first half, but being down such a hefty margin, already technically losing your defensive half is not great news. And beyond that, you're going to be on a hero rifle for Onyx, which really needs to go to Lee, so he could potentially pop for an Empress here.
Behind me.
But it looks like they're not going to consider that option, at least not initially. And it will be SMGs with a Bucky behind this play, but looking pretty solid here for 8-0 for Illinois, considering their advantage coming into the round.
A lot of mid-aggressive pressure coming through. Lee playing the off angle. Hasn't wanted to use the Empress at this point. Some Reina players just don't want to deal with the difference of the fire rate. A lot of space has been taken without any resistance now. Mail is in having full control of Illinois. Razzie is going to sort of meet them head on, hides in the smoke with a stinger, so they can at least get first blood this time. Annie playing off the site, willing to give it up for Illinois. It's nice to see that she's not going to sacrifice her life to try and stop them with the amount of bodies on there. Spike hasn't made its way across yet. But right now, Troublemakers are just trying to poison, actually get a bit more damage. 5 versus 3 going into this retake, but the Resurrector gets used.
Yeah, this is going to lead to an opportunity, but Illinois is trapped on this site. Onyx trying to hold off any potential exit through B main. I believe he hears a couple members nearby, but here comes the execute from the front for Troublemakers. On the retake, Paranoia comes out, but running right into the line of sight of Ricotta was Onyx, and he'll fall. So trade's looking good for ISP. 2 for 2 we go. Lee, again, really would love a rifle to possibly use the Empress in this instance. This is where you would love to give him the Vandal, and as Ricotta is able to hit some help from the Aftershock, flushing players away, he'll find number 2 and number 3, and I know that if Avril were watching, he would lose his mind about this, because that is a very good look at an Empress with an AR to potentially clutch, but with a Stinger, you just don't feel the confidence that the triggers, and now it's Troublemakers down 0-8. Not a great start here.
Especially with how they're trying to sort of make these guns work. Razzie is 9-7. He's having a big amount of impact, at least for his team, to find some openings. But Illinois are just constantly shutting it down. These kill rounds have mostly been good for the attackers as we get to the latter bit of this half. It's how they're sort of controlling this space. Troublemakers aren't willing to sort of fight the extremities now because they always tend to lose and provide an opening to the attackers. But now it's just they're sat so far back, they're giving up so much space for free. I'm more interested to see what Ricotta is planning to do with the Sage Wall there. Look at this. Walter's made his way into ropes, and this could be a nice little pincer attack, but they are going to run right into Lee here.
Big first blood once again for ISP. Numbers now brewing for them in a very pivotal gun round here for Troublemakers. Onyx by himself really isn't sure where he wanted to throw this dark cover. Faultline going to try to clear off the elbow as Shadows tries to clear from one side, his teammates from the other. Onyx isn't even good for one. Razzie, though, coming through the own Cloudburst, will find a kill. Maybe an opportunity for a second here if he can lock down into Ricotta, but isn't able to quite do it. And now that the wall is up, ISP again looking to set themselves up in a strong position for the post play in a 4v2.
The Aftershock is going to keep Rice balling out for a couple of seconds at least. So much control that they have when it comes to Heaven. The wraparound is going to come in yet again from Walt. Now, so much for Rice balling to deal with. 9-0. Troublemakers, I don't think are going to maybe be... They are going to be upset, clearly, because nobody wants to go down this much on a half, but they know what they just did. Winning a game when they were 2-10 down.
Yeah, for real.
They know that it's a game of two halves, if you want to use a nice little football idiom. But still, like, Illinois want to do this convincingly, and they have been doing that. Troublemakers, we mentioned this yesterday, where it's just you've had the ultimates rotating out, you've had the economy rotating in your favor now and again, yet you still can't make anything happen. Illinois doing the same plays over and over again, and it's not being contested. Annie knows that it's going to be looking to be another 10-0, but that is a nice shot. The flash is going to put them off getting up more.
My ultimate isn't.
But this seems more standard stuff from Illinois. These executes have been exceptional.
Yeah, and Walt's also able to use it from the shadows to deny any rotation through the backside through dirt. So now the only hope for a retake is on a split hit from both Lee and Onyx, both with Sheriffs. And ISP are just going to stack right on top of where they planted the spike, with the only exception being Waltz, who's now looking to be up top on the rafters. Nice flash, good timing here. Last player left is Lee up top in B tower. No chance for them to lock down any shots, and this has been not just great executes, but even behind that, really good post plant setups as well for ISP. I don't know what went wrong when they played Dignitas, but clearly they went back and figured it out, because this has been dominating, to be sure.
Another A execute coming through. We can see how it sort of breaks down, I suppose, on a round like this. Lee is going to be the one holding on to the operator, but Razzie decides against it as they want to sort of buy up both of the guns. Smoke's going to sort of bring across screens, and the Paranoid is actually going to hit onto Onyx that is holding on site. He's been in this position a couple of times, but can't win that engagement, even with the Paranoid hitting a couple of people. Lee sort of hiding in the smoke onto Heaven.
Planted.
It's really difficult to peek around. He still just has one layer at this point to try and clear it, but Illinois have already set up in post plants. It's going to be difficult to move.
You have to Empress here if you're Lee. You have to win this round, otherwise you're into a save. So this would be the time to commit. And he's able to find a kill. Gotta go. Gotta trigger it. We've got 2 members for ISP on this site. Shadow's able to find one. That's good for him. And so how about this? Scola, another. Lee's going to take the peek without popping the ult, and we'll find one. Dismiss is in a pretty terrible spot as it expires, and now Rice balling by themselves, and that's just a round that I hate the heart, but you have to pop the Empress there, because now your Troublemakers down 0-11. You're going to be going to the last round of the half, and your economy is not going to be great to have full guns really coming through. It's going to be forced purchases in the mix, and at least Lee can actually force into a full Vandal with the full armor. So it just comes down to, was he able to afford any Leers with that? Because you should have full stacks on his soul orbs, but that won't really be a consideration because the Empress will 100% come through this round.
Yeah, if you don't use Empress in a scenario like that, you don't want to. And some players really don't like using the ultimate because the fire rate throws off the spray enough for you to not hit those shots. I think Scream was one of those players that didn't like to sort of pick it up now and again, but at least in scenarios like that, you'd see it come out just to have that extra fire rate. You can work around it. Rolling Thunder's going to sort of move people off Rice Ball and forced to use a slow orb. And actually does manage to get off the site at least. The Cyber Cage is going to help them get out. But Razzie, no, they die from heaven. And yet again, it's an undermanned retake having to come in from Troublemakers on B. Hasn't been successful so far. This could be 12-0.
And the wall is down. The Empress is starting to expire. You have to break through this. Onyx up top. Oh, needed to find one. Need to start finding kills here if you're elite. 2v4 situation as Andy's able to find one kill. Dark cover going to conceal a number of players just on the backside of this pillar. Nice shots there. Dismiss comes through. Lee able to cancel it. Finds himself a second. Now the heal's starting to come through one more, but Shadows reads Lee as he comes out of the invisibility. And Illinois will have a perfect offensive half. 12-0 up. You want to see a regain button after going 9-3 up on the bind defense and then unfortunately seeing an overtime come through. Talk about coming into a split half where you take all of your offensive rounds. That's insane.
Not to over-dramatize it, it is just a natural fact, but this is a must-win pistol if you are Troublemakers at this point. I know people like to sort of run with certain narratives and hype it up, but this is genuinely, literally, a round that they have to win. 13-0 would be a nice confidence boost for Illinois, considering how close that game was on bind. And I would say, for the most part, they have been looking the better team. Troublemakers did some excellent work on bind to not only make it close in the end, but to take the game altogether in overtime. Now it's just a case on how Illinois do on the defense. You would imagine they have a nice little setup considering this was their map pick. The attackers are usually the struggling side anyway. We are going to be seeing the Sage Wall used in a similar position onto screens, but this is what we didn't see from Troublemakers on their defense. Illinois, they're sitting back, and they're just going to play retake in a 5 versus 5.
Oh, and Thief gets some information onto Onyx up top in Raptors, and there is just enough of an angle for him to confirm the first kill. So now Shadows is going to feel a little bit more confident with Ricotta to move their way down. And as Waltz has one, Ricotta gets another, and it's just down to one last player is Annie. No chance there, and Illinois will bounce back in map 2 with a perfect 13-0 on split. What are we seeing? I mean, we had a almost blowout in map 1. It ended up going to overtime. A huge comeback form for Troublemakers, but then I don't even know what to call that. A shellacking there on split 13-0. So we will see Haven for map number 3 between these two squads in round 1.
Yeah, and like it was Illinois' map pick. They had a really good attack, perfect attacking half, really. Troublemakers just didn't really have a response to that playstyle, which is weird. You are going to have those kind of like blind spot maps, I suppose it would be. It's very difficult to be incredibly consistent to go toe-to-toe with some of these more tier 2, tier 3 teams. They're a little bit more established at least, but that just sort of shows that Illinois are the pole position team, the top seed in this series at this point. And whilst that bind game was very uncomfortable from them, they can at least go into Haven with all of the confidence in the world after that play. Rice Ball and Onyx couldn't really get off. There was some really nice get off the board, even like Annie, Razzie had moments where they looked decent, but it always felt that they were the first to die. I wish the first deaths was a stat that showed up on here instead of in the API. You could just see all of the damage consistently across the board for Illinois. Nobody was running away with first bloods. It was just consistent across all of the different players.
Well, not a lot to take away from this one outside the fact that ISP absolutely dominated. And now as we look forward towards Haven, and this will be one of the first times we'll have a chance to see ISP play this map. Again, the only recorded stats that we can really look back on was when they played up against Dignitas, and that was on bind and split. So we'll get a fresh look at both of these teams when it comes down to Haven, and hopefully we get something still continually to be competitive between both of these squads as we'll step away for now and jump back in when they're ready to go for map number 3. And of course, after this, we'll be swapping over to take a look at what FaZe Clan has to offer as they're getting ready for their round 2 matchup. And we'll be sticking with them pending, of course, that they win if their round 3 match as well. So we'll step away for now. And we'll come back right after this. Only a small reprieve here for us as both of our teams are ready to go. It's going to be Haven for map number 3 here between Illinois Servers, please, and, of course, Troublemakers. A dicey first map led to an overtime that Troublemakers had a huge comeback with, but there was no such thing in the cards for map number 2. A clean 13-0 for Illinois Servers, please. So, Ryan, as we go to Haven, again, we don't have really anything to track back onto either of these two teams, but we do know that there are a couple of duelists that are being thrown around, and maybe the consideration for things like Phoenix or Rays potentially come through if they're trying to feel a little bit cheeky. But I don't know. It was kind of coming to figure things out as we see it happen live.
Yeah, and even like we don't really know whose sides people are going to be on at this point because it is a coin flip on who's going to be able to choose it out because it's a ban pick process. But it is a good look from Illinois after a decisive win like that. Ricardo is going to be moving away from the Sage, who I don't really think had too much noticeable impact other than the utility that was used, really. So I'm excited to see what he could do. Lee certainly left a lot to be desired on the Reyna with how we sort of used it, the lack of the Empress in some cases. So it's interesting that he's sticking on this agent instead of going back to the Phoenix, which looked a lot more convincing on Bind at least. It does mean at least that Illinois are going to be defending first. We saw an aggressive, exceptional attacking half on Split. And their defense was really good on Bind, so it's hard to really say how this is going to go. But if you start to see one of the teams start to crawl up with 3-0, 4-0, 5-0 scorelines, might just be more of the same.
We'll find out very shortly here. And, you know, you mentioned Ricotta's presence on the Sage. Of course, we didn't really have a lot of time to take too much of a look at it outside of a couple of resurrections. And beyond that, just, again, like you mentioned, wall placement and slow orb placement. But what we can go back to was his performance on Bind, in which on the Rays, he was 9-19, bottom fragging pretty considerably in the lobby. And the other thing we also can kind of keep in mind is that ISP loved to play aggressive defensively, and Deef is going to be caught in an absolutely atrocious spot. Able to find one is okay, but while the push through on the opposite side for ISP came through A long, a couple of the trade kills were also in the mix there. So Troublemakers actually walk away the victors of this opening engagement in a 3v2 with the spike planted at C.
I'd expect them to have the defenders wrap around behind them. I wouldn't expect so because they're going to try and push through the defenders spawn in a nice spot. It's worked out quite nicely for them because that utility is now going to show that the Silver was coming in from C long. They have to adjust, but they can just go for the defuse here. This is not ideal positioning, but the paranoia is very good from Troublemakers to break on back through. That was really the difference. Razi's the one that gets the 2 kills, but Onyx with the paranoia to catch him out to save it that long. Really nice play. Even after the lurk from Annie was the one that really set them up in mid.
And it's one of those things that I was nervous for a moment there for Troublemakers because of where the spike was planted on the backside of those boxes through C, and their rotation would have put them in a pretty hard-pressed spot. But the paranoia push-through was obviously good enough as things were getting a little bit close to the halfway defuse point for ISP, but they do lose the pistol. But again, it's just one of those things, and I'll have to start paying a little bit more individual attention to how many times are we going to see force buys coming through, and what is the gut check calls for it? Because so far, every single team on every single pistol that lose the pistol in this matchup have force bought in the round after. So we'll see what Illinois could do here, as it's going to be looking like a very quick A execute for Troublemakers. They won't be able to get the information that there will be a force buy defensively for ISP. So as they make their way onto site, it'll just be down to when they can read that information and how exactly ISP want to hit this retake.
Spike planted.
There's 3 people holding in hell, which is a bit of a spot of trouble for the Troublemakers. The paranoia is going to hit all 3. And Illinois are going to find an opening by stacking in this direction. The dismiss is going to be good to get Lee out of there, but he's still able to get more done. Annie is there too. It's turned into a deathmatch server with the right clicks coming in. And some plays by Lee. He was in between a rock and a hard place, but that dismiss was so well timed, able to get his 3rd. That was some magician level stuff coming out of him there.
And all the SMGs were just bullet hoses for a moment there for the side of ISP. Everyone caught in reloads, it felt like, near the end of that opening engagement through hell. And so with that, Troublemaker is able to swap over to their pistols and take advantage and get themselves to a 2v1 to finish things off. So now Illinois will be then, well, it'll just be a light buy coming through, just pistol upgrades.
Illinois going to be able to buy. Actually, no, because they force. So Waltz is just going to be pushing down C along with the Sheriff. Ricardo is going to take a duel. Very close to getting a headshot. Waltz can do one, but Lee's going to trade him out. Going to be leading by example, and I like the Ricardo is just making sure that C along can't be pushed, but the tempo is going to be slowed down a little bit by Troublemakers as Beef and the rest of Illinois have pushed through mid. It's a 3 versus 3, similar thing. Yeah, it's a similar thing happening now in the pistol round where the sides have split. Troublemakers not going to be having the paranoia to help them out this time. They are planting very far back.
Spike planted.
And Illinois are really going to struggle to uproot this one.
That'll be 2 weapons, though, for Illinois, so they should be able to at least get SMGs in the mix for this 2v3. Riceballin is just hovering his all drone, trying to use that to gather intel through C long, which is where they expect this play to come through. Double shock darts nearly connect, but aren't quite able to do the job. So now the Vandal of Riceballin will try to make itself useful, and it will for the final kill. Troublemaker is able to go up 3-0 as expected here, but Illinois are able to at least keep things relatively close, but not the start that I think they were hoping for. But now as they go into round number 4, they should be able to full purchase everything they want and then some. But on the backside, Troublemaker is on the same rate, could essentially do the exact same. The only player who won't be at an AR is going to be Lee.
Sort of change it in around. They should be set for the start of the map. And Illinois really need to win this one, as bizarre as it sounds. It's very early on in the game, but like we discussed before, both these teams have been really good at stringing rounds together. No trade in either side from either, and Ricardo's actually going to lay off the aggressive play. They're triple stacking on C-Long, expecting that to come through. It's the right idea. There's no pressure coming in at all from A, and hasn't really been at all throughout this map so far from Troublemakers. They're going to be pushing and taking mid control, and I like Illinois' positioning, and they've sort of banked on the right side of the map.
Revealing area.
Recon bolt into C garage, nothing going to be scouted. The Lear is being held currently for Lee, and they're still going to commit for this. Cloudburst is also going to be used. A lot of utility for Troublemakers just to gain control of the C garage, and they're not even going to push through with this. Maybe just trying to offer up a rotation from Illinois defensively, which will be successful, pulling members over to C. But as the design on this re-attack will be over through the B site, this will be fine for ISP to at least contest in some form. You've got Beef on the inside. Trapwire will come through, but the shots were really not good enough, were they? So Razzie will get a plant. Scola will confirm the exit onto Razzie with the shock dart, and then Shadows is already in, so the post-plant setup for Troublemakers will be through B window. Do you have enough smoke to try to deny this if you're ISP for some early contest on this defuse? Waltz will find one. He'll grab himself a second and a third, and now it's just down to 1. And that last player is going to be stuck in a dark cover, and Waltz will find the easy 4. And ISP easily retake the B site to get themselves on the board.
Yeah, perfectly played from Illinois there, just how they positioned and postured themselves across the map. But most importantly, for that retake onto B, taking garage control, Waltz pushing beyond that to get 4 kills in that round. Troublemakers just trying to do the typical play of planting the spike facing towards mid and window and just spraying and praying to stop a defuse going in. You counter that by taking the control of the links, you take control of garage, and you start to put pressure from the flanks. Really isn't too much that Troublemakers can do in that scenario. Now Illinois can start to pull things back. They only have the From the Shadows. Troublemakers having 3 ultimates, but it's fair to say that Empress from Lee most likely not going to get used at all.
Deploying drone.
A lot of interactions being thrown through, but nothing's really going to come of it. Scola will find information off the Aldrin, but that will be mutual, as similarly so, Riceballin will have the same amount of info, and the spam shots are actually pretty well placed, so now Skola's down to red health. Troublemakers once again looking like they want to execute over towards B, at least for now, as defensively it's just Shadows who's here. Recon Bolt will be denied. Cloudburst will try to deny some extra space early, and the spam shots for Razzie are good. That'll open up the opportunity for a 5v4, and what will likely be a free plant on the B. Thief, so much information here, and Waltz committed from the Shadows will be denied by Annie, so now all of a sudden, Troublemakers looking a little bit more respectable on their hold, as ISP also find nothing with the run it back.
And Troublemakers doing what they failed to do last time. They're taking control of garage. You've got the Omen pushing all the way through. Razzie gets the 3rd. It's just up to Skull at this point. The Paranoia is going to connect the teleporters mid that they can sort of get out. They are just going to play for the defuse in this 1 versus 2. And it's so open that Skull is not able to do much. Is looking to save. But I like what Illinois tried to do. They had that from the shadows. They tried to teleport back. You could see the death on the minimap right to the attacker's spawn. But Annie knew that that play was coming in. It was likely to come and try and nip in behind like we spoke about in the previous round. Made sure that she nipped it in the bud, stopped that from going in, and Illinois just couldn't take map control from that point. Troublemakers immediately learning from what just happened.
Yeah. It's exactly what you want to see from an aspiring squad, is making those subtle adjustments that come through with major impacts and implications. Yeah, so good stuff there for Troublemakers. And now as they look at round number 6, they will have a weapon advantage and an ultimate advantage, just in case, but Illinois could potentially consider. And it's just one of those things, you know, and maybe I need to just ask around a little bit more, but Shadows has a potential to pop Bladestorm. He could full armor Bladestorm, and you could throw that Vandal to somebody else if you really wanted to purchase. But he's going to go Vandal here, so I imagine we will not see the Bladestorm come out in any capacity. And Ricotta's actually able to find one good win over through A long. And how about the push through short as well? Waltz is already here through B window, and the push through for ISP comes away with 2 kills.
It's still very much up in the air, but Illinois, this aggression has come through and suffocated. Rice Ballin is able to get 2, but it's spread from both sides. Even the poke damage coming in from the wall all the way from Scholar was the main assist there as Ricotta gets the 3rd. Something that we haven't really seen since Bind, honestly, from Illinois, but it wasn't really necessary on Split, let's be honest. But nice to see it come more to fruition on this defense. There were some aggressive pushes on those first couple of pistol and force rounds. But on a full buy, worked out quite nicely for them. Breaks Troublemakers' economy for now. They're going to be forced to sort of pick up some sheriffs and maybe a Vandal in the hands of Onyx. He's still got money to at least buy up a couple of guns, but make no mistake, it's a half buy. They have 4 ultimates, and Illinois have just as many almost.
And that was nearly a flawless eco round defensively for ISP. As much as you would hate to see that round come through, you're at least thanking the fact that Riceballin can deny a couple of weapon pickups by finding those last 2 kills at the end of the round. But Scola early Aldrin will see a lot of information. One player sitting through backside mid also is able to scout out Razzie, so they'll know at least for now that there is no initial aggressive attack coming through anytime soon. And Troublemakers who are looking to kind of rotate over towards C are not guessing correctly. It's just a solo defensive spy cam holding on to A for ISP, and the other 4 members are in great positions here to lock things down quickly at C. Attack looks like it's going to come through here pretty hot and heavy. Riceballin with the Hunter's Fury won't really find much, and as Razzie was trying to commit forward as the Vanguard to this approach of the Bladestorm, also comes away with nothing, but at least Danny's able to trade things back, and Riceballin finds another, so it's down to just Shadows, and apparently that will be enough. He finds the final 4.
Troublemakers trying to find a way onto the site. Were able to get a couple of frags at least, but the guns certainly didn't really help in their favor. They did use the Hunter's Fury. They did use that Bladestorm from Razzie. And another round, at least a closer game. No team is running away with this one in the first half at least. But I guess now, Troublemakers wanted to split around. It's just Illinois' hold, I suppose, their positioning was so deep on the left-hand side of the minimap. They're going to be facing a bit more on A-long, an area that Troublemakers haven't really pushed. The run it back is going to be pushed in onto mid rather slowly from Ricotta. People watching these angles, and Troublemakers just going to wait him out. Doesn't really get too much other than the information that they're still around in mid. And Scholar actually pushes, but decides against it.
Yeah, there's not enough of an information read there from Ricotta, so he doesn't feel confident enough to hold his position through C long, which is where Troublemakers rotated through last time around. Aldrin will see a little bit of information, but again, nothing convincing. So with 60 seconds to play, Troublemakers are going to look to start making their way across the middle of the map, and that's actually exactly where they're heading as they're looking to maybe push over towards B again. You do have Onyx holding over towards C long, but Troublemakers, they're still determining what exactly they want to do with this offensive round coming through. It feels like one that they would love to take away and really maybe potentially build some more momentum here on their offense.
The fact that they haven't been taking A aggression at all means that they have to sort of clear all of these corners. It's going to take 10, 15 seconds, and you've still got Waltz there that's been watching that angle throughout with the boost. Takes him a while to sort of recognize the threat. He's the one that comes off the worst. Paranoia is going to come across A long. The dash is a bit more awkward from Razzie, who just goes straight into the wall.
Oh.
Thief there is going to try and face and fight as much as possible, but Rice Ballin is good for 2. Ricata now on the site, runs into Lee. Scholar in a 1 versus 2. The recon bot's going to shove one of them, but a bit of aggression comes out. Rice Ballin for the 3rd. Smart play. His position wasn't given up by the recon ball, and it absolutely caught out Scholar. Surprising the Troublemakers were able to break through that, but even more surprising that it took Waltz a while to sort of react to what was happening.
Big round win, though, for Troublemakers. They don't have to spend too much on the way through, but even with that round win, they're going to be still hurting economically. But the big key, the fact that you win that round, is you're not allowing Illinois to start snowballing their eco out of hand, which would have been the case if they took those 3 rounds in a row. They could still obviously full purchase into this next one, but going to be interested to see how things unfold. This one very well could play the difference maker in this first half. Illinois win this one. Troublemakers will likely be on a save, depending on what happens, is the spike being planted or not. On the opposite side, Troublemakers could take a win here. They'll be looking at 6, maybe potentially 7, as Illinois' economy will be a bit more crippled. Skola going to read a lot of early information with the Owl drone, as Shadows is also playing more aggressively through B mid in this cubby, and he's going to have a little bit of help as Ricotta's nearby.
All the information Illinois have to work with, it's not C long, it's not on A with that camera. And Troublemakers are forced to make a play through mid and garage. A lot of utility focused into an area that, honestly, Illinois giving up at this point. Shadows patient, but the dismiss is so good from Lee to get out of there. He dies in the process. Some really good rain to play, much better from him than it was on split. Skola now forced to use the Hunter's Fury. The spike is going to get planted, but look at the wraparound coming in from Waltz.
Skola tags 3 players, I think, individually with that Hunter's Fury, but Waltz will not be allowed to find anything on that long flank you're calling through. So now Troublemakers of the post-plant setup leaning towards B mid. Well, they've got a 5v2 situation, and again, Illinois' economy is not going to be great. You don't want to have to save, but I think you're just going to have to. You've got Skola, who can at least purchase for 1 teammate, so you'll be able to at least contest going into round 10, but this has been a very decimating hold, or breakthrough rather, for Troublemakers. They get through very cleanly, and you have to credit again just the gut check call. Lee gets a split-second timing on the dismiss, otherwise he was dead meat. So the fact that he finds the kill when he does is really the whole bridge of success there for TM.
And Illinois have been working the map so aggressively, but the issue is that they are spread very thin doing it. You've got Shadows playing mid in an aggressive angle. You've got a bit more of a setback setup, I suppose, on A, mostly coming out of Thief. You got Waltz to push down C long. It's all great information to know. But the issue is if you get caught out on one of those angles, it's such a big opening. And because you're playing on your own on these angles, nobody can trade for you. So Illinois might need to try and adjust. It seems that they're going to be stacking a lot more people towards A long to try and take all of that space. But Skola's recon bolt isn't going to find too much. Troublemakers don't put the foot on the pedal just yet, at least. But they are still defaulting in a similar position, getting Ricardo up to a point where a run it back might be available very soon. They're going to be pushing down A long. And yet again, Troublemakers sort of pushed into an angle here.
Shock Dart able to chip away some health onto Lee. And this push through A long will be denied by a spy cam and a trap wire, as the rest of the Troublemakers are looking to stack C long for a potential hit. Skola hoping for some spam shots. None of them really doing a terrible amount of damage, but I believe he does connect onto a couple of shots. And with that, Troublemakers are saying, we don't really want to make this play. And if they rotate this back to A, they're going to run right into Ricotta, who's playing a pretty wide angle. He's going to have to fire at the first person that comes through, not going to have a choice for any trigger discipline plays. So if this is a commitment for Troublemakers, Ricotta's going to have to be good for at least 1, because there's nobody defensively on A, and the spy cam sitting in sewers is only going to find so much intel. So here comes the peek through. Ricotta's good for the first, able to grab the second and third as they come through, but as he's stuck on the reload, that's all he'll find. But you feel like that'll probably be enough. A 2v4 situation, Troublemakers have to commit for an A hit.
Illinois having the majority of ultimates available. Waltz's position is nice. The paranoia is going to come through and get onto Onyx, who's actually going to try and just teleport onto a different angle. Waltz gets the second, all off the back of Ricardo. It's such a gamble stack to position yourself there. And it would have provided an opening at this point for Troublemakers, really. If they just get that kill onto the Phoenix, they can make their way onto A, and then Illinois are playing a 4 versus 5 retake. But they lined up. I think it's one thing that Troublemakers need to be conscious of, is that this is what Illinois have been doing across the map. You've got to check every single angle You can't try and trade out like that, otherwise you're going to line up very easily. And Illinois starting to pull back. Troublemaker still in the lead.
With a lot of ultimates at the table, this could be a very hectic round 11. Scola once again using the owl drone, trying to scout out information. He's just sitting inside the dark cover. He does read that 2 members are here. Shock dart will be tossed behind this, hoping for a bit of a bounce pass over that direction. And it looks like he's at least able to push some members back. And he also forces out a recon bolt that will come away with no intel whatsoever for TM. So likely will lead to a pretty static mid-round here as we get just right around the 60-second mark.
Standard setup from Illinois. More passive than we've seen him in the last few rounds, at least. There is an Aldron maybe ready to head its way out through Garage or through B. Seems that the ceiling play is going to be the one potentially coming through. The Hunter's Fury would be nice to come straight across and C-Link at this point. The Aldron is just going to check these corners more than anything, see what's clear, but Illinois are very close to be able to try and take this back, and the run it back is going to be the first thing that comes through.
Curveball also in the mix. Nice information for one. Hunter's Fury trying to get there, but how about this little dicey interaction? Razzie could not get away, and for the side of Troublemakers, they are in a 2v4, once again playing for B mid-window, and the Neural Theft will give the information, but Ox is able to find 1 kill. He's going to snap for a second. Rice Ball and as well another. Ricotta, the last one, all of a sudden, last one alive. He's good for the first. Spamming through the dark cover, can't find the kill. Recon Bolt will make his position revealed. And he's got no way to deny this. He has to stick for at least halfway defuse. The shoulder peak comes out. Another check has to happen, though. Ricotta doesn't read it right. Riceball never saw him got off the hold, so he had to check it quickly. And in that moment where Ricotta decides to go back to the defuse, that's when the peak comes out and Troublemakers win a pivotal round, now up 7-4.
Yeah, Riceball interred that one around. And Illinois just couldn't get a foothold in on that, and they dedicated some big ultimates to try and hold it off. They dedicated 4 in total. And Lee, the surprise of Vadrezi, pulled out the Empress at that point too. A 3 ults available going into the last round of this half now.
Right here.
For Annie and the rest of Troublemakers. Just from the shadows from Waltz might be wanting to try and flank in behind. The spray's relatively good from Scholar. But he is going to be forced with a couple more people putting in that pressure. The Recon Bolt is going to show up his position at least. No spray can get in damage, speak again, because they actually managed to get some stuff done. And this is some nice aggression and map control now in the hands of Troublemakers, and Lee is still holding the pedal down, holding the W button, and has made a lot more space.
I think a lot of this for Lee is he recognizes that if he can isolate this Odin player, it should be a pretty free kill. And it is. Skola never expected that. The dismiss check as he comes through. That'll isolate Ricotta for an easy kill. From the shadows was trying to be used by Waltz over towards C Long, but the teleport denied. So now the retake for Illinois will have to be a 3v5. Neural Theft will be committed. Aldron as well is going to scout some more information just to reconfirm, and Troublemakers are in a great spot to hold this. Coming up, this could be Shadows. Updraft will be denied. Lee with his 3rd kill. Thief for 1, not going to get the 2nd. Lee working on a potential ace. Waltz, though, will fall to the blade from Razzie, so it will be denied, but Troublemakers still have a very successful offensive half, up 8-4.
Switching sides.
And really, that was the only time that I felt Illinois were exploited when it came to map control. They don't usually give up that much space, but it was a nice read from Troublemakers to know, okay, they're just holding the Odin there. This is a window that we can then push through. Illinois usually have multiple people stacked in our position, so the one time they don't do that, it gets punished, and that has been the attacking half of Troublemakers. What a great way to regain your composure after losing 13-0. Now they're on the defending half. It seems that they're going to be trying to stack a little bit on A to try and face there a little bit more. But Illinois, looking at they're going to be hitting C at least a little bit hard. Onyx needs to be careful. You can tell that he's considering how dangerous that could be. He's playing off of the site with the Sova.
Triple stack for Troublemakers is going to push through A long, at least for 2 members. Actually, now all 3 are going to make their way over. Riceball just has to stay alive here. You'll see a Recon Bolt is bouncing in midair. Got a comical levity right there. But really, for Troublemakers, this whole retake has had to be successful from the back. They have to wait for this flank. The 3-member stack. Lear's going to come through. Here's the challenge. Lee not good for the first, but Razzie there for the trade. Still more coming through. Razzie good for a second. Now it's going to be Illinois trying to recontest. Razzie for 3. The shot dart finding a lot of value. Last player left will be Scola. And right-click headshots galore for Razzie as he finds 4 in the round. And what needed to be successful for the retake is successful. And Troublemakers take the pistol. They're up 9-4.
And I thought Illinois were going to be able to sort of protect from that kind of fight. They had so many people down on C lobby by Dragon, ready for the sort of post plan. It was a good read for them to try and stack up as much as possible, but Troublemakers just seemed to have more bodies in that position. Razzie was the one that was right-clicking the heads, get a lot of stuff done with the classic right-click. Isn't actually going to be upgrading much. It's just going to be the Ghost. He's only one away, actually, from having a Blade Storm, so might even rely on that if he can get 1 kill. It's going to be a force from Illinois. Troublemakers need to be a little bit careful. I might not be expecting this kind of aggressive pressure, but they are going to be going in for this B retake at this point. Troublemakers going to leave him.
Early plant to come through. Ricotta getting aggressive. We'll find one. The teleporter shot and set's going to be good here for Illinois as they actually split up this defensive retake from A.
Behind him.
But now it's all about what happens from behind as Riceballin tries to help free up these players that are stuck in the A site. Onyx will try to do the same. 2v2 we go. Shock Dart finds value, but Onyx still finds the kill. Unbelievable. Just down the wall. 4 shots left, and he's going to use all 4 to connect onto Onyx for the kill. Oh my goodness, these rounds have been something else, man. I mean, that last round right there, you feel like Onyx has a bit of advantage. He knows where Waltz is coming from, plus the fact that Waltz only has 4 shots left. You thought was going to be good, but not the case, as he tries to play a little bit with the spike defusal. And the fact that he takes down Scola initially is great, but these last 4 shots from Waltz, I don't think a single one misses, and that will be good for the 3rd kill, and Illinois finding the force buy win.
Troublemakers are going to actually force by themselves. They're going to be putting in a lot of pressure early on into mid. Onyx going to be using the paranoia, taking a fight very quickly. This has turned into more of a scrappy affair than either side will want, but they have to really rip and tear if they want to be taking this series.
Love this
so
play.
close. Onyx has a nice position. The run it back is going to be good. It does get taken out, but Thief is the one that is able to get a couple of frags off the back of it. Gets the 3rd. Onyx now holding onto this corner. It isn't good enough. Thief, 4 plays. Illinois managing to deal with Troublemakers there. They're going to have to save going into this round, and Illinois can make the 7-9.
Yeah, that's a really good call for Ricotta to pull out the early run it back. Need it to clear. Beyond that, everyone's looking at Ricotta, so while Thief just sits B window freely, he finds 4 kills in the round, and now has a neural theft ready to go. You are going to get what is essentially another force buy for Troublemakers. They're going to force into an operator. They're going to force into ARs, some of which we're going to have to stand light armor in. One player actually can't even full purchase behind that. So it's going to be an SMG in the mix. And Illinois, as long as they can avoid staying away from the operator, are in a place where they very well could severely punish Troublemakers' economy early in their attacking half.
Aldron is going to come through onto Garage. Onyx is quite happy with this position giving up. Razzie with the operator gets first blood onto Shadows. Illinois not really spreading themselves across the map. Still rather concentrated towards the center and mid, but it looks like the C play is going to come through with Ricotta taking a bit more pressure towards Garage. Both the curveballs used up. Troublemakers are going to let them use all of this utility and even get a bit of wallbang in. Forces Ricotta to bring out the Blaze just to heal themselves up. Delays him from pushing through the rest of this team. Troublemakers aren't quite sure who's on the site. But TM are going to be playing this pure retake in this 5 versus 4.
And I'm just curious at this point, does Scola have his shock darts available? Razzie, quick scope, not going to be good. Ricotta able to find a key pickup with just, again, underneath 30 HP. Walt's able to use his paranoia for another elimination. We go 3v3. And again, the post plan is all being locked down from behind, although Scola just uses a shock dart there for no real reason. So now as he works his way forward, he'll find 1 kill. We've got ourselves a 1v1. Lee on the site, recon bolt available. That's going to give Lee an opportunity, but Scola on the peak able to confirm the kill. And with that, Illinois do punish Troublemakers on a pretty greedy buy. Not unexpected, but still a bit greedy. And with that, now it's going to have to be a save for Troublemakers, and Illinois are just down 2.
Troublemakers did this before, and buying 2 is one of the reasons why Illinois was starting to pull with a lead. The issue is you're now on the back end of a series, never mind right at the start. Force after force after force. It means that we're not going to get a full buy from either side. until this next round. They're still looking to sort of force up a little bit, but they still will have full loss bonus, so they can buy up a little bit more than usual. Onyx is going to be hit by the paranoia. This should be relatively easy cleanup from Illinois at that point. Although Troublemakers able to trade them out. And they're actually going to take a lot of control when it comes to C long, but the spike is heading A.
These rounds have been so dicey, and a lot of it has been off of the play styles that were established through bind and through split. Aggressive defensive plays are not uncommon for either squads. Aggressive force buys coming through for either side have also led to some dicey rounds, but ISP are very quick to recognize where the threat was coming from, and with this, they will get a spike planted. With the weapons that are picked up, it looks like Troublemakers are just going to be happy to let this spike go off and just hold the ARs going to the next round.
8-9, like what Troublemakers were up 8-4, and Illinois have started to bring it back. It's almost like a repeat or the opposite effect of what was happening on bind. It's crazy to go from such a close game to such a one-sided one for Illinois to now back to a close game. It's been a hell of a magical wonderland of a series that I guess nobody really expected to come out this clutch, especially this early in the season, right? This is round 1 of the open bracket. 8-9 now the score. Full buys are going to be on either side. Big ultimates from both teams at this point. But it's going to be hard to sort of make an opening with what Illinois have available to them.
Well, a discussion seems to be breaking through here for just a small moment, as there was at least a brief pause, but it looks like everyone is straight and ready to go. And it looks like there actually will be a follow-up pause. And so this looks like it's on the backside of Troublemakers, who would love to start getting this defense going here. After the pistol, they have found absolutely nothing thus far. And this would be a round that I won't say is a must-win, but it is a pivotal one as far as how the scheme of things are going, because you lose this round if you're Troublemakers. You're going to be in, again, trouble economically. And Illinois will not just be able to tie, they'll likely be able to get onto double digits before you. So a big round here, one way or the other, for really both the squads that are coming forward here to round number, 18.
So I guess with what you have available to you, Onyx can play in a rather deep position, maybe on A, as from the shadows to teleport to his team's help when necessary. Illinois' executes have been very key. It was very strong with how it worked on split, and it's been a similar case here on Haven. And it's just a case of what Troublemakers needed to do on split too, just playing off, playing retake. The utility that's come out from the attacking side has been very difficult to deal with, but it often gets used up very early in the round. Troublemakers, so important for them to win it, like you mentioned, but as soon as they can get one kill, Lee can maybe start getting some of that utility into play. The neural theft can be used to get some information. They are going to be playing very far off base. This works out well in the defender's favor. They aren't going to be facing on the site as much. They can hear the sound, they can hear all of this stuff coming through. They are going to give it the respect it deserves and ready to play for the retake. Yeah,
defense is going to be quick to try to contest even the spike plant. Ricotta going into the run it back. Hot hands up top to deny up towards Heaven. And he's going to try to push through this. Now the Cloudburst behind from the shadows also being used towards the defensive spawn, but the teleport is denied as Skola gets the spike planted. So now you got the Empress that's immediately going to come through. Aldron's going to scout over towards B-Link. Lee's going to try to make their pressure come through that same direction. Lear also being held. Also a paranoid to potentially come on out, but as the recon bolt connects, Lee has to back away. So now it's Riceball to be the first one in. He does well to find the first. They get a read on where the Sova is as well from the recon bolt, and Lee finds a kill, dismisses away. Able to clear through hell, finds one more. Another dismiss comes out. Riceball finds the follow-up kill, but caught during the reload leads to a 1v1. Ricotta with help and curveballs to play with. We'll back through the backside. Hunter's Fury going to be committed, and Riceball will find the kill. But the time will be
he
close,
doesn't have it.
And I don't think he has it. Nope, not going to. And so the clutch will still come through, even considering the fact that Riceball had an incredible round.
Illinois have pulled it back, and there were a couple of question marks around the ultimates that they had. Ricotta actually grabs the orb to pull in that run it back and uses it, but because Troublemakers were playing so passive for the retake, it didn't really find all that much effect. From the shadows, even used by Waltz too. Free ultimate still available for the attack. It worked out well for Illinois. Their post-plant positions were solid, and Troublemakers really struggled to break on through, even with the ultimates that they dedicated. They still have stuff to work with. They still have money to buy. But this is a key round for Troublemakers to win. Otherwise, Illinois will not only take the lead, but build off of it with Troublemakers eco.
Yeah, that would not just be 10 for Illinois. It'll likely also be 11. So I would label this one as likely the must-win round as compared to the last two. A pivotal one in the previous, but this one I feel like is the must-win here for Troublemakers if they want to try to keep this one tight. Illinois' economy is going to be fine to still purchase into the next round. So we'll see how things unfold for this one. Passive play for both of our squads thus far, but as Illinois starts to lean towards C, there are no setups, and beyond that, no members actually in the site itself. And for the retake, you really don't have too many ultimates that you feel are going to be all that successful for that. So we'll see how this all unfolds.
Opposite ways of playing this defense. Troublemakers playing so far back into their own spawns. Illinois were facing so often. Carter trying to decide where he wants to plant this spike, where they're going to be setting up their post plants positions. It's definitely a thought of consideration considering how tricky Troublemakers have been on these retakes. So Illinois sitting pretty in various positions, might even consider pushing into mid and garage at this point because you could see the Cypher Thief moving quite considerably across the map. It's an area that they're going to be facing off, but the Hunter's Fury now used on the attack, used across, trying to trip people up as they break on through. But these garage players are going to use this plays to their own potential.
They're in. 2v3 coming through Recon Bolt. A lot of information there, and Skull and Thief will find the last two. And for me, it just came down to the fact that Shadows finds that first blood on the attack coming from the defensive spawn. That is able to allow ISP to stay where they're planted up. If he loses that gunfight, Troublemakers run the site much quicker, and that Hunter's Fury is going to have to find value. So they got a pivotal round that comes through. Troublemakers lose it, and now they're going to be onto an eco, and they're looking at potentially being down 9-11.
And he's going to be playing with the book. He was considering the judge, but even those couple hundred credits are important. Playing in an angle that really Illinois haven't really pushed at this point so far. Bladestorm even going to come out, I think, on the defense. They're considering it might be an A hit. A lot of utility there to stop it. So Troublemakers getting a bit paranoid with where they're wanting to face. And Illinois, I like the fact that they've slowed the game down. The Eldron isn't going to have Walter's position given up, as Ricardo is quite happy to give up his to sort of destroy it at least. So Walter, some nice aggression. You're going to see Illinois start to push around the map, and this could be a very dangerous lurk coming in from Troublemakers, who now have to stay where they are just in case they get pushed.
This is going to be such a tough hold here for Troublemakers onto the A site, and he's going to read this intel, but there is going to be a very long rotation for Troublemakers to get here to help her out. Cyber Cage comes through. Hot Hands will flush her out, and the spam shots are great. Really well played. But Ramsey with the Bladestorm is good for 2. That'll keep things interesting. From the Shadows to be committed over towards A-Long. Ricotta able to find one kill on the way in, but does anyone expect Onyx in the back? There's the first. He's able to get some information off the Recon Bolt for a second. The spike doesn't get down. It's now a 1v1. Sheriff versus Phantom, and Thief is able to wide peek and avoid the headshot. And with that, now Illinois are on 12. But again, not a bad round for Troublemakers. The spike actually doesn't fully get planted. So you're going to come into this next round with everything you want for TM. And on the opposite side for Illinois, sure, you're still healthy, but you're allowing Troublemakers a chance to once again hit a little bit of a regain here. But it needs to happen now, as they've only found one defensive round, and that was way back in the pistol.
Especially if Troublemakers can win this next round, that it's a key fight for 10-11, and then maybe on 11-all, Illinois' money might not be good, so it might work out in the future, but it's a case of winning these next 2 rounds to make sure that Illinois can't recover from that position. Run it back is going to be used. There's going to be a very quick engagement happening on the B side. Lee is going to try and face off as much as possible, but Annie's able to help out too. Really good reaction from Troublemakers to stop things going in, and this running back isn't going to find all that much. Nice passive play. The running back is going to get rescinded too, so now this B site is pretty much on lockdown from the defense, but Lee is able to get 2. They line up perfectly for him. He has been the response that they needed. He gets the 4th. An exceptional round for Troublemakers to keep them in it and keep them, Illinois at least, off match point.
And beyond that, Lee finding 4 kills has now earned an Empress. I don't know about you, Ryan, but I'm just not a big fan of the call here for Illinois. I mean, you're not playing for any kind of information. You know this is going to be a full gun round. They're just trying to catch Troublemakers off guard, and through the B site is where they're trying to hit, and This rotation from Lee was everything. As soon as you win those opening trades, even if they're not necessarily clean, you deny the exit, and that's just a really good lineup for Lee to find 4 total kills. Yeah, I just don't really agree with the call for ISP to make a gut check call like that. They can still purchase, but you saw one member is going to be down just to light armor. And now this is starting to feel a little scary for Illinois, who might be looking at 11-11 if they lose this one, having to go into a potential save.
Things have worked out quite well from Troublemakers at this point. So many rounds in a row that Illinois were able to win. Razzie, though, can he keep his composure? The recon ball is going to give up his position. It doesn't even come out, but he misses the shot still. Now they know exactly where he is, and the spray is going to be good. Completely fluff the play. Right then would have been a great time to get first blood to bring it in. Troublemakers having to play for the retake on 4 versus 5. Illinois, the same aggressive play that we saw in the previous round, but on a much better site for them.
The Empress here. If you're Lee, he's going to find one, dismisses, gets the information on where the Jet's playing. He's not able to get the second. No trade coming through either. Shadows finds 2. Eventually, we pinstripe the kill feed up a touch. 2v2 we go. Neurostep will be committed. And he's going to try to use the Cyber Cage to deny any kind of a stop with the defuse, but Thief, with a couple of favorable pings, will spam things out. Onyx for 1. Curveball comes through. He goes into the dark cover. Now to the classic. No, it's Ricotta. Locking things up at Illinois ISP. They'll go up 12-10. And the question that really bodes here is, what can Troublemakers afford? A number of members will be a bit short as far as what they could bring to the mix.
Luckily, they won that one round out of the 9 that Illinois were able to win on the bounce. Means that they have some form of economy to work with here. The Emperor's still available. Lee just really not wanting to use it, or really has choice times that he wants to break that emergency button. Illinois, that Hunter's Fury might be key. May consider using it early with the positioning based off what Scholars wanted to do, but in fact he's going to play it more patiently. Lee's going to be pushing down A long with the camera on the side of Annie. They're just sort of trying to keep hold of the A and C site, playing a bit on B just in case Illinois decide to hit that quickly, but very different change of tempo for the attackers. They know how important this round is.
They do have a Hunter's Fury to try to lock this one up. Aldrone's going to be sent through C Garage. Not going to find much of anything outside of the fact that it's opened up space for Illinois to double hit this C site from multiple angles. Empress is going to be popped early. Razzie's giving up the site, so we're still staying 5v5, but the spike is likely going to go down without much contest. Lee's going to work their way through and gets brought down just to a single shot. 35 HP remaining on the Empress. Onyx trying to throw out a Paranoia. Might hit one player on the site. Here comes the take on the way in. But you need to get a kill here at some form for Lee. That's your win condition at the moment, and he does find one. That's going to lead to a dismiss plus a bit of healing. Illinois playing through C long, and he finds another kill. Hunter's Fury going to come through. It threads the needle, though. Nothing is there, but Thief off the pinch finds 2. But now it's just down to 1. The recon bolt whips completely, and Onyx finds the kill. Troublemakers will take round 11. And now all of a sudden the question gets flipped on its head. What can Illinois afford going into this next round, the last of our half?
Because they won so many rounds, though, I think they're going to be just fine, if not struggling. Actually, no. This is really dire if you're a player like Thief, only having that much to work with. And all of the key ultimates are not going to be online for this one. Even picking up an orb around the map isn't going to be ideal either. It's still going to be like the worst case full armor and a Sheriff for Shadow. And Troublemakers have an opportunity here. They are stacking 4 players on A. Illinois, what is going to be the play from this point? They're going to be sort of pushing into it. The recon bullet is going to be used to shop some positioning, and there's going to be a bit of aggression coming out. Ricotta can't hit those shots, and it's actually Lee. Razzie gets one with the operator, almost gets a second, but survives with his life. Now the Hunter's Fury going to be used on the defense. Tags 1, but can't get that final blow. There's going to be a bit more pressure on shot. Lee is going to run right into the Cypher on the other side of this wall. Thief is going to play that super patiently. But Troublemakers have given up so much map control, the spike is heading to C.
What a dicey moment right there. Troublemakers trying to get the Hunter's Fury. He's going to track right behind this. Easy kill. That's going to be an overheal. And now a 2v3. If Illinois could just find a way to take down at least one member there, they're in a pretty decent spot. They pick up some weapons, but they still get the spike planted. A Phantom and a Bulldog is weaponry available for our last two members, but look at the rotation from Troublemakers. They're coming from the defensive spawn.
Oh my
Everything's going to
God.
come down. Skull's going to hear the information. He hears all the footsteps. Everything
Come on.
comes down to this play. The paranoia is beautiful. Skull up for 3. Give him number 4.
Attackers win.
A lot of credit though over to Waltz. He hits all 3 with the paranoia, and Illinois will deny the overtime and take round 1 in what was 2 very dicey maps out of the 3 that we saw. They still are alive in this second qualifier with UMG.
Illinois stole it at the end. What a paranoia play. Skull is going to eat that up, and even the tripwire there just to sort of confirm it. Illinois had to struggle right till the end, lost in overtime, had a perfect game on Split, but even on Haven, it certainly wasn't close. Really well played from the Troublemakers, though, to make that close. Illinois are a bit more of an established team, have a lot more, I guess, experience in that matter. But Troublemakers, I sort of saw in the chat that they've only been played together for a month, and there's certainly
not bad.
potential for that team to sort of push on ahead. It's going to be it for this tournament, however, and for First Strike for them. But still, the expectations, I don't imagine, were too high, but you can leave this tournament with your head held high after a game like that.
I mean, the comeback on Bind was incredible. The chance to potentially send this one to overtime just comes down to a single ability. I mean, it's just, what a fun round 1 that we got. And I know for a lot of you guys that are out there, you're probably fans of some of these individual players, if not teams themselves. But if you're not, and you're just kind of checking in to check the action, we do love close Valorant. And even if you don't recognize the players or the teams, we were provided that here today, at least in 2 of our 3 maps. But for the side of Illinois servers, please, they will move on. Talk about the bounce back, though, for Ricotta. 21, 20, and 10 after his 9 and 19 performance that he had previously on Bind. He bounces back in a major way, but again, these were 2 very complete squads, and we were given a very entertaining match of Valorant. So props to all 10 players in the lobby here for us, Ryan. Absolutely. But of course, as the day was planning out, we were designed to be following along with FaZe Clan throughout the day. And with them having a round 1 bye, that's why we went into this matchup inside of the bracket portion that FaZe are playing in. But it won't be actually either of these teams playing up against FaZe immediately. Illinois would have to win their second round if they want to have a chance at meeting FaZe in round number 3. So as we get ourselves set up, we will be jumping in with FaZe Clan next. And the biggest thing that we can set up for the rest of this evening is the fact that you've got to be convincing today if your team's like FaZe. There shouldn't be a reason you're not into a close qualifier. And if they look a little shaky at the helm, I don't know. I think we're going to be starting to throw a couple of collar pulls here as far as what's happening with the FaZe Clan boys.
Oh,
so
definitely.
we'll see what they can bring to the table here later.
There's no second chances for them. I think First Strike was their opportunity to at least show that they were on the same level of teams like LG, and certainly off the performances over the last couple of days, it's left a lot to be desired. Potential there should. They beat Gen G, and Gen G would still consider a tier 1 team even with their severe inconsistencies. But I do feel that roster changes will happen if they just don't qualify at that point. They need to have a perfect day today and tomorrow.
Well, we'll see. We'll send things to a break. Last we heard about what's going on with FaZe Clan, their round 2 has been ready for almost an hour, but they decided they wanted to try to wait until 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, which would be half an hour from now. We'll see if we can maybe encourage them to play a little bit sooner so we're not on an elongated break, but we'll try to give you guys updates as best as we can through the chat. So for now, we'll just go to a be right back waiting screen, and hopefully it won't be too long before we rejoin you guys as we'll jump in with FaZe in the round 2 matchup after this.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Well, welcome back as we are getting ready to go. A little bit ahead of what was initially scheduled here for FaZe versus TLP Red. I hold shift here with RyanCentral. Again, this is the focus for this stream is going to be on the following FaZe clan, pending, of course, they win this second round, which I think by all it means people would consider to be the case here. But again, one of the things that we've kind of walked away with over the last couple of days is that this FaZe clan squad has not been nearly as convincing this week as they were previously at Nerd Street Gamers in at least a couple of instances. So really at this point in time, you had framed it up here, Ryan, the fact that you're hoping that FaZe clan could be essentially perfect here on the day if they want to have a chance at making one of those last couple of close qualifier spots here at UMG.
I guess the main thing is that they have less competition in this part of the open qualifiers because the teams like Dig, Immortals have all qualified, but they have to be careful of teams that are still involved in this. I think today is going to be, or at least should be, relatively straightforward for FaZe at this point. But considering the inconsistency problems they have after beating Gen G and then losing to SSG, there's still an element of them that they need to sort of work on. And certainly some of these other teams that we might not know much about could upset. And it's something that FaZe need to keep their composure with.
And I think, if anything, yesterday was a big learning experience for them in the fact that there is no such thing as being able to essentially underestimate your opponents, because they go in against not only just the Space Station Gaming loss, that was for one of the final two spots from yesterday's tournament, but they got blown out of the water by Moon Raccoons, in which they got hardly anything going whatsoever on both Haven and Ascent. So for this particular series, we will actually not be seeing any Ascent. It's going to be Bind and then split with Haven coming through. And even though Bind has been the most successful map statistically for FaZe Clan over the last couple of weeks, they did, of course, just recently lose it to Space Station Gaming yesterday. So there are definitely some things to still be learned here for this FaZe Clan squad. And I think for all intents and purposes, this has to be a must-win map here to get things going if you're FaZe Clan.
Baby Bay on the Jet is what I want to be keeping my eye on. Composition looks fairly straightforward out of the side of the attackers, but it's the inconsistency of some individual performances, the Jet op especially. We didn't get to catch the games live yesterday because we were following some of the other teams, namely Immortals and Dignitas. So we didn't get to see how it all unfolded against Gen G and how it unfolded against SSG. But the ups and downs from FaZe, it felt like they were heard across. It's going to be the defending team for FaZe this time, at least, coming into this. And this has to be convincing.
We'll see how things kind of go. And again, there have been a couple of swap-ups as far as what FaZe has defaulted to playing here on this map. A couple of weeks ago, back at the Nursery Gamers Invitational, or the Nursery Gamers portion of all of this, they would actually play Cypher instead of the Killjoy. So that has been a recent change as of this UMG season, if you want to call it that, or series, I guess is the more appropriate word. And we'll see how Zach is able to make use of it here. But like you mentioned, the interesting bit here is the fact that it is going to be double duelist. Corey has been one of the more incredible raises, I think, in the top echelon of North America. But Baby Bay on the Jet, maybe not nearly has been as convincing as maybe other counterparts have been. Aggressive hit coming through early here for Corey was he gets the boom bot through. Also going to send the paint shells out. And this early bit of aggression will only result in a bit of chip damage in favor of FaZe.
Meanwhile, Ada has taken a lot of space on Baft. Is going to run right into Marv, who is watching this angle aggressively. They haven't found each other yet, but Baby Bay finds first blood, at least on A-Long. Ada's going to try and make the lurk happen, but doesn't check the corner that Marv was hiding in. Zachary is low, but they managed to put a bit of pressure, get those two kills on A-Long, and they know that these last two are going to be towards Hookah with the spike. FaZe Clan take a little bit of damage. It's not going to be flawless, actually. His TLP are actually starting to make this a little bit closer.
Oh. A punishing round. Very punishing round here for TLP. Like you, I was at the point when you were in the middle of picking up that call. I was like, this will be a flawless round for FaZe. I mean, you had it right in front of you. The last two players were just outside Hookah. But FaZe Clan getting a bit maybe anxious as far as wanting to take the fight, and it allows TLP Red to come away with a couple of favorable trades. So there will be no force buy coming into this round for TLP Red. Maybe it would have been a consideration if they could have gotten the spike planted. So they'll just save on mostly classics, as FaZe Clan will have a Bucky and a couple of SMGs to play with here in round two.
Here.
very quick aggression coming out of Baby Bay, who still has the Ghost, is going to yet again get first blood. There's 2 in a row at least, and FaZe Clan are going to start with the advantage going up against TLP's pistols. Some very fast reactiveness out of FaZe Clan there to take the fight. Net is going to get 1 and a couple bits more damage done to the defenders, but a very quick 2-0 on these defenses. Now it's the full buy. Baby Bay looking good so far, 4-0. Still a long way to go though, but it's a nice start.
And with that, again, he's just going to stay onto the Ghost for the moment, trying to save up for potentially an operator. Okay, never mind. Just take back everything I just said as he goes into a fan. I was about to say, if maybe he could find a kill in an orb, he could go into a Blade Storm this round. It'd be nice for an early advantage as far as the ultimates are considered. But they'll recognize that that's not necessarily a guarantee. Neither necessarily would be the operator. So they'll just try to secure this round if they possibly can against the full rifles of TLP. And Dubbin should read the information onto Marv, who will have to find a way back. The paint shells will gain some space, and he's actually going to try to peek with it, and Dubbin will be ready for it, and that'll be a nice first blood here for TLP Red.
The early aggression from FaZe has been punished to an extent. The reaction needs to be crisp. 2 lurkers on A-Bath. Net is going to be leading the line, and the Eldrun is going to give up the position of Raucus, who needs to be careful with this peek. There's 2 players around there, one of which is looking right in his direction. The Paranoia is going to connect. The Killjoy does run into him, and it could have been close, but Corey is able to not only trade out, but get an extra 1 for his troubles. Dubbin's going to get this planting onto the site, and these 3 defenders are going to start wrapping around, constricting, and keeping hold of Bath if they can. Nice play from Zachary to spot that opportunity.
Yeah, the big wrap around here for FaZe Clan is looking successful, but Zach actually gets caught trying to play with some utility, so Corey's going to have to be forced to find another kill, and he does. So now Net, 1v2, Baby Bay seems to know where he is, and will lock down the headshot just before he tailwinds away, and FaZe Clan will find the defuse and take a pretty key round away. Again, that was a full purchase for TLP, whereas FaZe Clan were still working with a couple of abbreviated ARs or SMGs, and now those will be upgraded, and likely going into this 4th, they will still be with the full purchase up, whereas for TLP Red, they'll have to go into either pistol upgrades or a light buy.
It was a good reaction, I suppose, from FaZe. Like, Marv going down early wasn't ideal. Just got caught between trying to fight 2 people and shot right in between them. But FaZe Clan dealt with that perfectly, even just having Corey on site to get a couple of frags, and then the rest of the surviving defenders wrapping around for the retake. TLP Red want to at least try and get around. This isn't looking likely to be one that they're going to be able to grab, but it's not stopping FaZe from playing incredibly aggressive. Corey gets another one, but it's Net with the first blood. Showstopper's going to be forced out by Corey as he tries to face up more. Ico's still relatively high health, but Corey's going to finish him off.
And now 1 more member will be isolated. Aldrone, that's going to be into him. You can even see he's just going to leave this one for Baby Bay. As Corey will pick up a Sheriff. Not a lot of respect shown so far for FaZe Clan as they're just running down the throats of TLP Red. And the last 2 members here in the form of both Net and Adder will be trying to come over through this connector. Nice 1 tap there for Adder. Has an opportunity to maybe pick a weapon up if he can just get across the area. That'll be a rifle collected for him. Still has to be very mindful, though, as he realizes that this spike information should be known for FaZe. And interestingly enough, Adder will not actually be going immediately for one of these weapons that are nearby. He also should be picking up the spike. He's got an opportunity to do it, and finally he will make that call with 38 seconds to play.
This is a good thing about what FaZe Clan have been doing. They've conditioned TLP to have to check every angle because of how aggressively they are playing. The operator from Zachary was facing down that angle, so it is going to be a relatively straightforward pickup from him. FaZe Clan 4-0 up. They have some ultimates to work with, as do TLP Red. The lockdown is in play. The Showstopper might be a way to break onto a site from Ico, but they've only been managed to plant the spike at least once out of these 4 rounds that we've seen so far. Not really getting anywhere on the B site, which is looking to be a direction that they're going to face to an extent.
And how about this as well? It's important for us to note this early on, that for FaZe Clan, they're not your traditional jet operator setup when they play. It does go to Zach more often than I think almost anybody else, which is interesting as the Killjoy. But this is what they like to try to do. They try to get this involved, and Net will just decide that, nope, we're not interested. None more of this. And Zach actually hits a lockdown at A? Really sure what we're seeing at the moment, but again, the aggression for FaZe Clan, this time Red and punished by TLP Red.
Spike planted.
He has the operator. It might have been worth saving. Net gets the 4th. Now, the response from FaZe Clan is going to be interesting after this. They've been playing with absolutely no respect. They got pretty much ambushed at that point. Economy's still fine, so they can afford to buy again. It wasn't a big loss for them. But it's whether they continue to play aggressive on some areas of the map like that, whether they just try to face ultimates, even used the Zachary Killjoy ult was certainly a big question mark. And TLP want to follow up with all 5 of the ultimates that they have available. So yeah, the biggest question is how are FaZe Clan going to adapt and overcome this? Still playing from spawn, going to be playing a little bit more passively than before. Baby Bay now with the operator in hands. Going to face yet again rather aggressively on B long.
And Marv is going to play in his dirt cover with a stinger through A cafe or A showers. Adder's nearby. Sentry turret is down, trying to stall out any kind of a push through. Marv will hear the constant ticking of that sentry turret, so he can't push any further forward. And TLP Red, this is a round that should be pretty successful for them. They've got 5 ultimates to play with. Dubba is going to go just blindly with the Hunter's Fury. It's going to find nothing. And I don't know if I really enjoy that call, as there is potential to still use it with the Recon Bolt later on, and now they've lost the key ultimate.
Still have 4 others. Yeah, gradually going to make their way to B long. Baby Bay's been there the whole time with the operator. And TLP were considering peeking into it at least, but the pings on the minimap suggested they want to play through Hookah at this point. Baby Bay rotating at the worst time. Timing is still just good enough that he can able to get the frag onto net. The B site is looking to be hit. Baby Bay's going to change his position, gets a bit of intel, doesn't quite get the hit, but the Recon Bolt is going to give up his position and he's going to smoke it. He is going to get wallbang from Nick. 4 versus 4 now. There is a lockdown still available that might get planted on TLP's side, and they've even got another frag to save at least.
Have to get through Rockets, though. He stays alive and finds 2 kills through elbow. Paranoia is going to come out. That's Zach going to catch 1 for free, and then the Paranoia, affected member of ACO, no chance to respond. And FaZe Clan will hold. A lot of credit to Raucus, though, for finding the first 2 kills, making sure the elbow stays locked in. And then a beautiful Paranoia in the back to allow the cleanup to come through as FaZe Clan retake before the plant can get down.
Just held on to this position. I don't want it to get it, but even the nanoswarm that came in there just stops him. Means that FaZe Clan just have a big advantage going in. Not even for the retake, because the spike wasn't planted, but to take that engagement. Now, 3 of them not going to be pushing B long, not going to be pushing Hookah, but more set back. Actually, this might be something for Raucus that's going to throw out a bit of utility just to see if there's anybody down with the Recon Bolt. Marv, yet again, going to be pushing relatively far on. And that's the second time that he's been pushed so punished so aggressively down the A side from the shadows. Is going to be used to take a lot of space from TLP, but Baby Bay is going to cut them off before the rotate can come in too far. He's got a nice position.
But this is a good placement for Nick, because he gets that from the shadows up top heaven. They recognize that Baby Bay is down low, but Baby Bay is able to find a second and a third, working on the 4th with the classic. That just can't happen. And TLP Red is in a really great spot. They've isolated Baby Bay over towards showers. They take control of heaven. They take control of lamps, but they just can't simply find any kills behind it. So FaZe Clan again take away a round, and they'll go up 6-1, where TLP Red will have to be in a position where they have to consider what they want to do. Net has purchased a Vandal for now, but nobody really else can match up with him, as you see 2 members aren't able to afford into any kind of an AR this round.
Confident play from Baby Bay so far. Certainly shows FaZe the potential they have with this roster, but if it can't really compete with the top guns, might not be worth keeping hold of them. That's just kind of the reality, I suppose, with the first strike narrative. Baby Bay is going to face, he adds more. Net is this next time going to be taken out, but Zachary even finds a nice little angle from top of the box. Baby Bay's thirsty for more, but Adder is going to make sure that he can't get another kill with the operator. So it's going to be more of a thorn in the side, but Rox has a nice little off angle, whilst the utility was almost put out by Adder. FaZe Clan are clearing up. It was a half buy at most from TLP, but convincing so far from FaZe Clan, looking good on bind as expected.
And really, I mean, just to kind of look at the zoomed out portion of this matchup, when you're a team like TLP Red going up against a obviously favored squad in FaZe Clan, the first thing you have to do is stop them from playing disrespectfully. You know, when they're just taking these aggressive angles, taking these aggressive peeks. If you can stop them from doing that and force them to have to take things a little bit more seriously, that's when you can try to come away with maybe some of your set plays and see what exactly you can do to try to deny this FaZe Clan team any opportunity. But again, Marv is going to play very aggressively. Adder nearby will have a chance for a 1v1, and those are moments that you have to continue to walk away with if you're TLP Red. Punish the over-aggression. Ico's able to do the exact same thing, and now you've got yourself a 5v3, and this is a round that you need to win if you're TLP Red.
FaZe Clan not going to be moving. Going to have to sort of wait for TLP to get that spike planted on A. But they're being very patient and careful about this, even setting up utility that might come in handy for a post plant if they go here. The issue is throughout all this time, FaZe Clan are now going to start pushing down ramp, down B long. Corey's going to be making his way into market, and TLP need to be careful. They are not really spotting the opportunity. They're scared because of the way the FaZe Clan have been playing. But if they can catch them out here, that's a great opening for them to sort of take the fight. And it is Ico at least spots them out. Movement hasn't really come in, but now it's a 5 versus 1. It's just going to be raucous. And TLP Red didn't want to let anybody go down in that scenario, and now they have a huge advantage because of it.
That's the key to success early on for TLP Red. You have to continue to find rounds like that. Whether it's a 2v1 off an aggressive push for FaZe Clan, or in this instance, it was just a 1v1. Adder takes the win. That's enough for him to now be in a position. No way. Raucus finds 2. It's going to open up an opportunity for him. This would be a 1v5. Sentry turret going to go idle. Raucus finds the 3rd. Time becoming a consideration. Watch the long wrap from Dubbin. He'll be over through the side of Bath. And Raucus likely not going to have to double check this. He's going to maybe play for one more. And just as he tries to take the 1v1,
nice
Dubbin from behind will come through. A hell of a try. Maybe a bit too close for comfort, but TLP Red will still walk away with the round they needed to win.
Yeah, FaZe have the money in the world. It's just good practice and good clutch potential is what I was going to say.
Revealing area.
And really, these are the sort of question marks about the team for me. You've got a lot of ex-Overwatch League players on this roster with no real tactical shooter experience on a professional level, at least. Of course, some of these guys have played stuff, maybe even like MDL in Counter-Strike beforehand. I know that's been the case for a couple of players, but it's still not quite the same as some of the tier 2 Counter-Strike players that have been picked up. It's just that experience matters. Raucus is now going to be using the recon bolt. It's going to get quite a lot of information, but doesn't quite pulse out the position of Net, who's relatively pushed far up. Zachary can at least punish him for that. His utility is stopping more play towards Hookah, and his Killjoy's finding use.
Long range shots, beautiful connections for Zach. Marv with the operator takes down Ico. Paranoia will connect, but Raucus could stay safe. This is a 5v2 for FaZe Clan. Adder coming through Hookah. Might be able to find one, especially if Nick can keep some pressure out from long, but as he needs to take the challenge versus Zach, he doesn't really find much. And now Adder is about to be pressured out of Hookah. The Nanostorm, though, does take down Zach and almost gets a chance to also find a kill onto Marv, but the operator does hold true for him, and FaZe Clan will go up 8-2 with 2 rounds to play here in the half.
Convincing fashion so far. And the players that are fragging out are the ones expected to. Baby Bay's having a good game. The double operator coming out from Marv who brought it in the last round. But the backbone of Zachary, Raucus, and Marv are able to get quite a lot of stuff done. It feels like the team is playing in a more solid way. They are defending. They're not having to coordinate too much as a team to execute onto a site, which is something that we're going to see in 2 rounds' time. But they're still working the map very well. The showstopper's now going to come out. Corey, who's able to sort of double up on 2. The rest of TLP is still grouped up towards market. Corey's position, happy to be giving up. FaZe, Baby Bay is going to add a little bit more to it. And that's actually a really nice paint shell that comes out. Dubbin is down to 7 HP. The money was never really good for them anyway, but still convincing from FaZe Clan.
Corey will fall. That'll lead to a weapon being picked up for Dubbin. And with only 7 HP and a 2v4, you're likely just going to consider saving here if you're TLP. Although a wide peek comes through. Nick was able to find one. If he could snap the round for the second, it would be great. But Zach is here for the help. Raucus will hear the jumping footsteps of Dubbin, so he will deny the weapon pickup. And FaZe Clan will go up 9-2 this half. Operator will also be salvaged. And it's kind of hard looking at this right now because we're not really seeing FaZe Clan trying to play like they normally would, obviously. Not necessarily required, I think, would be the consideration against an opponent like TLP Red. But is there anything you're seeing at the moment, Ryan, where you're sitting here saying that you're feeling a little bit more confident about how FaZe Clan are playing right now? I mean, it's a lot of cool individual moments, I guess, at the least.
It's almost impossible to say, really, just because it's how they deal in those key games, I suppose, because they have the potential. I think a win over Gen G is more impressive and more surprising than their loss to SSG, really. And Zachary's going to bring out the Killjoy, try and face a little bit more. It forces out Dubin to use the ult. Nada's protecting. Zachary goes down. There's a lot of ultimates coming out on either side, but it's still FaZe Clan that have the man advantage. But only just as Dubin catches onto Baby Bay that brought out the Blade Storm. Spike not being planted by Nick at this point, but they need to be careful behind him. Corey's made a lot of space for himself, and Mav is still locked down on the site. 1 versus 3.
It's a cheeky idea for FaZe Clan. They read the pressure over towards Bath. They throw down the lockdown. This could have forced players back, and with that, then Baby Bay comes to the teleporter to punish. Maybe there should be some consideration that TLP Ready didn't necessarily need to use the Hunter's Fury right there to deny that lockdown. It really wasn't going to impact the round overall. They just needed to be able to respond to the play that was coming from behind, which was Baby Bay through the teleporter, and he was only able to find one of what was 2 players nearby. But still, regardless, it's a 10-2 half for FaZe Clan, as they're taking a steep advantage. And as we go to the pistol, this is one of those rounds that you look at TLP Red and say you have to win this pistol if you want to have a chance at this series.
I think when it comes to the attacking side, I don't know if the stats will back me up, but that's probably the area that I'm more concerned about FaZe Clan, where communication and coordination, how to strategize around the map, how to decisively make a decision on which site you want to hit, which avenue you want to take. Seems that there's going to be a 4-1 split, but the issue is the one player, Baby Bay, is the one holding the spike, so this could be very much just a bit of a bait play at this point. The rotation is going to come in away from A. It's a bit of a forehead play, I suppose, to an extent, to take these fights as aggressively as they are, but it could really bite them in the backside if they're not careful, because TLP aren't really buying it just yet, even though they are dropping 1 by 1.
Well, with this teleporter come back through Hookah, that will be that position of the map going to TLP Red, but Nick really needed to stay alive for as long as possible. Backside elbow. And now it's a 2v4. Spike will actually be planted over at A. That's going to be frustrating for TLP Red. This was all just playing for kills for FaZe Clan. And as one player will back up to the teleporter, the other will just go through the defensive screens. We'll get a 1v1 here at Hookah, which Ico is able to win. So now it's a 2v3. And there is some consideration because you are looking at a very low HP Corey. So as Net is able to get up to overheal of 150 HP, this is a very doable 2v2, but they get caught looking the wrong direction, and Baby Bay punishes for 1. Shot will connect for Ico, but it's not enough for a kill, and now he's going to just walk his way into lamps, and there's not enough time for a defuse regardless, so he's going to play for kills. None will come, and a FaZe Clan will go up to 11-2, and just to get back to your initial point asking about the statistics, you would be right, Ryan. Only 54% of the attacking rounds go in favor of FaZe Clan, so this is the one that you would want to try to take away a lot more as far as what is FaZe Clan doing differently today.
And even on a round like that FaZe started so well on, I think most people can see how badly that could have gone. Namely, it's FaZe just trying to take a lot of 1v1 duels across the map. They can overface, and the better teams do this. Team Liquid did this and punished by it. I remember in the Level Clash 2 tournament, the Ignition Series 1 in EU, where it's just they have the potential, but they just took a lot of 1vx engagements and lost them out. Now Ico's going to be forced to use all of his utilities. FaZe Clan have upped the ante yet again. It's a force from the defenders, which is key to note. They are willing to fight for this. They have some nice area when it comes to bath control. And FaZe aren't really going to push it all that much.
Good trade, though, for Net. Read some extra information that players are nearby, so he'll go to the Lear. Opportunity for a second kill, but the help from FaZe Clan was well appreciated in Corey's mind. And Adder, once again, is caught looking the wrong direction as he's taken down to 46 health. And eventually deleted. Nick down to 8 HP. So really, Dubin would need to be the one to pop off here, you feel like. It is a 2v3, and you once again have Corey at pretty low HP. Zach was trying to bait for the plant, and Dubin does find 1 kill, but Zach with a Bucky will find a different one, and now it's just down to Nick. He'll try to bait out the Shrouded Step, and Zach will once again try to see if he can bait out the peek from Nick, and now eventually will stick. Watching over the top is Baby Bay, and I think they are very well aware that Nick is still holding over the bats, and that is the case. Zach will clean things up, and FaZe Clan will be on map point.
Convincing stuff from FaZe Clan. They needed to be dominant this early in the bracket. They needed to breeze through these games, speed run them, so to speak. There have been areas of their play that have certainly been caught out on their defense, but on this attack, it's been straightforward stuff so far. Nice ideas, little cute plays and executes, but realistically, do you expect the kind of stuff that we saw in the pistol round to work against some of the better teams in North America. Hard to say. Might work against TLP Red, but is it going to work against TSM, for example? They're genuine questions that they might need to ask themselves at some point. But that's if they qualify. Ada at least stops Corey from getting much done. The buy-up is still going to be decent even after the moderate force that they brought in. And Net brings it down to a 5 versus 3. Just 2 members of FaZe Clan left alive now, completely broken apart. And already FaZe Clan let this round go, but money's still going to be fine going forward.
Yeah, but the good news here for TLP Red is you needed to have a round like this if you want to have a chance at a comeback. Again, it would be a stretch, I think, in most people's minds to see them win 10 rounds in a row versus a team like FaZe Clan. But this would be a round they are doing what they need to do. Zach is going to try to give this a go for a 1v4. He will be revealed, I think, more selectively for his choice. They're off the recon bolt. It'll force a flank coming through mid-market, which is where the spike is down. Shots are good for Zach for 1, but Nick is there for the trade. So at least 3 weapons will be picked up here for TLP Red. Could have been maybe a bit cleaner, but they'll still appreciate the effort they put forward on the central light buy round coming through with their initial defense. So 3-12 we go. Still some money problems for TLP Red, and the same will actually be the case for FaZe Clan, as there's a couple members who will not be able to full purchase into ARs. So it'll be mostly just likely a light buy coming through in the backside of this next round for the side of FaZe.
Ultimates to play with. Zachary has a lockdown.
Placing swarm grenade.
Seems that he's going to be sort of putting a bit of pressure onto Hookah in this nice B split that's coming out of FaZe Clan. It's going to be used very early, actually, to just take Hookah control and force dubbing off this angle. He knows that it's all coming through. And
Shock dart.
FaZe Clan could use it to bait. He's going to get a bit of damage in, but realistically, it's not really enough space for FaZe Clan to make work. It's just TLP backing off of these angles, but FaZe Clan are going to try and exploit as much space as possible.
Adder Net for the first 2. Net into the Empress, able to find himself 1 more. Last player on the site will be backside. Net will find 3, and again, you know, there's really not a lot to decipher about the play from FaZe Clan, but I think there could be a conversation about Zach hitting that lockdown just to take control of the front side of B on the initial execute, because let's be honest, that arguably is one of the more difficult spots to try to work your way in when you're on a light buy round against ARs. So if you take away that angle and then you smoke behind it, there's an opportunity to get onto site a little bit easier, and maybe you could just play for trades from there on out. But FaZe Clan, as they had a couple members greedy by the last round, will now force to be put into a full 5-man eco. And with that, it will be Baby Bay immediately popping into a Bladestorm to see if he can find some kill potential, and he does. That's 2 kills coming through the A-side showers for both Baby Bay and Raucus, leading now to a 5v3 and weapons that could be picked up. Corey Showstopper will find a lot of damage onto the site itself. Hunter's Fury going to come through. That'll confirm the kill into Ico. A little bit of team damage will be sent through here on the last couple of shots for Raucus, but a 4v2 in which the spike should be played without much problem.
And this would be a pretty impressive way to sort of turn this through. Dubbin is the last alive, has the Hunter's Fury. He's going to be careful of Marv to, from distance, brings this in 13-4. Impressive from FaZe Clan there. The couple of rounds that they lost towards the end of that game were certainly a little bit more awkward, not as decisive as you were hoping for, but the fact that they took that eco round in the way that they did, using the abilities and that aggression in the way that they did, they're still in pole position to take this series, I do think.
And again, just as you guys are coming into the chat here to kind of tech in on FaZe Clan, you know, again, the questions that we're posing are off of losses to both Moon Raccoons and Space Station Gaming just yesterday, missing out on a chance to qualify. This is their last hope to try to do just that. And again, I don't anticipate getting too many answers to the questions that we had as far as this matchup is concerned, but you take a look across the board, going to get a couple of nice pop-off moments from really everybody on the side of FaZe Clan. And I think for the other side, for TLP Red, you know, our first look at these guys overall, it's just so difficult, right? I mean, you're not in a matchup right here where you're playing up against a team that is throwing their set plays at you. So with that in mind, you almost have to have another couple of pages in the playbook as far as what are we going to do to make sure that FaZe just doesn't find success running at us? Because that's really what a lot of the rounds we just saw was FaZe just holding W, trying to find kills up and early, and that was relatively successful for them throughout all of it. So now that we're going to go to split for map number 2, that's what I'm really looking for here for TLP. And it's not just like a defensive strategy, it's also an offensive one. You need to make sure that FaZe isn't running at you defensively either. So we'll see if they can find a response there overall. But again, it is split from map number 2. Haven would be map number 3 for us. We'll step away, let the guys get into lobby for the second map, and we'll join in with them as soon as they're ready to go. Don't go too far. More here coming up right after this. Just a small pause there for us as our teams are still in lobby and apparently just ready to kick things off. So Split will be coming up next. And again, Bind is one of the more successful maps for a team like FaZe Clan. And again, we're only tracking stats on FaZe Clan because they're the only team that has stats to track in this matchup. Nothing to really kind of go off of for TLP Red. But as we go over to Split, this has not been their most convincing map. In fact, it's one of their least played maps, not just here in the First Strike series, but it also was the case when they were playing during the Ignition series era. So with a 13-10 most recent win versus Gen G, you also have to consider that they missed out on a chance to even make it towards the top 16 during the Nerd Street Gamers qualifier because they lost 4-13 overall to Equinox in that matchup that point in time. So again, this is one of those that we can definitely look at to see not only what is FaZe Clan doing right or wrong, but beyond that, what comp are they going to play? Because in the 2 instances that they've played this map in the First Strike series, they have played 2 different compositions.
Yeah, and I mean, because FaZe Clan is the top seed going into this matchup, this is their choice to play on Split based off of that sort of thought process. So this is a great chance to practice it. We've only seen them play it twice, as you went over in First Strike so far. And it's a great way to sort of have a look at maybe potential strategies that they're running. They are going to be attacking first. The defending team will be TLP Red. And already we're looking at a bit of a change up with how FaZe Clan are looking to maybe play around this. Genuinely don't know what agents are going to pick up, but at least in the meanwhile, we can have a look at TLP. Dubbin is going to be moving from the Silver to the Breach. Ico was still on arrays. Everything else seems moderately straightforward. But it's interesting that we're seeing a lot of the Killjoy players move over to Cypher on this map. Don't know if it's going to necessarily lock in time. It seems it just might be narrowly. Let's see. That's more what I'm curious about. But straightforward stuff from Split on the side of TLP. Zachary is actually going to be pulling out the Brimstone.
Not something we've seen a lot of in these qualifiers so far. Actually, specifically, if you want the numbers, Brim has been played a total of 1% of the time that we've seen Split over 67 instances through at least the second UMG Open. Going back to the first, Brim still 1% overall. So not a lot of Brim being played. And the question that was kind of lingering, the last time that FaZe played this map versus Gen G, they actually did run the double duelist with the Phoenix and the Reyna. Actually, pardon me, it was a triple duelist. It was the Phoenix, the Reyna, and the Raze. And with that, they had a Omen to play for their smokes and a Killjoy as their Sentinel. So a different look here as far as what's coming forward. We've seen a lot of teams trying to flex over to bring the Sage back into the conversation since really Sentinels has kind of stayed on that agent pickup for this map specifically. So we'll see what they can find here. But on the other side, you're going to get Dubbin playing with the Breach. So a lot of flash potential coming through with the Paranoia and the Leers behind that. So there will be a small advantage there as far as TLP Red is concerned.
The only Sentinel on the side of FaZe Clan on the attack is going to be the Sage. They're hoping to get the majority of damage done on this round, but it's a nice flash that allows Ned to get the first frag. Corey trades him out. This aggressiveness is going to start pushing through Mill. The aftershock now coming out of Dubbin is going to slow them down just a little bit, but Corey trying to do his best to sort of face up as much as possible with the Reyna. Some interesting map control coming out of FaZe Clan and these 4 surviving members of TLP trying to rotate around to meet them on screens and the back of A Tower. They're just going to keep them tempered down for a little bit at least.
Yeah, the paint shells is actually great to allow TLP Red a little bit of extra time to read the play and get members closer for a potential retake. Baby Bay will fortify the barrier orb over through a main and then sit on top of the little plateau that's near there. Spike will be planted. Corey going to be up close and personal. Frenzy will be good for one. Will dismiss and change his position. Ico, though, able to return the favor. So now 3v3. Zach up top. Good for another elimination. Baby Bay finding the third, and now it's just down to Dubbin. And what was a 1v3 made a bit easier in a 1v2. He's got a couple of low health pool members in front of him. Just comes down to the timing of these peaks. He's going to see his shoulder come out, but can't confirm the kill. The snap over is eventually good, but now up top is going to be Baby Bay. And this is a very difficult fight for Dubbin to take, considering that Baby Bay could essentially just play shoulders all day long, and then will eventually peek for the headshot, and FaZe Clan will take the pistol. But a close one. Again, not bad effort overall for TLP Red.
Good start. TLP just trying to sort of bring it in as close as possible. It's going to be interesting to see how they both play out. FaZe Clan, I don't know if this is something that they're looking to run. Everybody's pretty much changed the role that they're playing on. It's only Corey that sort of stayed on the literal role that he was on before as the duelist. Zachary moving away from the Sentinel to Brim. Baby Bay moving from the duelist to the Sentinel. It's very topsy-turvy. I don't know if that's just they don't want to hide strats, maybe a bit of hubris to disrespect TLP with playing the way that they are. You can easily catch them out. I don't necessarily know if this is a strategy they want to run. It's pretty much going to be a firing squad going into TLP's half buy. I can at least get one. FaZe Clan just sort of breezing through male control, but Nick is actually going to get two. Suddenly, this FaZe Clan drive-by started to fall a bit flat on its face.
And Nick getting out is actually really key because now Adder is up top. If he can read this player up top, maybe he can pick up a weapon and make this a very doable 2v1 off of an eco round for TLP. But now it's just down to Nick, and he actually has a great read initially on Baby Bay coming from the A side of the map, but unfortunately doesn't trust his instincts. And with that, FaZe Clan will win the expected second round. But now you've got TLP in a position where they've punished on a couple of kills. They will be able to purchase into this next round. A couple members will be a little bit uncomfortable as you see Adder and Dubbin will be zeroed out completely and Net will be on light armor. But with the amount of repurchases that are going to have to come through, FaZe Clan actually are going to put Zach on a Marshall of all things. And then maybe reconsider as they decide, okay, this is actually what we could purchase. This is the strongest form of our weapons that we can actually put on the table.
FaZe sort of stacking up on B. 3 people could line up, and Nick's just going to spot out that information. The paranoia's going to be good, but I like this play from Baby Bay. Marved even. I'm so used to Baby Bay playing it. He dashes out to sort of bring their attention away. Net is going to punish it, but the opening is still there for FaZe to break on through. The spike is heading A. And before I can even sort of finish the sentence, Adder is now in a 1 versus 4 surrounded, and the spike isn't even heading to the site that he thinks it is.
Yeah, and a couple of spam shots actually punish him pretty heavily. Baby Bay just going from one portion of the barrier orb to the other will find the final kill. And so FaZe Clan will go up early here 3-0. The spike will not fully be planted, though, so they'll miss out on a little bit of economy, but not too much. And TLP Red on the other side here after the the full buy that comes through, they will be once again put onto an eco. And the big thing here for TLP Red is you have to get out of this cycle of full buy, save round, full buy, save round. And a lot of that will likely come in the back end of what will be ultimates, maybe in this round, but for sure the next. So that's what you're really looking for, is maybe this 4th round might be a bit shocked. But round 5, if you can punish this 4th one, that's going to be the key one for TLP Red to really get this defense going and see if they can maybe try to break up the monotony, which has been FaZe Clan, again, just running at them for the moment.
A site's open for business for FaZe Clan. They've executed through, and the spike should be planted relatively shortly. The players from TLP Red to take these fights, but Zachary's still able to get one before this utility starts to be thrown out. Net is still good. He's been able to get a couple of kills, at least at this point, and actually added onto it by killing Corey, who brought out the Empress. Spike has been planted and a lot of space overtaken from FaZe Clan. They are through the whole of the defender's spawn. And suddenly these 2 players from TLP can upgrade their guns, can pick up some more utility to work with. They aren't quite sure where FaZe Clan are going to be holding with the spike planted on A. I don't even think TLP are quite sure where it's been planted because they've been playing in mid at this point. But now, pretty sure it's going to be A. Dubin's trying to at least leave with his life.
They're able to find 1 kill. I mean, with the plant that came through so quickly, And with the pressure that came through, with Baby kind of re-reaching back over through B tower, there really wasn't a chance for them to really go for this defuse or a retake in full. So you're just playing for kills at this point. And Nick not going to be able to find Marv. That would have been a pretty key pickup, as Marv will actually have to keep the operator going to the next round, which you don't often see offensive operators come into play. But this is the round that really matters the most here for TLP Red. Everybody can full purchase, comfortable on the armor, comfortable on the utility, plus you've got the ability for Net to go into an Empress. You've also got Dubbin with the potential Rolling Thunder, and how about behind that, if Ico can find a kill or an orb, he'll also have a showstopper. So this one right here, a must-win round for TLP Red to make sure that FaZe Clan don't just snowball through this first half.
I'm just going to try and
He's stuck.
face up against him. The lair is nice. The wall is awkward. Ada isn't quite sure where he wants to look. Orbital Strike, it's been a while since I've seen one of those being pulled out of play. It gets used, but doesn't quite catch much. But FaZe Clan have got a clean window to get onto the site. Ico just trying to hold on to Heaven control. He's doing a good job of it, but about to run into Corey. Can at least win that engagement. An important kill, too. Spike is going to get planted, but TLP have a lot of space control. They have a Rolling Thunder. They have a Showstopper. Dubbing that Rolling Thunder would have been key, but Raucus just cuts him out.
That's a key win. Run it back's now going to be used for Raucus. Net finds one. The Empress in play. Shoulders going to find one more, but Zach's there for the trade. So 2v2 we go. Ico low, but has a showstopper to play with. Nick also trying to clear things through the back. If he can find one pick, this is a very doable round for TLP, but they got to go, and they got to go soon. Ico now with it. Player up top, Raucus finds one. Nick able to find one kill. Nobody has any idea where the brim is, but unfortunately, Nick comes around the corner, takes a spam shot, finds the connection, and time should allow him for the defuse, so a must-win round for TLP Red. It was dicey, it was narrow, but all they use is the Empress, and they come away with the W, so now an opportunity with an ultimate advantage going in round number 6.
I think it really does come to that Ico kill onto Corey from the high ground. It just means that they had full control. Raucus using the run it back couldn't really get much done until it was too late. I like the positioning that Zachary was in at this point. Raucus can at least bring it in, but what a nice clutch from Nick. The shoot's in the right position, probably using the sound of Zachary peeking from either side of the metal board. Nice play. He's going to be still a buy from them after winning 4 rounds in a row beforehand. The Blade Storm is going to be used because we did see Map not pick up a gun. They're going to be hitting A relatively quickly, but they are leaving the spike. They just want to put pressure onto TLP, see if they can get them to rotate across.
Well, we'll see how this one unfolds, because Raucus, that's what to say, is going to get a 1v1 versus Ico off screen. He finds the kill, and the spike is actually just outside sewer. So once again, it looks like FaZe Clan is just looking to maybe either bait out a defensive rotation or just play for a couple of kills. That's a really nice flashpoint from Dubbin. Barrier Orb gets placed. A couple of spam shots will come through. And Dubbin will have an opportunity for Baby Bay in a 1v1, but once again, cannot lock down the kills. And now it's going to be Raucus picking up the spike and joining his teammates over towards this B hit. Nick up top, can't really find a favorable gunfight, so he'll back away. Net able to assist from the low ground to find Corey. Will give him a good look at this one with more even odds, but Marv is able to get the classic into play. A little bit of gun throwing going on for FaZe Clan, trying to bait out the shots, but Nick and Net do well to find a couple of trades. This will still be a 1v3 overall for Net, and as Baby Bay never left this position on the high ground of his own barrier orb, FaZe Clan will clean up and go up 5-1.
Really weird play from FaZe Clan. Just the movement around the map, leaving the spike on A, but still eventually planting it. The gun throw. I don't necessarily feel like it's FaZe Clan disrespecting TLP, but it could almost feel a bit like scrimmaging, just seeing what works, if they can bait stuff out. The composition's bizarre. The way that FaZe Clan are moving around the map is bizarre, but it's working. 5-1 up. It's going to be another save coming out of TLP. They have a showstopper. They aren't really going to face with it. It's just going to be Net with the Sheriff. Going to be peeking around to all 5 members of FaZe Clan. Baby Bay opens it up with a kill onto Ada.
And the slow orb that's placed doesn't really allow for even an exit for TLP Red from that aggressive push through, and with that a tailwind comes out as Marv pushes forward. Corey able to find another kill here right on screen. He actually combines it into a double, and it's just down to Dubbin. And around that, you didn't expect them to have much of a chance considering the arsenal available. Dubbin will see what he can do to maybe find a kill or two. Obviously knowing that there is a player nearby as some spam shots are coming up. But FaZe Clan are on the hunt. And as Dubbin goes up top, he will connect onto one. Sky Smoke coming through. This is a free weapon on the ground, but still wants to win the fight versus Zach, who will eventually challenge. And with that, Zach will clean things up, and FaZe Clan will go up comfortably 6-1.
Some good play coming out of them so far. You sort of expect that, but still, it's... I don't really have particularly strong feelings on FaZe Clan. I like the players in the team, sure. And I think if this was another like tier 2 organization, the results of these guys wouldn't go amiss. It's the fact that it's FaZe Clan, right? This is like one of the biggest organizations in the world, and they want to compete. So FaZe Clan had to do this comprehensively. The Optical Strike was looking to get used. Net is able to get one and dismiss out of there. Slow Orb isn't going to have any impact with the ability. The Optical Strike going to be used. Nick is paranoid, and actually this is a pretty smart teleport to get into a good position. The Resurrect comes out onto Baby Bay. I wonder if Nick can get stuff happen. I don't think they think he's here.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder actually comes through brilliantly from the side, so Nick and Ned are going to find a couple of connections to the classic. Nick looking for a fourth. Will be shut down, but a beautiful execution for TLP Red. Now just down to Baby Bay. Fault Line will shrug him a little bit further back and into the waiting arms of Echo from behind. And a brilliant play from Net initially, a great dismiss. Beyond that, the paranoia from Nick was incredible. The teleport maybe even better as you'll see it from this point of view. And then watch this Rolling Thunder on your minimap. Dubbin is sitting right inside of the top side of B Tower, sends it across B main as soon as Nick says he's ready to go, and it's going to connect onto literally every single member from FaZe Clan. A beautiful execution there for TLP Red, and they get themselves on their second round defensively.
That was a really good set play out of TLP. Money is going to be good for this one, of course. FaZe Clan aren't going to be too flustered by it. The running back is going to be used to sort of go for a very quick execute onto A. TLP is sort of predicting it. The camera is going to be good to scat out a lot of information. This defending team has so many ultimates to make. Net is actually going to bring out the Empress and gets the first kill onto Marv. They responded well to what FaZe Clan trying to do here.
The shutdown is there. Adder wants to try to actually break up some of this barrier, but he will not find the kills. But Aiko on the rotation in will take down two, the last members of FaZe Clan that were trying to work their way in. Another paranoia connects. Nick has been great with these paranoias so far. And a little bit of a DPS toggle as he celebrates with an Odin that he'll carry into the next round. And so 3-6 overall, 2 rounds in a row for TLP Red. And beyond that, they've got themselves a showstopper to play with, a neural theft as well, which could be useful as they try to lock in round number 4.
FaZe Clan having the buy up at least. Marv has another Blade Storm to go. Baby Bay is just going to have the Sheriff. I'm surprised that they haven't given a gun to him and just using the ultimate off the bat. Will we hear it? Not quite. The Empress is going to be used though on their side. It's a similar attack. It's getting a bit one-dimensional maybe from FaZe Clan. He goes into the camera at the worst time though. Adder, an unfortunate mistake that gets punished hard, but Aiko is there to try and save the day. Net too, they're able to get a lot of frags, and now the showstopper's going to be out from Aiko, but it gets punished by Zachary. FaZe changing up and toggling the speed at which they're playing, stopping and starting constantly. TLP running into a lot of crossfires that FaZe have set up. You would have thought TLP were going to be able to sort of take that round based off what was going on.
Oh no!
It is a 1 versus 2.
Marv, don't do it to him! Nick doesn't check his left. Marv is able to patiently wait and give us a little bit of something to chuckle at here. You know, it's just one of those things, too. You're talking about the gravity that an organization like FaZe Clan brings to any esport, and I know that there are a lot of people out there in the community that are not exactly pleased with some of the quote-unquote bias that is coming through, but we need to understand what we're watching right now. I mean, this is like the New York Giants playing up against Central High School. You know what I mean? Like, there is...
I don't know about that. I understand the point that you're making, but it's just more like, this is a game that FaZe Clan should win.
Absolutely.
If they don't win it decisively, then that looks bad on FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
I think TLP are giving it as good as they get, but still.
100%. And beyond that, again, it's just, you know, the statistics that are out there across all 3 of the sites that we have to kind of use to our expenditure. And there's nothing to go off of for TLP Red. So for as close as they've made it, FaZe Clan obviously playing a little bit looser than you would normally expect them to. But getting into this round, it is a 3v5. TLP still needed to respond here defensively as there will be an approach onto the A site. Nick needs to be able to respond to Zach, but maybe a bit caught off guard for the moment. And with that, it's just down to Aiko for a 1v5. Orbital Strike will pull them into a corner. Spam shots will be the end of them, and FaZe Clan will go up 8-3.
I definitely feel that the temperament of FaZe Clan into this game isn't maybe as serious as
Agreed. Yeah.
some would argue it should be. Like, I do think that this is their first game. It's worth adding that this is their first game of the open bracket. So this is a high seed versus a relatively low seed. They've been set up with that. They get a bye too. They get preferential treatment. So these games need to be as stressless as possible, to be honest, because it's only going to get tougher even from this game forward. The next game might be a struggle. Tomorrow, especially, they're going to run into a relatively good team. Ada now with a bookie wanted to play close and actually like the Bass pack coming in from Ico with a judge. Could easily be 8-4. Ada just can't get as much done in a 4 versus 2. Let's see what FaZe Clan try and do across the map, as there's a very quick alert coming out of Mav that's trying to push into Mail to catch the rotation, but it's coming through the defender spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Zach still able to respond to net. Nick, next one up, will find a kill. That should lead to a weapon upgrade for him. Here's the challenger from the backside, but Raucus is able to find the kill. So 9-3 will be the half here. A good attacking half, all things said, for FaZe Clan based on the score alone. But now it's on the TLP Red. Again, not necessarily a must-win pistol, but you'd love to have it. Try to reduce this deficit by a touch. And for FaZe Clan on the opposite side, I honestly feel like this composition may be a bit of, again, I don't even know what to label it as, but bringing the Brim in is not, it's not common to see the Brim anymore, to put it plainly. This composition, I believe, though, does actually find its most strength defensively, especially when you've got Baby, who, at one point in time, was really considerable on the Sage. It just comes down to how do they want to use these slow orbs and barrier orbs to try to plan everything out.
Smoke's down.
You're going to be playing from mid, and with the short, you're going to be playing out of the smokes at this point. There are 3-4 members of TLP. The Boombot misses them, so this is a nice little spot for Zachary to hide in. He's going to be good for one. The expectations to get any more than that might have been a bit too much of a stretch, but everybody on FaZe getting in on the action, mostly Corridor as he picks up 2. Very quick round of FaZe Clan's defense here. Dubbin's position is known. Raucus can clear it up. 10-3. Straightforward stuff. TLP maybe weren't expecting those kind of plays to come out of FaZe Clan, but then again, it is FaZe Clan. Like, they're just known as being that utter BM Chad organization, to call it that. Like, it's just like, I knew FaZe Clan first and foremost just from the FaZe Clan like montage meme.
Yeah, sure, the sniper montages. Yeah, I got you.
Right, yeah. And I guess that's kind of what we're getting in a really odd way. I like watching TLP Red play. I think there were some really good moments. Nick has been great, but
Agreed.
It's a tricky one, you know. Just because FaZe Clan had some pretty miserable results recently doesn't inherently mean that they're gonna bottom out in a best-of-3 tournament. It's not Europe.
LOL. Marv, Zach, game of the combined for 3. Looking for another there was Zach, but won't be able to find it. Marv trying to pick up where he left off. Updrafting through and isn't able to get the better of Adder. This is a force buy round, by the way, for TLP Red. So Adder on 46 HP, 360 coming out for Corey off the top rope. He will find the kill. And I think both teams are having a little bit of fun right there, as you saw Adder trying to get in the mix and maybe provide a smile or two for his squad, as FaZe Clan will now be on 11.
I isn't really being upgraded at all from FaZe. Is there really any need to? It's just, what? A Bucky, an Odin, a Spectre, a Vandal, and a Phantom. I mean, it's a bit of a mix-up too from TLP that are having to buy up as well. I think both teams are kind of leaning towards where this is going, so weight off the shoulders, I think, at this point. Ico with a Boombot is going to try and scowl through the smoke. It might miss again, but Adder actually getting that first frag in on. A lot of people stacked up on A for FaZe Clan too, so the fact that TLP are going in this direction could be a good read. Raucus actually from distance gets the kill onto Dub in on B main. But a big question mark on what TLP want to do with this round. They got a kill on A. They're still going to head B though.
Defensively, FaZe Clan are going to have to play for a retake here unless Raucus can find a handful of kills with the Spectre. He will get a couple of shots in, but now with his position revealed, he will change things up, and it looks like it's going to try to be a B tower retake. But Net's able to find a kill. Does he read Raucus to the left? No, he doesn't. That's going to be a Spectre now up to a Vandal. Adder's going to hear information over through ropes. Shotgun will find a lot of value, and it does. So now a 3v2 for TLP Red.
One enemy
Paranoia will
remaining.
slow things down. Adder able to find another elimination. Baby Bay left by themselves in a 1v3. Not going to find the win versus Ico, and with that, TLP Red able to get their offense going here. So the force buy coming through for TLP Red is, I think, just the appropriate call. If you're playing for the win, you force buy there, especially considering that FaZe Clan, like you had mentioned, we're still holding on to weapons from the round previously. So now you've got the opportunity to actually send a couple members to upgrade land here with a couple of Phantoms and Vandals that can be purchased. But for FaZe Clan, their economy is still not in a great spot to allow them to get into a gun round here early into the second half.
Zachary insta-locked the Bucky, which was certainly an interesting play. He is in the same position, might smoke in mid and hiding it yet again, but TLP are going to be executing onto this A site. The flash is going to come in from heaven. Raucus is going to try and face, but misses. The Bucky from distance from Adder. Must be the right click that just absolutely came in and caned him.
Spike
Corey with
planted.
just the classic is going to try and layer out here. TLP could sort of pick up another round at this point. And FaZe Clan have a lot of control on heaven and ramp, but they need to sort of clear this Reyna that's on A main.
Oh,
Gets
now
another-
Nick with a
these
Bucky, he
Bucky
finds a
boys.
kill, and that's going to find one more behind this, and as Dubbin cleans up the final two, TLP Red won't just win the round, they'll do it nice and convincingly. Adder maybe an opportunity to switch this Bucky out for something else, but he'll still hold on to it for now. And so 5-11 in the score, a couple of rounds in a row for TLP Red, and still FaZe Clan actually can't even full purchase, so they'll be either forced to light buy or just completely save with maybe a hero rifle for Cordy, who does have an Empress to use, and you feel like based on how FaZe are playing right now, they might just give him a look at maybe trying to go for a 1v5 somewhere.
Adder still holding on to the golden Bucky. Thinks that he can get a lot of work done. He's going to be lurking on A on his own. Had openings over there in the last two rounds at least. Nyko's now going to do a similar thing over on B. It's going to be mostly Sheriffs in the hand of FaZe Clan. Marv was holding on to that angle. He almost dies to the paint shell. And is going to back off of this angle and sort of quite happily make his presence known that he is moving away. TLP, however, will be heading on over to A. Zachary is sort of expecting, but it's a very passive hold from the defended side of FaZe.
And Dubbin's just going to sit here to deny this rifle pickup for a time. Hot Hands coming through. And he could sit here for as long as he so chooses. And with that, he does find another kill in the Marv. That's actually a really smart play from Dubbin. Adder still with the Bucky. Still almost able to find more value with it. Zach taken down to a single shot. Net will capitalize on the damage. And now it will just be down to Raucus. And there is a part of me that says he's probably going to commit for a run it back just to try for a 1v4 for the plays. But he only has a Sheriff. So looks like he might just try to isolate this pick onto Dubbin, pick up a rifle. And he will hear the information, but cannot lock down the shot. Dubbin's able to clean up 2 kills this round and keeps the rifle safe. So with that, TLP Red now 3 rounds in a row, 6-11 the current tally, but this is the round where FaZe Clan will come back in with full weapons for defensively.
You have that run it back, like you mentioned. A Blade Storm coming in relatively soon. Corey actually using the Empress in that fight. Interesting. And TLP are bringing it back, looking more competitive by the round. And suddenly FaZe Clan might be under more pressure than they want to deal with, I think, at this point in the game. 3 ultimates available on the attacking half. The way that these bits of utility have been utilized has been really good on the defense from TLP. I'd like to see these ultimates come out on the attack and what they could do with them. And I think there is going to be a Rolling Thunder across Mail by the looks of it, but there is a Sage Wall there that might sort of delay that execute coming through. And you got to be careful of Marv.
Off your feet!
Early Rolling Thunder going to be sent out through B Tower. Here comes the execute behind this for TLP, right? They come away with one, but nobody reads Marv, and really good placement of the wall and the slow orbs to deny any kind of a follow-up. So yes, TLP is on the site, but they've got nobody on the high ground. Empress and Showstopper also going to be committed here for TLP Red. Blast Pack will allow Aiko to get up top. And do you choose left? Do you choose right? You'll pick right, and whoa! How does that not
Get it.
Corey finds
Did he
the
dismiss?
elimination. Maybe the dismiss comes through just in the nick of time because he doesn't even take a shred of damage. Dubbin had an opportunity to line up a couple, but now it's just down the net. 1v3 with an Empress. Will lurk up behind us. There's going to be 1 kill for free. Needs to check for the second, but loses track of where the player had gone off to. Maybe not realizing that there's only 1 player that was down low. So now a 1v2 situation. Overheal will still be in play, not that he needs it because he's still at 150. There's a second kill. Now the potential for a third, but was caught in a corner, and Raucus realized as soon as the dismiss was hit, there was really nowhere for Net to go. and he will clean things up, and FaZe Clan will be on match point.
He cancelled it early to sort of go for the double bluff. The one place that he wasn't expecting maybe
Match point.
was right where he was stood, but Raucus had a good hold of it. TLP, I think, had no business to make it that close, but it was certainly entertaining, but it is a round that FaZe Clan could take, and they only need one more. Bladestorm in the hands of Marv. He's not upgraded his gun. Might not really even have the money to do so anyway because of how hard FaZe were hit then. So it's going to be a moderate buy coming out of the defended team. The Bladestorm most likely going to be used straight away from Marv just to be his weaponry in this round. A lot of pressure on A-Ramp to sort of face in, but they're just going to run into the Cypher on the attack.
Barrier orb placed early will be deleted. It also forces out a slow orb. This is one of the keys to seeing maybe during the Ignition Series area where a lot of teams are trying to bait out the early Sage utility. Obviously not nearly as impactful as it was before. How about this aggressive challenge from Marv? Does get punished, and Net will continue to serve his hot hand from the round previously. And speaking of hot hands, how about hot feet? As he has to force through, but there was still one more orb for him to find the overheal back to 150 health. Raucus, brilliant flash, finds one. Corey able to assist with another, and we've got ourselves a 3v3. Zach on site will be trapped between a rock and a hard place as Dubbin was able to find the crossfire. But as Raucus and Corey are still alive, they're able to even the odds of 2v2. It just comes down to the timing of these peaks. Dubbin will fall, but Adder from behind is able to go 1-for-1. And now we will get a 1v1. Neural Theft comes out, and Adder wasn't 100% confident on the intel. Raucus will find 4 in the round, and FaZe Clan will walk through 13-6 and 2 straight maps for them.
Yeah, good effort from TLP. They had some really nice moments and certainly potential and stuff. And FaZe Clan, their first game of this side of the open brackets, going to be pretty convincing. It's still a long way to go if they want to be qualifying for the closed series, but at least they start off on the right foot.
And beyond that, again, as we get into round 3, this is where we'll probably get a more realistic look as far as what is FaZe Clan doing to adjust after the first 2 days, going here into the 3rd and the 4th. Again, last chance for teams to get into the closed qualifiers for UMG. 6 total teams will qualify off of this tournament. We will conclude our coverage, though, with this upcoming round 3 and then pick things back up in the bracket tomorrow with the final round. So as we take a look back at the series here for this specific map, again, good participation for everybody on FaZe Clan. Raucus at 19-8, and it is important to note that that is a set play as far as what FaZe has shown in the past. They are running double duelists, at least, with the Phoenix and the Reyna. And behind that, they're also going to have Marv on a Jet. Baby Bay, that's the first time we've seen him pull out the Sage for split. And obviously, say what you will about Zachary pulling out the Brimstone, which has seen very little play time over the last couple of months, really, at this point in time. But overall, some good things that I think walk away with for the side of TLP Red. The one thing about it, I will say, and we mentioned this in Bind, is when you are a team that might not have any kind of recognition, reputation in the mix, and you're going up in these tournaments versus these more well-known teams, you have to figure that at a certain point, there are going to be some disrespectful plays that are coming through where there are these whole W key strats that essentially come out for teams. In this instance, obviously, FaZe Clan, the example. You have to have a second or third layer to your playbook saying, look, we need to make sure we're responding to any early pressure, whether we're on the offense or on the defense, so that way we can actually get our set plays some room to go. Because if you're taking some time trying to set yourself up and all of a sudden FaZe Clan is in your back line, what are you really going to do to try to bring that round back? So not bad overall for TLP Red. There were some good moments for them, but this is the next matchup we're looking forward to. FaZe Clan playing up against either the winner of Take Flight or Illinois, please. And we saw Illinois earlier in the day. Behind that, we also know that Take Flight is a team not to be slept on, as they have surprised some other kind of mid-tier organizations so far in their run through the First Strike series in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, and I think on the point of sort of like experimental plays, not necessarily it was BM in some cases. If there's a game to sort of try out stuff to see if it works, it is going to be best of 3 series like this one. So I think especially because they have an Overwatch background on the side of FaZe Clan, for the most part at least, there is that element of just trying stuff, see what works, and hopefully that experimental side is the thing that sort of sets them apart from some of the other Counter-Strike teams that maybe haven't dove in to some of the aspects around utility, abilities, and what each of the agents can do, right? So I wouldn't necessarily say it was BM from the side of FaZe. I think if there's a team that's going to experiment and do some rather kooky stuff that might not necessarily make sense, it's most likely to be them.
We'll see how things unfold. Again, we'll be waiting on the winners of the Illinois Please matchup versus Take Flight. And again, we've talked about how Illinois Please in our first round matchup, they had a very tight one versus Troublemakers, but they also have played major organizations relatively close. On the opposite side, you can say the same thing about teams like Take Flight, who have experience playing up against teams like TSM and Equinox so far through the First Strike series. So we should have a good one on hands for you. Again, we'll send things to a pretty elongated pause, I imagine, as we'll hopefully get some updates as far as what that round 2 matchup is looking like before we get into round 3, where FaZe Clan will go up against one of those 2 aforementioned squads. We'll step away for now and come back when that round 3 matchup is ready to go. Don't go too far.
Please don't
30 seconds left.
Your belief, not gonna be alright. Your belief, not safe. Your belief, not gonna.
Already, welcome back. A bit of a elongated pause, but the matchup that we were waiting on is actually going to map number 3. So with that, we will actually jump in with them. I'm IHOLDSHIFT, with me, RyanCentral. It's Illinois, please, going up against Take Flight. Both squads have done some work and have had some experience versus major opponents in their run so far through the first strike. Neither have found success yet versus those major opponents, but they've been able to put up a good showcase. And with that in mind, they're apparently in a great one here between the two of them. Map 2 was a 13-10. Map 1 was a 13-11. One obviously going either way. So Ryan, we're going to get a pretty good look as far as who FaZe will play up next right here in this map number 3 that'll play on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, Illinois, please, we saw a little bit earlier on in the day. Take Flight is a moderate tier 2 team. They have been involved in the scene at least a good amount, similar to Elevate, who we saw the other day. So this is a pretty close matchup. We will be heading to Haven. We saw at least Thief and the rest of Illinois looking pretty decent on this map with some very aggressive plays from their game earlier. But Take Flight, not really sure what to expect out of these guys. I haven't seen them play personally, but I just know that they've been involved in a fair few tournaments in the tier 2 region.
And no bias here, but I'm already in love with Shifty. I'll give you one good guess on why.
Oh.
But hey, we'll see what happens here as we'll jump on in for Haven and taking a look at our rosters back and forth. A bit of an interesting dichotomy between the two of them. We still have the double duelist coming through for Illinois with both Brycero on the Phoenix and Shadows as he has been playing on the Jet. But there will be the Sentinel played of the Cypher that's coming through, whereas on the opposite side, it'll still be a Jet, but with a Reyna and then a Killjoy is the difference. So again, similar roles being fulfilled with slight differences here or there. The interesting thing with this is the fact that Illinois is going to have a little bit of an ability to at least confirm some actual full flashes, pending the curveballs do hit, whereas for Take Flight, everything is going to have to be blinded by the darkness, and Thief is going to show us a cheeky little one-way cyber cage placement as he tries to set himself up over towards C Long.
Look at the 4-stack, though, from Illinois. All 4 of these defenders ready to put in quite a lot of pressure. Split from A short and A long, but they could vary up. For Take Flight, they're going to put a lot of pressure very early on into mid, considering the spike is there too. They might be looking to go in that direction. There is a tripwire, but the Eldron is going to be the one that scouts them out. And Illinois is starting to press on A lobby.
And they're going quickly. Nothing going to be figured out by this. It just comes down to, do they read the sound? Caught into the Eldron for a moment here. Was Shifty, but he stays alive. On the backside, though, Trax does fall. And with that, it will lead to an immediate plant. You got to love the adjustment here for Take Flight. And as Bossy finds a kill, Shifty still has not given up his position over towards B window. And naturally, I knock him out, and it's Thief who puts him down. Denya now with a 1v4, the spike down. He's hearing a lot of footsteps come through. Does he expect the last? And really at this point, with only an updraft, his chances of really finding success here are minimal. But he could potentially punish someone who's on the spike diffusing. Not going to happen. Ricotta turns around and finds the kill, and ISP find the pistol up 1-0.
And the aggressive play sort of working out. You could just see how much it broke apart. Take Flight all dying in various parts of the map. Couldn't get any consistency across with an execute. There's not... Oh, potentially going to be a four. There is going to be a bit of a half force by coming out of Bossy and the rest of Take Flight at this point. Seems to be the flavor of the day at this point. I'm pretty sure every team has tried to force up on the pistol round one way or another. The buy isn't a considerable one for Illinois, but it seems that they're going to be going for a similar play, but working the extremities. A bit more pressure on C long, even though it might be just sort of peeking the corners. But a similar default coming out of Take Flight, pushing onto mid.
And Denya is actually going to, once again, try to get the spike planted very quickly. No push through for ISP means that Take Flight will be a little bit safer on their post plant, which is going to rely on the B window play. ISP looking for a retake are going to use the Aldrone to clear things out over through B immediately, and then try to push out a C garage, but Bossy will shut down the latter of those two locations. And you still have Trax who's nearby. Good paranoia to come through, but he runs right into Thief, who's able to capitalize on a 2 kills. So now ISP, with numbers for a time, will put a blaze wall down, hoping to be able to stick this defuse for a little while longer. But unfortunately, Scola can't find anything, and the last one left alive will be booed. He's on the outside looking in. Curveball will connect, and Ricotta will finish the kill. ISP good for the retake.
And a good force, really, from Flight. It was just a shame that they couldn't really take map control. The pressure was eventually broken down from Illinois to take that round. Take flight. Are they going to force again? We saw a little bit of that earlier with Illinois playing up in their game beforehand, but it does seem that they are not looking to. It's hard to say. Yeah, so I only see pistols from the UI, at least on the screen, so the expectation is they don't take this much further over than the Sheriffs. But we are seeing Illinois possibly putting this up to 3-0. Going to be, again, dual players on A and C long. This time the server's going to be sitting on B just in case they go in that direction again, but Waltz gets first blood.
And this is one of those things that because the first 2 rounds were scrappy, even if Illinois win this round, they're going to be hard-pressed to full purchase to match up with Take Flight. So you have to take this round convincingly if you're ISP, if you want to maybe build that economy up and be able to match Take Flight in round number 3. Shifty is just going to walk on to B main. Ricardo, the first contestant here. Shot's a bit shaky, but he's still able to find the kill. Hot hands coming through. Curveball behind it, but it doesn't come out in time as Denya's going to find the kill and also get the spike planted. And based on where the spike is planted, they're going to have a nice little post plant set up over towards the A archway. So it's an interesting look for Take Flight as they once again get the spike planted at B.
If he's going to be sort of rotating in, the paranoia connects so well. Food is down, 2 versus 3. Denya with the Blade Storm, making his way through the Cyber Cage. Bossy, though, is the spray. The right click, it gets used up. And Bossy gets a second in the meanwhile. Nice clear up from Take Flight with very little to work with. Illinois couldn't really get much done with that Blade Storm. Bossy cleans up house.
It's one of those things that, you know, everyone was so focused on Denya and his Bladestorm coming from the A archway side of things. Nobody actually checks backwards to see Bossy lurking around the backside. And based on that post plant position, Illinois was so focused on retaking the A link area of the map, they completely lose track of who was left and where they could potentially be. So we've seen 3 attacks for Take Flight at B and 3 different looks so far as their post plant is concerned. So now as we get into the next round, ISP, again, because they lose the round, we're not going to be in a great position to purchase up. But this dark cover that Waltz has placed in B window will allow him to sit directly underneath this turret. You can see he's a little bit anxious to see if this turret will actually see him or not. But meanwhile, while the rest of his teammates are pushing forward, they are all dealt with. So again, Take Flight adjusting nicely. Bossy's got the beat on where exactly you're going to be seeing Thief play bottom side of A short. And it looks like with that coming through, they are going to try to rotate up. But Waltz, he will give away his position, tracked down by the sentry turret, and Bood will find another kill. Now a 5v2 as Take Flight will get a free plant at C.
Very little utility needing to come out. Bossy's going to bring it down to just be Ricardo on this defense. It's more practice than anything. Bossy gets a third. He's starting to be a great thing for Take Flight. I'll have a cheeky look at the stats for this game across the other 2 maps because they were super close. It wouldn't surprise me to see Bossy's name maybe at the top of the kill feed for Flight's round at this point. But Illinois, we know a little bit more about them. They are going to be able to go in for the full buy. There is not going to be any more forces for the time being, at least. And the running back is available on the defense, Empress on the attack. Very impactful ultimates that might be coming out in this round. You can see that Illinois are also pretty close to having some other stuff too. Maybe there's going to be a little bit of all play and Take Flight on C long at this point.
And we've seen Ricardo at times get aggressive with the running back when he's by himself. This time he's on an individual mission by A, but I think he's starting to recognize that ISP are sitting here saying that there are a lot of members that are trying to regress to C very quickly. Shadows will back away, try to stay alive. Skola trying to do the same, but can't get out of the C site. And as Bossy finds another kill as the Empress's pop, that's going to lead to another 3v5, where Illinois, you really don't want to just give up this round because this is your first gun round so far, but you might just have to consider the fact that you're looking at a 2v5 and the Empress has been recharged. So you're probably best just to sit here and save and hope that you can get a little bit of value off of these 2 rifles that you're holding on to. Ricardo will be the last one left. This Thief was able to take down Bood, but getting traded. So yeah, Ricardo will be left alone, and he's just going to try to play a corner and see if an exit comes his way.
Is that what, the 4th round in a row?
Yeah.
Bossy got a triple kill? Ridiculous play from him. Ricardo's not really going to have an opportunity this time. And it was clean. It was really only the Empress that came out utility-wise from Take Flight to go and take that engagement. Ricardo is not likely to be holding onto this gun. He can at least get one onto Trakes. Pulls out the curveball at the worst possible time. Upgrade for Denya. He picks up the Phantom. And Take Flight take the lead.
Really good start here for Take Flight, winning 3 in a row. but also getting the spike planted in the 2 rounds previous mean that, I mean, look at their economy. They are so healthy. And as Illinois have to go into another save round, this is looking to get a bit out of hand where potentially 3 members could max out their eco, depending on how this round goes for Take Flight. On the opposite side, though, just as far as the consideration is trying to be lent over towards, Illinois on the save will at least have a run it back, and more importantly, I would say the Blade Storm, and that will be popped immediately for Shadows. Getting aggressive with the Cyber Cage mid-map, this is very risky. Again, you've got a sentry turret that's being placed, but Waltz is going to be here with this push. They're just looking to take away rifles as quickly as possible. 1 player nearby. The Blades will be good enough, but can they actually collect this rifle is the bigger question, because it is so far back, and there's really no choice for Shadow to push forward here. Thief needs to find a kill up top, not going to be able to grab that one, and now all of a sudden Shadow is just pushed up by himself with no chance really of getting away unless he can find all the kills around him. He's going to hear a lot of information, but this is a 2v4 that you really don't find much value for Illinois here unless, again, Shadows can find kills.
Bossy has moved all the way through A to B link. It's not going to be a play that Shadows expects, clearly. It's going to be the end of the Blade Storm in that play. Bossy looking for his potential second or third in this one. Scholar is in mid, trying to find out where the Rainer is. It is another triple kill from Bossy. This is his pure playground. What? He's going to be like 15-4? Yeah, like 14-2. A crazy start for him. Ricardo's top fragging for his team. Now they can buy up. I really want to see some of these ultimates come out early, because the longer that they leave Take Flight uncontested, it seems that they're able to get a frag, and Illinois don't really want to dedicate ultimates to a round where there are already a couple of people down within the first 15-20 seconds. So maybe they're going to be a bit more proactive. Scholar has the Hunter's Fury. The Recon Bolt is going to come out. Probably isn't going to catch much. Take Flight don't give up their position at all. And even the Aldron could be thrown in, but it's used on the attack. Scholar doesn't get pinged by it, but he does get hit by the Paranoia and forced to walk off that angle into even more danger. Look at where Bood is.
Yeah, and Scola, this is a tough decision for you, because you want to hold on to the Hunter's Fury for the potential lockdown counter. So it just comes down to, if you find value off of Recon Bolt or an Aldron, maybe you can find a first kill, but you can at least hold on to it to make sure that the lockdown gets deleted instantly. Ricotta feeling pressure over towards mid. He is actually going to grab the spike carrier with this opening kill off the run it back. Also sees a second player that has come through, and I think he actually gets the read that there was one player to sneak over towards Thief, which was Bossy. He will fall. Neural Theft going to be committed. Hunter's Fury is still available as staying alive as Scola, but it looks like with the spike down, Take Flight are going to consider what exactly they want to do to try to recollect it. Thief is nearby, and as Waltz is taken down, now it's all of a sudden a 2v3, and to be honest, a lockdown play is not an impossibility. It just comes down to the timing of this peak, and the information on Thief will be given, and Take Flight with 30 seconds will back away and reassess what they want to do.
Left.
Yeah, they're going to reset, and it looks like they're going towards A. Tripwires are set up from Thief, so he's mostly going to be playing pretty passive, let his utility do the work. Doesn't have a camera set up. It was just destroyed then. So he's actually going to face really closely, play with the kill trips, but the dash is good. Nice play from Denya. The Hunter's Fury isn't going to quite catch on to Bood. He's just managing to move away. The lockdown was taken down with the ultimate at least. The turret is available for Bood, but his position may be given up. He's got to try and take this fight.
Got an angle. The Recon Bolt will give away his position. Hot hands placed down, coming to the opposite side, easily red for Bood. The next player online would be Scola. He takes the same angle, and Bood will not be able to clutch up the 1v2. So an expensive round for both squads, but a much more needed round for Illinois, and they will take the W here and be now just down 1-3-4.
Having a much better read on what Take Flight wanted to do for the most part. Like, Bossy has been flanking like crazy. The Thief kept a keen eye on him to make sure that he wasn't good to try and wrap around or do anything too much. The executes have been moderately successful from Flight so far, but it's still a really difficult site to play, especially when the big guns are out and ultimates are available. And Take Flight, Lockdown didn't find much. He did get a few ultimates out of Illinois at least. But Ricardo, really good impact with the run it back. Not too much for Illinois to work with, but the Hunter's Fury still available on the attack.
Illinois will stay aggressive, but not push forward too far. This is through C Long that I'm mentioning with Ricotta over through C Long Cubby. Skull is going to find information on 2 players that are sitting mid-map. And Take Flight, I think, have really just read the fact that Illinois, if they're going to want to play aggressive, we need to make sure we're using our utility Making sure all of our angles are safe, and beyond that, making sure they're not giving away. And how about that angle for Denya? Not a characteristic one that we see often for the operator, but it comes up successful as they find first blood.
Bossy's going to be pushing on Ado. There is a tripwire there, and he breaks it. We are going to see the Cypher peek off of it. And yeah, Thief is able to get that frag onto A long, but the rest of the team is moving to C. Rakata's taken quite a lot of space. I don't think they're going to realistically look to peek him. Yeah, Trakes wasn't expecting anybody there, and there's going to be a bit of counterplay. Rakata trying to push aggressively, has another curveball and a blaze if he wants to use it, but he's going to try and get out of there, or at least make... I think that he's there. Butte is able to get one into Scholar. He's trying to follow up, and it's a bit more awkward. He's going to try and take the fight now to the Jet, who misses the right click.
30 seconds left.
And it's getting very scrappy with the operator here. He's in a rock and a hard place, but he's still able to get one.
But Bood still with the 1v1. The problem is 20 seconds. The spike is down in favor of Waltz, and as the peak comes through, Waltz finds the kill.
Turning into an affair now. T-Flight were starting off really on the front, I suppose it would be. I like Ricardo's aggressive play. Thief peeking off of his utility. And I think it's really a big case on what they want to do play-wise, right? But it's late. I'm losing my voice. I failed to mention as well, I was woken up by a fire alarm yesterday at 6 a.m. and I went to bed at 4. Yeah. So that's good. So that's probably why I'm just talking in Simish at this point. But they're keeping a pin on him, and it's similar in the way of shot up on this map for Immortals. You take him out the game, very little Immortals can do around him in some cases, especially on an agent like Reyna. From the shadows, it's going to be used onto Heaven. There's nobody really there. A bit of an aggressive peek coming out of Walter gets caught out. Shadows is in a nice spot, but he's surrounded.
He's completely isolated in the backside. Needs to find a third shot. He's going to grab his shoulder. Cloudburst will come down, trying to gain him some space. But as that happens, Shifty takes the challenge and wins it. So now a 3v2 as Ricardo was able to clean up the A site. He's going to go to his second run it back so far this game. A little bit of finesse coming out of the window with the curveball. Does lock down the first shot and the second. Beautiful play for Ricardo as now the duelists for Illinois are really starting to awaken. They both combined for all 5 kills.
Another key run it back from Rakata. He had a bit of a slow build-up, I suppose, in the games that we saw earlier, but there is a time to show up now. This would be it. Bossy has another Empress to go, still 14-5, hasn't really added to his kills since he went on the triple kill ride of his life for 5 rounds in a row, whatever it was. It was pretty ridiculous. Take flight, still have money to buy, still going to sort of play it out, but not really leaning towards a direction at this point. Illinois going to push them.
Waltz is going to get aggressive with the Bulldog. That, pending on the timing here, could be great for him, but he checks left. Bossy came from the right, and that'll be good for first blood. And once again, Illinois not going to find success off their aggressive setups, but Shadows does respond. That was a pick through A short, gets a read on where the second is. Has the potential to go to a Bladestorm if he so needs to, but he's going to want help more than anything else because coming through the B site is one more member, and Thief is going to get a brilliant read on the Denya, but again, the trade is going to be there. So this is, again, all of our last 6 members are all over the map, and if it weren't for the colors, you'd be hard-pressed to know who was on what side from the starting spawn, considering the fact that you've got Take Flight pushing through B. Now they're eventually going to get on there for a spike plant, and Illinois are going to be looking to deny the retake, or pardon me, deny the post plant through B window. Shadows really needs to find another pick, but Take Flight once again giving us a different look. They're just going to hold on top the B site this time for their post plant.
They've got so much information that mid is clear though, so Ricardo's going to be picking up these angles. Nice aggressive off angle from Bossy. The spray is more awkward. The Paranoid connects great, and that's really good timing to come out with the Paranoid with the flash, and now Shadows is going to break on through to the site. It's 2v2.
Nice. That's a beautiful tailwind coming out. They know exactly where the last is. And one more right click will do, and Shadows cleans up 3 with the Bladestorm, plus one of the opening operator picks, comes away with 4. And at this point in time, you just let everyone else sit and spawn. Let's just send the duelists mid and see who win the battle, because so far that's all that's determining these first 9 rounds.
That was so close to sort of nailing it. Trakes fully flashed was a bit lucky to get the kill, but this wasn't luck at all. Shadow, 2 beautiful right clicks, makes it 4 in that round. Great use of the ultimate and great control of Illinois to keep a hold of a round that was starting to get a bit silly with where people were playing. Lockdown is good for Bude if they want to try and use it on this attack. Going to be an A execute coming out. Operator's going to be an aggressive hold. It's just whether some utility comes out. The Lyras are going to make contact, but he misses the shots and Bude doesn't. That's a great opening. Thief is going to try and face as much as possible. Lockdown might get planted.
Oh, but Thief is actually going to go aggressive over through A long, and if he could find a kill, it would be valuable to take away an exit, but it's not going to occur. So the lockdown does get planted. 5v3 for Take Flight. They also could still potentially hold on to a Hunter's Fury to clutch if they need to, and as Ricotta was hoping for a kill just before the lockdown comes in, he also falls. So now Waltz is going to be required to do a number of kills to come through. He's going to come away with none. And so Scola, he will start to shake his head saying, no, sir, no way. 1v5, he hears a couple of footsteps, and that will lead to one kill for him, so not bad to at least punish it a little way. He's got more coming, though. Sees the shoulder. Second challenge for Bossy's good, and now Take Flight able to get back on board with their offense, 5-6 with one more to play.
Last round.
Unlucky for Shadows. Took an aggressive angle and just couldn't nail the shot. Boot does well to connect onto him, though.
Yeah.
And only really using the lockdown on a pretty straightforward execute from A then on out. And Thief can't even find anything from his aggressive lurk. Last round of this half, very little to separate the two teams so far. But Bossy is good to go. Still with the Emperors, hasn't used it since the first one. Hunter's Fury on the attack, and Illinois really only having Hunter's Fury coming online potentially for this round, as well as the Neural Theft that they have already. Skull is just biding his time and Take Flight trying to take grass.
Early Empress, this is being sent through C Garage. They'll know that based on the Lear's position. Paranoia comes out, but it misses. Bossy's going to wait for the challenge from the window, and while that's occurred, Denia is able to find a kill. Nice recon bolt tag. Bossy get a challenge, but Scola, he needed to respond to the Empress, and he does. 3v3 we go. Spike will be dropped on the C site. That's good information for Illinois. But what they're not going to know necessarily about is Boot coming from the backside through C Garage double doors. He catches Shadows mid-reload. It's just down to Waltz and Thief. They've done well. They get the two players on the site itself. And as they hit the Neural Theft, Boot is going to need to push through this. The fuse is being held. Not going to fully stick. Thief takes the challenge and catches Boot with a Nano Swarm out, and that will be the exit from the first half with Illinois. A 2-round cushion, 7-5, and a lot of it just coming off the fact that they were eventually able to slow down what Bossy was able to do. He was 14 and like 3 through the first 6 rounds. He ends the half 17-7.
And I gotta say, I don't know if it's just the concept of time changing, but this feels like that was a very quick half.
I agree with you.
The tempo was so fast. There wasn't anybody really holding onto weapons. It was just very quick tempo plays from both sides. And whoever wins this plays up against FaZe Clan, who has been setting the pace in all the games that they've played so far, but it's only been the one series this side of the bracket. Now for Take Flight, they're going to be postured around the map, mostly on A. Going to be trying to face on short a little bit more, but this is going to be a pretty heavy hit from C, judging by what Illinois wanted to do here.
Dark cover will come out immediately. Rotating over early is going to be shifty, just in case. You also have a push through coming through A short, so now all of a sudden Take Flight are going to realize this and throw as many defensive members on the rotation as quickly as they possibly can. This will lead to the site being open, at least for now. Aldrin will try to scout things out, but it'll be deleted, and as that occurs, the spike will be planted. Just keep your eye on what's coming on the flank, as you're hoping that Bossy can find something if you're a fan of Take Flight, but he's going to be figured out. He does find one kill. Dismisses back. All he's got to do is stay alive while the rest of his team's hit from the front. Trades are looking okay for the moment. A 4v3 breaking loose. Shadows trying to do what he can to find a kill while elongating his life on the hill, but this defuse is going to be halfway put through. Now you just push forward. Nobody can challenge, and Take Flight will get a successful retake and a clean one at that.
A couple of players very low on the side of Take Flight, but they only lose one. Illinois going to force. Seems that way Stingers are out. Can we talk about Scola's recon bolt onto C? The one that just bounces on the spot. It's actually really smart because the defenders on that site are so conditioned to turn around and just delete the recon bolt off the wall as soon as they can. But if it's constantly bouncing around the site, you saw then Take Flight just left the site completely free. Yeah. It's just, I'm not going to wait around for this to drop because I don't know where these attackers are going to be coming from. So it's a massive decoy, and it works out so well. Denia is just going to try and spray and pray to get off this B execute. And Bood has managed to catch Waltz and Ricardo that have pushed very aggressively here.
3 kills immediately. Shadows will find one, but it's not going to be enough. It's a 1v4 now with the spike planted for Scola. Only one shock dart to play with, and it looks like he is not even going to bother for the post-plant hold. He is going to maybe try to play for a couple of post-round kills, as he'll change up the angle and maybe catch one or two out here. First contested comes out, spam shots come through, and Take Flight are going to recognize where he is, and he's actually still pushing forward, maybe looking for an extra kill. Not going to occur, and with that, Take Flight takes the round convincingly once again with 2 quick defuses off 2 great retakes, and we'll tie things up 7-7.
Interesting notion that they just avoided him. They really just didn't want to take that fight at all. They're happy to keep hold of the guns, keep hold of the economy. Skull is going to keep their hands on the Spectre, but nobody else can really buy. Walt is actually considering forcing up on the Stinger, which would mean that Take Flight would not only have the advantage going into this round, but potentially next. The buy must be still good for them going into the next round, at least you would expect, but a bit of a long aggression out of Take Flight, not really pushing the boat out too far. Just the other side, Denya's actually got a really nice angle. Is it going to get checked?
Once again, timing favors that of Take Flight, and Illinois trying to posture for a position to sneak onto C will be denied. Bood trying to do what he can to work over through A long. With him is Bossy, and Thief, who's down in A short, could potentially entrap some players here. Just comes down to the timing, as he does make a ping happen. Here's the footsteps. One tap would be required, and he won't find anything. So now we turn our attention back over to C, as Illinois are looking to try to get a plant down to help out their economy, but this is a 5v3 that you really feel Take Flight should not lose.
Imagine a recon bolt is actually going to be ready on the side of Shifty.
Spike planted.
It's just been sat here, making sure that this flank doesn't get anybody pushing through. Ricard actually going to try and aggress on C-Link as much as he possibly can. The curveball is in hand, but there are all 5 players coming from that direction. If he can get one and back out with his life, that would be a huge hit. The shock dart is going to push them off the angle more than
Shadows
anything,
lurking.
but the paranoia's coming through.
This is good timing for Shadows, but he needs to hope that his teammates can stay alive. But oh, Shadows was curious to see if there was a player coming from behind him, and he would have been right. Ood finds the kill just as Shadows looks away, and again, Take Flight with another clean retake. That's 3 in a row there for them. As Take Flight will now tilt to the advantage, up 8-7, but this will be the round that Illinois are looking to bounce back on, as they're going to have weapons. The big problem here is the fact that in those opening 3 rounds, Take Flight have earned themselves an Empress and a lockdown, which gives them a huge advantage, even though they're still rocking 2 Bulldogs.
Then yeah, Operator's going to be in his hands, playing on B by the looks of it, or even moving all the way to C long by the change up. Nothing for Illinois to use when it comes to ults. Need a few more ult charges before they can bring anything online. The Empress is good for Bossy. Denya has actually pushed up quite a bit when it comes to C long play. Thief's camera's not going to find too much either, so it is a bit of a spread in the default, but Bossy is a nice little position, one that Drone likes to play from TSM. So whether he can get uprooted from this spot or not, Ricata's going to be pushing up a little bit more. The alarm bot is going to be good to play off, and the paranoia is going to be a great addition to this fight. Bossy spray is attempted onto Shadows, who was able to at least get one, but traded out by Bood.
Yeah, it's just not good enough, is it, for Illinois? They're another 2v4 situation. They do still have the spike, so that's the little bit of good news and might provide an instance of hope. But you've got to find a kill here, and oh, that's so frustrating for Waltz. He hits a headshot, but Shifty, his Bulldog, will still confirm the kill. Scola now in a 1v4. And again, you still have an Empress and a lockdown. Not that either need to be used here, you feel like, unless Scola makes things extremely interesting. And as he finds one kill with 30 seconds to play, he's hoping for more
30
rotations
seconds
to
left.
come through this same angle, but I just don't know if he's going to be gifted that opportunity. And now it just comes down to the decision of, do you really try to give this a true go, or do you hold on? 18 seconds, and he is pushing forward, and this is just the operator being held at the moment for Denya. So depending on the timing of this peak, maybe you can punish, but no, it's Denya holding the lockdown angle, and with that, the kill comes in, and Take Flight now once again building themselves a cushion here defensively.
Really like the passive hold the Take Flight had there. The operator play just on a nice off angle that was going to be very difficult to clear for Illinois. Scola could only do so much. His impact has been very little on an individual level too. And Take Flight are just having a better go. Not only was Bossy showing up, but Buddha's also caught up when it comes to frags as well. Both the ultimates for these two players are good to go on this defense, but it's another eco round coming out of Illinois.
Get out of my way.
Stuff is starting to build up for Flight.
Bossy, you can see, is flirting with the idea of maybe pushing through these C garage doors, but might have to be waiting for a little bit of help from any kind of utility from Shifty. Run it back for Ricotta. Curveballs coming through. You also have the updraft tailwind combination as Shadows will join him on the site, but nobody is actually here. So this is going to be a free plant, but keep your eye on the lurking player of Thief as this Cypher. He's going to be the first one to come into any point of contact, and Boss is going to recognize that, and he very well takes care of the threat. Shifty through the Cloudburst has found 2. The lockdown really not required or needed here, but it'll come out anyways, and that'll be a flawless take for Take Flight as they get to double digits.
Illinois really only dedicating the run it back on that round. It was a strange time to do it. Their execute, it wasn't even really necessary at that point.
Blade Storm
because
came out too, though.
That too, yeah. And Take Flight just playing off the sites, kind of respecting the ultimates, even when the economy doesn't really support it all that much. Shadows now bringing out the op on the attacking round. Had a lot of impacts previous, but it's going to be tricky with the changes to the operator to make that work on attack. And Take Flight, instead of playing passive and centrally on Haven, they're going to be, again, stacking up on the extremities, 3 players on C.
And with that, Bossy's going to try to be freed up forward. Watching it currently is Waltz, but will he actually see this angle? He will, and that's a big first kill now. No Empress for Bossy to be earned this round through. And as that kill comes out, they're going to rotate the spike back over for what looks to be a design towards A. Alarm bot is right out front towards long. That'll give some information. The Owl drone also going to be committed as it tries to scout forward. And so it's going to be on to Bood and Denny to hold on to this. Bood, is he good for the first? Yep, sure is. Looking for number 2. He's going to grab it. The third is actually nearby. He could nearly punish this one as Thief is low HP. But Waltz on the way in will help him, and that will finally be a take of the site for Illinois. But this is a 3v3, and 2 of your members for Illinois are down to what would be a single knife. Denny with double updrafts could peek over the top of this. I think he's just waiting for a paranoia, maybe even a recon bolt to come through. Now he'll join the effort forward. Aldrin also the mix. And with that recon bolt, Scola is able to find 1 kill. Thief, another, and now it's just down to Shifty. A 1v3 would be required for him, but Scola will shut down that before it could occur. In Illinois, they bounce back in a big way. Needed to win that round, and they do. Now just down 2.
There was a bit of a gap of coordination in play from Take Flight. Bood, I think, was expecting Denya to be watching his back when holding onto the site, but Denya had given up the site completely, and the Bood couldn't at least face his killer, couldn't try and get some damage in. And the 5 rounds in a row that Take Flight have taken on this defense have been broken, but their money has not. They're still good. They have the Hunter Sphere on the defense. They have a lot to work with. Illinois do too, though.
The only problem is one of your duelists and your current top fragger and Ricotta is on a stinger. Skull's going to find information here. Can you curveball forward and grab this? No, you're not going to be able to because Bossy, just I think spamming through the doorway, eventually connects out of the head of Ricotta. So that was the initial attempt for Illinois, completely shut down. What else do you have here? What's going to be the audible? Because you're in a 4v5 and around that you're still going to feel like you need to win. Skull's going to try to stay away from line of sight off the Owl drone. Hunter's Fury is going to come through. That needs to be a counter, you would feel like, just to play chicken with him, but Skull's not going to commit, and with that shift, he's able to confirm a kill.
The recon bot that came from Scholar was in the smoke too, so it didn't give up his position. On another part of the map, Bosley was watching C long and catches out the lurking Omen. Then he has now brought this into a 5 versus 1. Shadow's trying to get the plant at least, but he's going to be faced. The recon bolt isn't going to catch him, so he manages to catch out Shifty. More lurking in his position, but he has 4 defenders surrounding him, and Bossy gets another triple kill, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited to look at Valor GT to see how many triples he has. That has to be at least number 5, if not number 6. He's 27 and 9, and we still have a handful of rounds to play with. And Boot has found 23 kills. I mean, it's just been the 2 of them so far. No response for the individual plays from Bossy and Boot from Illinois so far, and that's going to have to change in a big way. And you still talk about the fact that Take Flight have a huge economy behind them. Illinois are actually going to force buy in this round. So it's just a must-win. They lose this round, they're down 8-12, and they're not going to have any money to purchase, and that's likely the game. So you've got to win here. And Denya still locks down one kill, even though the curveball comes through. Bossy able to get a dismiss and keep his life. No trade allowed. And all of a sudden, Take Flight. They are responding to this aggressive hit from ISP pretty nicely, although that's a beautiful hit from Thief as the recon bolt will allow him a chance to get through. Neural theft will be committed. So it's going to have to be on the Denya to try to find a quick scope. Not going to find anything there. So now 2v2 we go. Trake's able to get involved. Now down just the Thief. 1v1. It would need to be 4 kills for Thief. No spike in hand. And the timing here was decent, but Trake's aim is better. And Take Flight take the round. They're on match point, looking forward to FaZe if they can find one more.
Really good round, like really good play from Flight to sort of deal with that situation as it was playing out. It was mostly those 2 very early kills that Denya and Bossy were able to grab. But Trakes, you sort of mentioned the frags that Bossy and Boot have got. 11 assists on the Omen is pretty pivotal, and the majority of those will just come from the damage that he does, or more notably, the paranoia that have been able to hit so many different players. Bossy is actually going to be having the Odin, might bring out the Empress at the same time. To just sort of face him down, is spraying in mid onto window, and Trakes
so much
spots a couple of heads, and the Paranoia's going to get a few more assists.
Curveball does come through, so Tricks can't hold the angle, and Rakata's able to trade away Shifty. Denya just with an operator. You've got to get more participation here from your ARs, and Bossy's able to get on. Find one. Beautiful shot from Denya. Bossy cleans things up, and ISP here will fall in 3. Take Flight looking forward to taking on FaZe Clan in round 3, which is exactly where our broadcast coverage will go next.
Yeah, they'll be playing up against FaZe Clan, and I'm really excited to see Bossy versus Corey in that rain off. That's going to be pretty exciting to watch. But just great individual play. They seem to really have a good use of the utility and ultimates. They didn't really look too phased by the opponent, which we've seen a lot of Illinois plays today, and we know the potential that they certainly have. Flight just looked pound for pound better across all of their different plays and all of the roles too. And there's some insane stats, almost like a 400 ACS for Bossy and 6 first bloods.
3.0 KD, 30 and 10, and I mean, too many triple kills to count, at least on one hand. And that may have just been the difference maker right there. I mean, this is a still pretty close game. If you even, let's just say you take away 10 kills from Bossy, which sounds like a lot. That's still a 2.0 KD, and that game becomes much more tight because of it if you look from north to south. And again, you got to throw a lot of love Bood's way as well, as he did an incredible job on the Killjoy, especially on the offense, which you don't normally figure that a Killjoy is going to find a lot of value in. So 23 and 12 for them. And with that, again, looking forward to playing up against FaZe Clan next, who, to be fair, we saw earlier, and they were kind of just doing a whole W run forward and just hope that we're better than our opponent's strategy. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with that same kind of level of play versus either one of these two opponents, specifically Take Flight, as that's the matchup that they're going to be coming up against.
Yeah, like it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Trakes as well in that final round added 3 more assists with the plays that he had. So just individual play in the right moments, and really excited to see why and how Take Flight can take this further. Really, it's a team that has been involved in a fair few sort of tier 2 tournaments at the moment, or at least recently. So to see them go up against FaZe Clan that needs to prove that they're not a tier 2 team when it comes to the potential that they have, it's already a pretty big asking, I think, for FaZe Clan going into their second best of 3. Like, they win this, they're going to feel a lot more comfortable going in tomorrow, but it would be a heavy loss if they go down to Take Flight.
And for Take Flight, again, they've put some resistance up against TSM during the Nerd Street Gamers tournament, as well as in the first instance of the UMG qualifier, they put up some resistance versus Equinox. So now they'll get a try versus FaZe Clan. The only of the 3 teams that we've mentioned there that have not yet qualified, still hoping to do that. And we'll break down this best of 3 as soon as picks and bans are done right here on this channel after this break. Well, welcome back. We have one more best of 3 on the market here for us. It's round 3 matchup between FaZe Clan and Take Flight. My whole shift with me, RyanCentral. And, well, we've seen now both of these teams play. Although that said, maybe throw an asterisk next to FaZe Clan as they played their opening matchup in round 2 versus TLP Red. And they were doing a couple of just out of the ordinary things, let's just say it plainly. But now as they have a much more stiff opponent, I'd be interested to kind of get those questions maybe perhaps answered for us as we take a look at this FaZe Clan squad to see if they are going to be looking primed to potentially lock in one of those final 6 qualifier spots. This best of 3 will start things off on split. And the first thing to recognize here, Ryan, there will not be
Triple
a Brimstone
duelist
this time. And the triple duelist. This is the setup that they normally like to run, at least based on the couple of examples we've seen so far.
Yeah, Zachary's going to be on the killjoy. They're defending first. This was the choice of Flight. Bind was FaZe's pick, and Haven is obviously the map left, as FaZe is the top seed banned out Ascent, which really isn't too surprising considering some of the results that they've had on that map. I think this is going to be a key one to win. They didn't really take the last game that they had up against earlier on this map. Like we mentioned, Zachary was on the Brimstone of all things, so I do feel that this is important. Ending today strong is going to be key. But Take Flight, as we recently just saw, are a very scary lineup. Look out for Bossy especially. He was an absolute monster in the game against Illinois, please, if you've just tuned in. Survey's going to be defended first. Corey's going to be over on the Phoenix, and Marv, yeah, on the Reyna. Interesting lineup. All three duelists are going to be trying to face as much as possible on the A site, but it seems it's going to be a B hit from Take Flight.
And the interesting thing, at least from the First Strike series thus far, Take Flight has not played this map. So kind of keep that in mind. And like you mentioned, their picks, so maybe holding on to something that they haven't had a chance to show yet. We'll see. Spike will be left over towards mid-market, and we're going to get a 2-1-2 split here for Take Flight's first offense with a lot of success already up through A ramps. It just comes down to Baby Bay. Can he read this, and can he find any damage, or even better, maybe even a kill, as Marv actually wants the challenge forward, and not expecting that whatsoever was Denya. That'll lead to one kill, and now they know for a fact they've isolated Bossy, and all three duelists that are here are likely going to just challenge him and see if they can find the easy kill, but Bossy will not make life easy for them. He finds one, gets the overheal off, and is able to back away. This is all great because meanwhile, the Spike is actually hitting over towards B, and Zach is going to have to be responsible to try to hold on to this 1v2, of which he finds the first, but not the second. FaZe Clan, they still come away with the pictures of the trades.
Yeah, Trax is last alive. Spike hasn't been planted, so can't play around the objective. Marv gets the third on the Reyna. And some interesting plays. Take Flight trying to work the map as much as possible, but FaZe Clan just win out a lot of those engagements. We're proactive with taking a lot of that map space. Seems that they're not going to be looking to force on the attack either. So FaZe Clan can buffer up this economy with any luck.
You don't feel like luck is going to be a factor for it, but I'm just interested here to see. Again, we've seen a couple of teams try to pull triple duelists before, but very rarely do we see it on a map like Split. You think back to certain teams doing it on Haven specifically at a couple of times. But going with this here is interesting, and Marv with the greedy buy of the Phantom will make use of it as he gets 2 kills. Will dismiss forward, not going to see much, but still will find the 3rd kill. Next dismiss comes out. It's just the Rays around the corner, and one more member at long range. They do find a pretty valuable pick here, and honestly, if Take Flight can reduce Baby Bay's Marshall's impact, might be an opportunity to find a weapon here, and that's what they're trying to play for. Paranoia is going to come out. Here comes the challenge forward. Raucus is here to assist. And even though Baby Bay's not able to find any kills, he will deny the weapon pickup for now.
Zachary is the hero, though, coming in with the flank, and it's really just a poor omen. Tricks backed into the corner. Much more messy than it needed to be for FaZe Clan, really. Take Flight could have easily got a couple more lucky right clicks in with the classic to make that a lot more scary. But it's 2-0 to FaZe Clan. Marv, 6-1, has the Empress good to go if he wants to use it. It's been a toss-up mostly across the series on Reynas that use the ultimate and those that just avoid it at all costs, right? Bossy having a slower start. I looked at a few of his stats from the last series against Illinois. He had a very poor game. I think it was on Bind, where he was like 8 and 18, bottom fragging across the server. And then you compare that to Haven, where he had triple, like the 30s. It was a key one. But Zachary, a key kill onto Shifty. A lot of pressure coming in from Take Flight towards mid. But there are 2 defenders waiting for them in ropes.
And with that, the Paranoia has already been spent. The Boombot will not actually find the kill. Boss is able to dismiss away from it, and Boone will pick up where he left off. Nice little bait and switch play coming out of Take Flight as they win the battle at ropes. And now that they go up top, Marv is going to have to respond to this. Dark cover will come through. Lear also there. Marv will delete it. Spam shots are coming out, but there's a little bit of help. And as Marv takes the challenge, she'll grab an overheal. Second challenge comes through, but Boone will survive after being headshot once. Apparently just out of the range of the instant one-tap range of the Phantom, and now it's just down to Zach for a 1v3.
Easy cleanup, though. Take Flight, take a map around even. And the presence in mid was the key one, and the fact that Shifty went down so early and Take Flight could maneuver that map around into their favor was some good play on mid. The money is not going to be good for FaZe Clan, really, who didn't treat that last round like a bonus round at all. Because of the damage they took in round 2, they had to buy up. And now their economy is in a pretty tough spot other than Marv, who might pull out the Empress play with the Phantom. Will still have enough money to go in for the next round. So a good opportunity for Take Flight to bring the score even at this point. Similar plays coming out with the defaults and Shifty pushing in B main. But is it going to be met with the same aggression?
Baby Bay and a Bucky playing just outside ropes, has one member nearby, but doesn't look like there's going to be point of contact there. It's FaZe Clan push through mid-map that is currently the bigger concern of everything that's happening. Corey's been taken down low. Baby Bay, does he actually catch his shoulder there maybe for a second? He hears footsteps down below him. And the shot will first connect, but doesn't secure the kill. Frustrating as Denya will survive with 5 HP. Big opportunity here for Take Flight as they're in a 5v3 with the spike planted. And it really just comes down to, will they read this rotation through sewer by Corey? Because if they can pick him up, there's really no chance that FaZe Clan have to really kind of break up this post-plant setup. And actually, Raucus will find 1 kill. Corey coming up the ladder is going to find another. Hold on here a second. We've got ourselves a 3v3. The problem is the health pulls for FaZe and the time. But Corey's able to find another elimination. He's got a hot hands earned. He can start to self-sustain in the dark cover off of this. But the clock is continuing to tick down. Bood will find 1 kill. Corey on the low ground is going to recognize that this time for a 1v2 plus a defuse is not favorable. And he'll just back away.
Tail between the legs. Take Flight, bring it up. It was an expected result, really, but it does save a little bit of money for FaZe that are going to be buying up in the next round. Interesting that we didn't see Marv pulling out the Empress in that scenario. Might just not want to. Lost a key engagement up against Bood towards B main, the middle part market, I think it's called. And FaZe Clan, nice positioning around mid, but it's mostly the default from Flight that I'm paying attention to. The paranoia is going to come through onto ramp. They're going to put some very quick aggression, hopefully. And Take Flight can take a little bit of A-ramp control and put a bit of pressure, at least onto Zachary.
Early curveball will be sent through for Corey as the Boombot gets sent forward. Not a lot of the map taken away for FaZe Clan here. They're just kind of playing things very passively over through A tower and now up into B tower. And with that, a minute 15 remains, and Take Flight are going to recognize that A site might not be nearly as favorable. Maybe they scout out the fact that Killjoy is nearby. Hard to really kind of tell, but they will start to stack up for this B hit. It just comes down to what is it going to take for the XQ call to come through, as they do have a Showstopper, an Empress, and a Bladestorm to use. The Showstopper will come out first. Lear is going to be there. Shifty throws this out, but actually doesn't find the connection. And how about that play from Raucus? He actually uses the Shrouded Step to get away. Bossy with the Empress. Lockdown also going to be spent here. Boss is going to find 1. Dismiss away to get a little bit further forward. Raucus will respond, though, as he survives with 9 HP, and FaZe Clan will exist with a 4v2, trying to hold off the spike play.
Mav making his way onto the site, just trying to see if there's anybody peeking around the smoke, but they don't spot out Bood. Luckily, Baby Bay does. It's a 2 versus 1 now. It's just all up to the Jet, Denya, to get stuff done. Some really nice play there from Baby Bay, and most importantly, Zachary. Raucus even, actually, on the Omen, my bad. But, like, just the paranoia that came through the teleport to get around. The Showstopper found very little on the side of Shifty. And some key bits of utility to keep hold of that round. A lot of stuff was thrown out from Take Flight. You've got the Showstopper, you had the Lockdown, you had the Empress from Bossy. Some key stuff that got used up, and Take Flight still have money, but key ultimates didn't find as much impact as they were hoping for.
And now the 4th ultimate will be popped up this round, as likely we'll see the Blade Storm come out. This comes down to when Denya wants to try to use it. And how about this? Run it back will be used for Corey as he wants to clear out A ramps. He'll throw a lot of utility for this as well. A curveball and a hot hands will come out, and he will get the informational read that nobody is over here at A. But what he doesn't read is the fact that there were players that were lingering inside of sewer. And actually, I thought that Denya was the player to not purchase. He actually has a Phantom this round, so maybe the Bloodstorm will not come through this round. And with that, FaZe Clan not seeing as much information as they were hoping for will again just posture very defensively, mostly again into towers for both A and B.
I thought Denya might be trying to press on A a bit more because FaZe will not be expecting that play. Mav brings out the Empress at the worst possible time. Bossy pushes him. Pretty unfortunate timing, but this opening through ropes is going to be a big one. Baby Bay is wanting to try and at least get a frag for his troubles. But Bood manages to win it out. 5 versus 3 from the shutters is going to be used to anchor onto the A site. But take flight because they have so much mid control and a frag onto
30
Corey.
seconds left.
Means that they might be able to posture themselves more towards B. These 2 defenders so far away from this retake.
What a great execution for Take Flight. I mean, they read the positions of FaZe Clan beautifully. I mean, the big key was the fact that they were able to read Marv off of both Lears came off. Marv thought he was safe to get the Empress. It's not the case whatsoever. So now FaZe Clan need to make a decision here. You see only 400 credits being held onto for Raucus in this 2v4. They do have a lockdown, but Zach is only on a Bulldog. And it looks like based on that alarm bot being positioned, FaZe Clan will just give this round away.
And that's not easy to do, the whole posturing and going, okay, let's go B.
Yeah.
And it was really that opening for Zachary just fully dedicating to the A teleport to make sure that they can face on that site that they thought that was going to get hit. And Takefly showing that you need to have that sort of mid control. It opens up because of Marv's ill-timed ultimate, which is more unfortunate than anything. Probably could have taken that fight if he didn't use it, but, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Take flight, hold on to 4 players. They still have 2 ultimates. A lockdown is good on the defense. And a buy is not really going to be optimal for FaZe Clan, at least. They're going to pick up some stuff. But really, it's considered a half buy at most. Take flight, have a good opportunity to pull a couple of more rounds. Be nice to get 3 in a row, build up a bit more of that economy, and take a bit more control against FaZe Clan on this defense.
3 rounds early for Flight is great news for them, though.
Shadows traveling.
And looking to potentially take a 4th. Raucus is going to push through this dark cover. He's able to sidestep past the boom bot, but only comes away with 1 kill, and I just don't think that's really all that worth it. Both boom bots actually do detonate on the way through. Damage traded onto both raises, actually, and there will be a from the shadows in the backside. Maybe they needed to make sure that the district wasn't a confirmed teleport, and while he does, Denya finds the trade. So at least FaZe Clan go kill for now. And they do have the lockdown to potentially play with, but Buddha is completely taken over the rotation, potentially through mid-ropes. And with that, this will likely eventually be a B hit. It just comes down to, can they wait for a rotator to come through before they actually commit to this?
Corey's not really going to be moving much on the low ground of B. He's going to now just peek to see if he can get some information. He's going to get more than that. He's going to have a fight. The Omen doesn't spot him, but the Jet does, so there is going to be a bit of a face. The Paranoia is good. It's going to keep Corey on this corner, but he's still not been removed from this point yet. Narrowly misses these 2, but it's the mid play that I'm more curious about. Corey, timing. Luckily, Zachary's there to save him. And the turret's even going to be in addition to. Great round from Zachary. He gets the 3rd. That was pretty clutch from him, all the way down on 7 HP.
All right, pretty clutch. That was an incredible clutch for Zach. I mean, he needed to help out in some way. The fact that he gets both kills, and again, Corey was stressing. You could almost feel the sweat dripping off his brow. As soon as that Cloudburst comes in, he doesn't find the timing for an opening shot with the Sheriff. He needs someone to give him information from top, and Zach does more than that. He's able to convert on the 2 kills and then lock down the 3rd. Boone just a touch late on the flank. Maybe a timing that Take Flight can look back on and say, again, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But regardless, around that, FaZe Clan really didn't have much business winning. They still steal away. And Take Flight, yeah, they can still purchase here, but you feel like they may have missed out on an opportunity. So we'll see what they can do to try to steal one back this time around and make sure they stay away from an eco, as they would love to get a 4-4 tie-up early, but Marv will not allow this to come through, at least initially. Dismiss very well timed, and now a little bait and switch as Corey is able to step forward and find the 2nd kill.
Shifty's still over on B. Zachary's teleported his way onto the box, but it's pretty much 1v1 duels, 1 out from FaZe all across the map. These last 2 attackers of Take Flight are going to try and group up on mid. A bit of space at least taken from Trakes, but Baby Bay on 10 HP is going to be watching it. Can't hit the shots. They know pretty much the play that's coming through, and Raucus, who has not moved at this point, is now going to Shroud step away from that position. Paranoia's B main because he thinks that's where Shifty is. Still wins that duel just because Shifty's spray is a little bit off. Really nice play from Raucus. I actually really like him on the Omen.
Yeah, he's finessing a lot of these angles. Again, just a small moment, but the one that he teleports away from the showstopper when he knew his position was revealed, he had a couple of moments when they were playing up against TLP that he was again able to finesse a couple of angles. Yeah, maybe this is one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of our former Overwatch League players pick up the Omen, using their kits completely fully, because Spider is one of the guys that does it, and also does a very good job with it. So It'll be interesting to see how this kind of develops, and are we seeing, you know, just a better understanding of how the character functions, maybe perhaps from these Overwatch players, as this time Take Flight are going to get very aggressive off their eco, looking to get straight onto the A site. Zachary will not allow them to. Nanostorms are down to split them up. Marv able to help out with another kill from on top. Corey will meet him there for one more. And now Marv just cleaning things up around the site. No chance here whatsoever, as Marv will find 3 and FaZe Clan will exit flawlessly.
Crisp round. They were going to run into an eco from Take Flight, but still losing absolutely nobody there and dealing with a pretty standard execute coming out. Just the way that the utility was used to have the raise, blast pack away through A main to maybe even jump onto heaven. Mavd is 11 and 5, and Zachary, Baby Bay both having their ultimates on this defense. The lockdown is available on the attack too from Bood. That might be one of the reasons why we're going to be seeing Take Flight pushing B main, but there is a stack willing to try and face him and attack him. And for the most part, FaZe Clan have won these engagements.
Boombot will sneak forward. Marv wants to actually challenge this, and he doesn't really have enough help behind this. Showstopper also going to come through. Baby Bay is able to find one. Denya missing the shot as the Paranoia was able to get there for the assist, and as he looks for a second peek, also going to come away unsuccessfully. But at least Trax is able to find one more kill as he was holding the angle by mid-market. So now Corey, up top, one of the last defenders around the B site, with the only exception being the fact that you still have your Raze nearby, will eventually come away. And this is a great moment here for Take Flight. You're at a 2v2. You've got the spike still in hand, and FaZe Clan have to make a decision. Do we decide to individually hold A and B, or do we group up some in the middle and try to play for a retake off the lockdown?
Yeah, FaZe Clan must have seen the spike draw. So Baby Bay doesn't really want to give up B, but he's going to play very passively from it. Means that the rotate away to A isn't going to take too long from him, but that's going to be the play coming at Take Flight, going through ropes. Zachary playing from heaven is very much concerned. Could be hit from multiple angles at once, but he might be lucky if Bossy comes around up
30
to heaven.
seconds left.
The turret's going to be a nice insurance of where they're going to be playing from. And yeah, they don't spot him and they line up perfectly. This is some really good stuff from FaZe Clan. I really like the way that they're playing this out. The Take Flight sure might not necessarily match up pound for pound, but FaZe Clan is dealing with a threat nicely.
It's just a timing thing there. I mean, the clock was still pretty favorable for Take Flight, but they wanted to make sure once they started throwing out Leers that, all right, now FaZe are going to know that we're here. Let's try to get this spike planted quickly. And unfortunately, in that moment, they don't fully clear off Rafters, and Zach gets the lineup for free. Really no chance for them there. So now for Take Flight, you're in a 3-on-7. You're on a light buy / broken buy round coming forward here for round 11. And you're not going to have really a chance of breaking the economy of FaZe Clan, but they might be able to take advantage of Marv, who's played a bit aggressive, but not going to happen. The trades come through, and it's FaZe Clan on top for a 3-for-1 trade. Last members for Take Flight sitting mid-map, and as Denya can't find anything, it's just down to Bood, and his position will be made revealed by Marv as he finds the final kill. And 8-3 up. It was a great start for Take Flight, but the last 5 rounds have been all FaZe Clan.
Was a half buy. Oh, really coming out of flight there so that they could fully afford players like Bood for this final round of this half. With 4 ultimates available, there was really no excuse to use some of those abilities to break onto a site. They head into A. There's not really a set play. There's no paranoias coming through. The showstoppers might be popped instantly to just try and take some of this space. But it's even FaZe dedicating some ultimates, running down A ramp to just get that intel, knows that there's one there at least. The Flight's positioning is going to remain dedicated to this A push, and the Killjoy ultimate comes through. Raucus throwing out the paranoia is going to change over his gun, and Bossy opens up the frags.
50, trying to come forward. Not really able to get much with the showstopper. Baby Bay up top finds 2 picks. Take Flight was really hoping they could put some pressure over towards A tower, and at least fortunately Shifty can reduce the resistance of the operator. Now the defensive lockdown comes through. Paint shells are brilliantly placed, and they body block each other a touch. That's going to be Zachary down. Raucus on the way in will actually take down Shifty, who does get detained. So now it's just down to 1. It's Bood. He finds the first 1v1. Both players tagged up heavily. From the shadows will be used and committed to. That's going to be a reset on this fight, and they might just meet here outside the ropes. Boot is repositioning up top. Raucus is watching for
seconds
maybe a
left.
rotation, but Flight with Boot are eventually going to commit to sticking onto this A plant. But the time is going to mean that Boot has to run. He has to run for this at some point in time. And if that's heard, Raucus might have a pretty big advantage being up top in the tower.
10
But without
seconds
hearing
left.
anything yet, he can't commit to going forward. Spike will now finally come down. Here comes Raucus on the move through ropes.
Spike planted.
Does have one teleport available and both of his dark covers to take away some angles. But both players are completely clueless to where one another are. And Buddha's going to try to play this from the backside of screens.
He's
And
listening for the step.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. There is the teleport as well, which would be a really cool bait from Raucus.
Timing.
But he's going to peek. This is going to be really awkward timing on left. Raucus has even got the smokes out. Oh, this is excruciating to watch for the two teams, but Boot actually getting it. What an insane clutch from him. I like what Raucus tried to do with the teleport,
Switching
but
sides.
Flight could at least get the 4th round.
So we'll swap up the sides. 8-4 will be the tally with the clutch up from Flight there. Needed to be so. And you're not upset about that, I think, if you're Flight. You get 4 rounds offensively versus FaZe Clan, who do boast a more successful defensive half than they do an offensive half. You're going to be feeling pretty okay about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for a clutch round like that, it hasn't really added too much in for Flight. They have the defense, so you would say that they may have the advantage, but considering both of these teams are running triple duelist, it's almost like compensation, I suppose, for how difficult it can be to attack on this map, right? There is going to be a 3-1-1 split. The Killjoy going to be lurking on A. And already a lot of utility used to just take this B main control. Trakes is ready to go with a paranoia. Is he going to peek after it too?
But while Trakes tries to deal with the boom bot, the rest of FaZe Clan peek through B main and get first blood cleanly, mind you. So now it's on to Shifty. Just has a blast pack to play with. This is a risky challenge for him. Here's a lot of information. Finds the first, takes the second challenge. Right click is good. On the site, though, is still Baby Bait. The paint shell's re-earned. He'll try to toss that out, but at least Bossy's there for the immediate trade, but he's going to have to do more than that as it's a 1v2 situation.
You're gonna make their way through ropes to get to the A site. Bossy hears all of this. The turret is actually placed in a really nice spot that's going to give up the fact that he is towards the defender's spawns. Now rushing to screens, making a lot of noise. The paranoia just misses, and so does the nano swarm. A lot of space taken from Bossy, but he's not quite sure where his last player is. What a beautiful play from him. The defuse is going to come in nicely. And this is a key round for Take Flight to take.
And another triple kill for Bossy, just to kind of keep the trend going. But a beautiful 1v2, and this is such a beautiful read. He makes the exact correct call. Maybe was considering that he wanted to play through A tower, but it's actually more fortunate that he sits down, and the fact that he just barely escapes away from that paranoia is key. The overheal comes in, which was necessary considering he was tagged down to 22 HP in full.
Careful here.
So another pistol coming the way, but this time by way of Take Flight. No force behind this for FaZe Clan. So if you're Take Flight, you very well should reduce this to a 2-round deficit. And with Bossy going straight into a Phantom, you might be able to earn yourself an early Empress, which really could help dig into this deficit quickly. And Bossy won't realize it, but he's already tagged up one heavily.
He's going to find some early aggression with the flash. He's in an awkward spot, and that's a really nice right click that's going to do a lot of damage. Mav opens up the accounts, but these paint shells are big crisp. Shifty gets another one. Trakes knows that there's somebody there, and Shifty's going to try and back him up. It's an awkward spot to be if you're FaZe Clan, especially when Denny is trying to push him in this spot. He's able to get the players jumping down and survive with his life to an extent. Take Flight are keeping FaZe Clan in lockdown.
Player remaining.
Denya is able to take down Corey, leading to now a 1v4. Zach with a one-tap onto Shifty will make life a bit easier, but it's only a bit easier as Trakes is locking down the angle. Spam shots with the Spectre will connect onto the face of Zach, and that will be enough for Take Flight to take the expected round and still salvage the Phantom. So they'll be able to come into this next round. Actually, pardon me, did they actually get the Phantom? Oh, there it is. I'll say it was left on the ground for Bossy, who is now just one away from his ultimate. And his FaZe Clan will go into full ARs with full armor. The same will not be said for Take Flight, and in this, they actually force them into a Vandal for Denya with light armor. So even though you would anticipate Take Flight having a weakened economy, as they naturally should going into the third, even though they've won the first two. The fact of the matter is, with this force coming behind it, if they don't win this round, they will immediately be back onto a save. So this is not exactly the gun round you normally expect here in the third round of the half.
Shifty wanting to fight, maybe to try and grab this orb, get a showstopper as soon as possible. Has confirmed that FaZe Clan are going to be going A. Baby Bay is not wanting to give up too much information. He's quite happy to lurk. And so far, FaZe Clan aren't met with any form of resistance. The Nano Swarm, the turret, is going to catch them out sooner rather than later. The alarm bot on ramp, so they're not going to get caught out completely. Buddha's a nice off angle, but FaZe Clan is still wanting to dedicate. The smoke has gone onto screens where the Omen is hiding, and the Lair's going to at least keep Take Flight planted down. Baby
kill.
Bay's lurk can't get much.
That's beautiful, and Bood still has a nanostorm here, so he can hold on to this. No one knows he's positioned. He didn't shoot at the Lear. Curveball will come through. That'll flash him a little bit, but again, this position is so good for him. He finds 1 kill plus a lot of damage. Denya from the backside of the site will find the final 2, and Take Flight will take a needed round here. Now it's an opportunity to upgrade those weakened ARs to something a little bit more regular, while FaZe Clan will have to be forced to go to a life buy or just pistol upgrades.
Would also mean that Take Flight can bring the score back to being even. 8-4 to 8-all. And this is Flight's map pick, bear in mind, so they're pretty comfortable on here. FaZe Clan, very 50-50 results. They had a pretty easy performance earlier on today. They didn't really want to show too much up. Against some of the bigger teams, it's give or take depending on how those teams like to play this map too. Bossy now could be facing up to multiple people, can at least easily open up a couple of frags. Rockus could have been a threat there, but Trex is going to help support him. Baby Bay, at this point, just wanted to see if he could build up a showstopper for this next push. He can do with the death, of course. Zachary having the lockdown for the next round. Can't get much else from that. 8-all is the score. FaZe Clan, this is a big round coming up, but they have some big ultimates to boot.
And again, the flip side for Take Flight, yeah, you are going to look at FaZe Clan earning ultimates of their own, but you do that flawlessly. So even though this is a big round for FaZe Clan, even if Take Flight loses, they've got more than enough economy to buy up to the next round and keep the pressure on FaZe Clan, especially consider that you're still going Showstopper for Showstopper and Empress for Empress. Behind that, you're really close to a Blade Storm, so there also was extra consideration there. This time, though, FaZe Clan posturing aggressively at the A blockade. Denya will be nearby, looking for a peek. Showstopper's going to be committed early for FaZe. As they send it up top, they do take care of Bood. So now Denya is the only player here defensively, and he really just needs to make sure that nobody finds a push through this defensive screen. And beyond that, he's going to actually push forward to the dark cover and find one in response. It's a beautiful kill, and it leads to now just a 3v4 situation. Denya will be forced back, but you have 2 ultimates to still play with if you want to, if you're Take Flight.
Raucus is lurking on ropes, though. This is a lot of space taken, but Mav is able to do some more damage. Raucus can find the impact. Shifty trades out. The 1 versus 3, multiple angles that FaZe are watching. And it already came from Baby Bay's showstop. It was perfectly placed, and they managed to create so much space for themselves so early on. It was a really solid execute. Even with Take Flight playing around that, you have Raucus doing the paranoia play from being in sewers across a ramp, but pretty much where Bude is playing now is where he was before. The paranoia doesn't reach. Take Flight know these strategies that come out from these teams, these executes. And they have fancy little ways of just playing around them by keeping their distance. So it was a good aggressive round for FaZe Clan. Still have ultimates to go. Another buy from Take Flight. Showstopper for them to use as well.
Boombots won't find much of anything. Paint shells will come through. It will actually take away the armor of Shifty. Baby B going to follow up to find the kill. The Bossy's there for the immediate trade. Trakes will be flushed out of his position with the nanostorm coming through, but I don't think FaZe expected the dark cover to expire as quickly as it did. And with that, now numbers for Take Flight as Trakes finds a kill mid-map.
Here.
Some key positioning coming out of Killjoy on the side of Bood. Take Flight considering going B. Actually make a nice little audio cue that's going to bait the rotation, but Bossy's just going to peek and actually gets the frag. The paranoia doesn't quite play off for FaZe Clan. As Zachary gets hit by it, you can't really follow through. It's a 2 versus 4. Then you get smoked off with the operator and just manages to get off that angle in time. Comfortable from Take Flight so far. FaZe are just trying to make a decision but they're surrounded pretty much on all sides.
And this is a really tough call for FaZe Clan. You're in a decent spot mid-map to rotate between B or A, but the problem is you've got no information on what's on site. Denya shouldering, maybe a bit wider than a shoulder actually, will be
30
tailwinding away,
seconds left.
holding the operator still backside stairs. And as FaZe Clan will block it with the dirt covered there, looks like they are going to try to give this a go, but as Bossy finds his third kill, Zach is there for a trade. It still is a 1v3, but there's only 2 more members for Take Flight nearby the B site. So pending that Zach can actually plant this, he might
10
have a
seconds
chance to
left.
catch a couple of players individually. But now he's going to have to commit to that call as there's not a lot of time, and he will be challenged by Trix, who finds the kill.
9-all. And that round could have gone very differently if Bossy didn't peek from Mail. Like FaZe Clan making an audio cue that they're going through ropes, even put the turret there. You could see the Omen from Flight. Trix was rotating around, ready to help out. Bossy just takes an aggressive gamble peek on Mail just to see if there's anybody there. He finds all of them, gets a frag, and Take Flight can adjust and posture themselves for a B execute and smothered FaZe Clan on the high
No
ground.
prisoners.
FaZe, half buy, 4 ultimates. You don't expect them to use them.
Solo rifle, though, for Marv, who does have an Empress, so if things get close, don't rule out the potential of him using this. Yeah, sure, he's got no armor, but might not need it. Well, maybe he did. Gunfight comes on to Bossy up top, and with the extra armor, Bossy's able to lock down the kill, and then immediately will go into a defensive Empress. A bit strange to see this call coming through, considering there was a very significant lack of information for Take Flight, but they commit for it, and FaZe Clan might give him an opportunity to use it as they start lurking up mid-map. Bossy's going to try to chow this, and if he could find the good timing, he will likely walk away with at least 2 kills. There's number 1. Dismisses backwards, realizes there are more contestants nearby, takes the second challenge. Turret's going to deal some damage, not going to make a difference. Bossy able to find himself a third. Working for a potential ace, not going to come through. But Denya finding his trade will clean up the last as well and Take Flight up to double digits first, up 10-9.
Yeah, maybe the Empress was a little bit unnecessary for Flight, but I like the fact that Bossy doubled down on the play, used it to get an intel, they even could tally up a few more kills. And FaZe now behind have 4 ultimates to do something with. Baby Bay isn't all that far away from having a showstopper either, but it's not likely to come out in this round. But look at the aggression coming out of Flight. It's going to be another paranoia play coming from B main, but this time the showstopper could come out to play. Baby Bay needs to be careful here because this could be a nightmare.
This is a must-win round here for FaZe Clan, by the way. You feel like is they're going to be on likely a light buy or a save coming forward, and as Take Flight will contest B garage, they will take care of a lot of utility. Boombot and the sentry turret down. We're also able to grab some more utility out of the Killjoy. So FaZe Clan will be without information and without the ability to really convincingly set themselves up for B main early. Take Flight will forfeit it, but again, FaZe Clan are going to spend more abilities that they want to try to work their way into the B main eventually.
I guess the good thing is, though, is that Flight used a lot of ultimates themselves. This is a very conservative ultimate. Yeah, it's just to sort of clear this position. It's not deep enough to really scare Take Flight, who can just step back, just hold S. It's more of a bait than anything. The A execute's looking to come in. Raucus has the spike. If he gets caught out on his own, there's very little that FaZe Clan can do to catch him through. There's nice positioning for Boo. The turret is going to be a little bit of a canary in the coal mine, and now the run it back is going to be used for FaZe Clan to try and clear some of these angles. I think they got off a little bit lucky there, but the execute's going to come in.
Bood's up top, though. He can deal with at least the first instance of Corey as he found first blood in this round. The spike that gets planted is at a pretty safe angle, and Bood is going to recognize that there are at least a couple members that are up top. Maybe Zachary able to find kills, and now it's just down to 1, as Bossy won't be able to do anything. A flawless round for FaZe Clan, and I think it's just an awareness thing right there for Take Flight. It's a very passive lockdown, and behind that, even if it clears out B main for FaZe Clan to stage an aggressive hit to B itself, there's no utility behind it. There's no smokes, there's no leers, there's no flashes, nothing else comes out. So the 3 members that stayed passive at B need to recognize that it could be a fake a little bit sooner, especially once they hear from the shadows, and Take Flight just never could get themselves into a position to hope for a retake.
Yeah, it's another one of those like FaZe Clan plays that I quite like the smartness of it, I suppose, but it can easily go wrong. It's just on a knife's edge. Bossy wants to face, but it's another great paranoia coming through, allowing FaZe Clan a little bit of space. Denya's allowing it. He's going to take another shot, but laid off isn't going to get much, but the second one isn't. Corey gets taken down. He's trying to hold on to the side, gets a third. And this is the easiest cleanup for Take Flight. FaZe Clan had a full buy here. Without the ultimates, wasn't much to break through. Flawless for Flight.
And the tale of this entire map so far has been the fact that the offenses for either team have never been in a truly comfortable spot offensively. Sure, they might get to a point where they could break the mold and get into a gun round where, yeah, maybe they win that gun round. But then the one after, they're typically falling. We have yet to see really any good offensive rounds put together, with the only exception being round 3 and round 4 for Take Flight on their offense, which they had a small advantage in the weapons for round 3, and because FaZe Clan were forcing up behind that, they got a pretty free look at round 4 as well. So it's just a simple fact that offensively, neither of these teams have been able to get themselves really into a position to where they can keep contesting, as we get an early bit of action happening over through A ramps. This is without the spike, mind you, and Denny will be forced to go into the Bladestorm as both teams will trade out 1 for 1.
Then you're opted to use the operator in this fight. Narrowly misses Zachary in that position, but he's able to win the engagement completely. That Bladestorm isn't going to find much at all. Bood actually gets 2 from high ground. He's been having this place under his full control. But FaZe Clan, because they are so spread out, can use this to their advantage. The issue, of course, is going to be Bossy that's now lurking in behind them. For Bood, it's just a case of just sit pretty. Don't give up too much information. Listen out for any sounds. Killjoy Ultimate's a bit of an interesting one. So I'm curious to see how FaZe Clan adapt to this.
Well, the point of contact will come through, and you have to take this fight. If you're Raucus, he's going to try to bail away, and he is able to get out just barely. But also, there is a little bit of real estate to play with for a spike plant. That's a good shrouded step as well. Raucus will now be freed up to help his squad mate on the site itself. Bood wants to challenge A ramps. He's going to have help with him, as it's going to be Bossy right alongside. And as they take the hit, once again, Raucus just keeps dancing with them. Now the Nanoswarm comes through. Raucus is going to have to challenge, and with that, he will only find 1 kill. But is the 1 going to be enough? Bood in a 1v1 doesn't read Zachary playing from the opposite side of elbow, and we'll tie things up 11-11.
That round could have gone, again, very differently. It's on a knife's edge. It came from Bossy using the Lear, because you could see Zachary just looking from A main all the way across the screens. He was not expecting the enemy to wrap around him from ramps. That Lear was a nice audio cue. He changed up his position. Sure enough, the Nanoswarm forced him out of that cubby corner, but he could get 1. He was like full running and got a headshot in. Brought it down for the 1v1 for Zachary to win. Some nice little clutch plays from all of FaZe Clan, but the fact that it's this close must be kind of concerning. Take Flight can put them onto match point with their own showstopper. This FaZe Clan to draw theirs first.
Oh, but the Nanoswarm plus the turret doing so much damage, then Bood from the site is able to lock down 2 more kills. How good has he been? Well, he's going to one-up himself as he finds the 3rd. Trake's working in for the 4th and the 5th. And once again, FaZe Clan will be denied off an aggressive hit through A.
Point.
Take Flight didn't need to use anything. It was just Bood doing Bood things. If you saw the game earlier, you had Bossy that had a 30 bomb on Haven against Illinois. Bood was like 24 kills on the Killjoy. It's a similar thing here. He's only 1 frag behind Bossy, and the impact on this role, the new Killjoy as well, which some would argue was buffed or nerfed, completely owning that role, and it's so difficult for FaZe Clan to break free. They need to win this round to go overtime. Baby Bay is going to get paranoid off, but there isn't going to be too much force coming out of Take Flight to contain him from this spot. And this is good because the Killjoy ultimate can be put a little bit deeper in for FaZe Clan, and it will force Bossy off this angle.
I'm really curious if we could take a look to see what Marv has for a weapon real quick, as we're going to get the attacking lockdown coming through. He's going to have only a Spectre, and this is a round that he's going to pop Empress. Again, it's just one of those things that give him a rifle. Give him something he can actually make use of with this Empress. A Phantom or a Vandal doesn't make a difference. Just give him a chance. He's also holding onto the spike, so here comes the Empress pop. Here's the Chow, and fortunate to win the first. They're going to come through. Bossy and Trake's good for 2 of their own, and as Babyface able to work himself onto site, we're going to get a 3v3, and it looks like finally Marv will be allowed to pick up something that's not a Spectre, as he will also drop the bomb. No, he just drops the spike. He's not going to be able to pick up anything. He's still rocking a Spectre, and that's not going to be good enough. Denya for 2 now leads down to Raucus. This would be a 1v3 for his clutch. down to 41 HP. Has it from the shadows, but is hearing footsteps coming around as he goes ring around the rosy. Take Flight really just want to get a double challenge as Rock is feeling that the pressure is coming through. He'll try to knife run away. That will not be allowed. Take Flight, take map 1, 13 to 11.
Defenders win.
Flight look like veterans on this map.
Yeah.
It was their choice. FaZe Clan will be taking us to Bind, a map that they are much more comfortable on. It wasn't a bad shout for FaZe Clan. They were 8-4 up though. It was their attack that really let them down, and Flight really showed them how to go about playing that, and some really good performances. But you got to look at Boodman on the Killjoy. Shut down push after push. The FaZe Clan, they lose one more map. They are out of first strike.
Oh, man. I mean, imagine a world where that was to occur. It seems strange to be seeing teams like Gen G, NRG, FaZe still fighting for their life, but now backs up against the wall for FaZe Clan. And the triple duelist is something that I think is going to be a conversation worth considering in the future, depending on what happens here with FaZe, because it's something that comes with equal amounts of risk and reward. You've got the potential to have a lot of pop-off. You've got a lot of area denial from both the Raze and the Phoenix, but beyond that, you also help out with a little bit of extra help for the flashes. But a lot of the teams that we've seen successful in this map are finding that value by way of a breach. And without having things like a fault line, a flashpoint, a rolling thunder, there's really nothing outside of a paint shells and a hot hands that shrug players off of angles, unless it's just a flash. So with that in mind, I mean, again, it's kind of the same conversation for Take Flight. They also are kind of missing that little bit of utility, but just the way that they played the map was just a touch a little bit more advanced than what FaZe was able to put together here. So yeah, Take Flight will put themselves up one map. Bind will be the one coming up after this. And like you mentioned, this is FaZe Clan's bread and butter. They are an overall stat line of 6-1 on the map right now. And they're holding both great numbers defensively as well as offensively as far as the round win conversion that they have at the moment.
At least with these last two rounds, I mean, FaZe have to reverse sweep at this point. They win on Bind. Well, they're hoping to do because it was their map pick. They go to Haven, which is a much more straightforward affair for them. They have banned out Ascent, which is a pretty terrible map for them when it comes to their record on it, at least. So there is opportunity there. But this is a score that you could argue like they're already on the back foot. This is still day one of these qualifiers. They still have tomorrow to go up against some even tougher teams. So this isn't the best look, but it's how FaZe Clan compose themselves from this point. And it's a tricky one if you're that team to sort of go, okay, we should probably not be in this position. Flight were really good on that. We made it close. We have to dominate on Bind.
And, you know, just as we're going to roll through this without a break as we get into map number 2 for Bind, you got to keep in mind that Take Flight has built a lot of experience up in this First Strike series, playing up against teams like Team Solo Mid as well as teams like Equinox. So with now an opportunity to play up against FaZe Clan, could be a lot of stuff that has been learned, specifically in their last matchup when they were playing up against Illinois Servers, please. That was a bind that looked great for them in the tail half when they were playing on offense. The offense has been the most successful part for them. They won 9 rounds there, but still looking up a touch short, losing 11-13. So depending on what sides we get, we'll see how things occur. And as now we're getting word, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a lobby restart. So we will take a small break, but do not go anywhere. We've got map number 2, FaZe Clan required to take it if they want to see day number 4 of this qualifier. Otherwise, they will be done for the First Strike series. That's what's on the table. We'll figure out who picks up what when we come back after this. We're back and ready to go here for map number 2. It's going to be Bind coming up for us. And again, just in case you missed it, an 11-13 scoreline in favor of Take Flight on Split, which, again, the assumption would lead towards that was their map pick, as FaZe Clan is coming in as the higher seed. They choose to likely ban out Ascent, so this will be their map pick of Bind coming up for them. And we've already framed the fact that this is FaZe Clan's best overall map, but there has been a lot of consideration as well for Take Flight. They have not been incredible here necessarily, but they also haven't been necessarily poor. So if they are to stay competitive, you think that they're going to be able to do just fine playing on a map like Bind versus FaZe.
Yeah, I think when you say the sentence like FaZe should win on Bind, that isn't FaZe will win on Bind, or I want FaZe to win on Bind.
Yeah.
This is FaZe Clan, one of the biggest organizations in the world, on the potential of being knocked out of the biggest Valorant tournament so far without even getting into the main qualifiers. This is their map pick. If they don't win this, I think heads are going to roll for this squad, because this has been serious underperformance on them. So this is such an important map for them to show up on. We saw it a little bit early with their game, but granted, they didn't take it as seriously as they should be taking it right now. A lot of aggression on their defense. You still want to see that, but maybe not to the level that we saw earlier. This is important for FaZe to win. Their expectations are sky high. It doesn't matter who the players are, because it is FaZe Clan. It comes with the territory. We had it with 100 Thieves. Look what happened there. A purge of a team. Some absolute blockbuster, colossal players brought in to make it up. And they're in the finals. So this is a pivotal one for the Overwatch boys of FaZe Clan to show up on. No doubt.
This is one of those things that I didn't even think about it until you just put those words together. The fact that the disappointment that would come from the organization might only be exceeded by their failure to get into the Call of Duty World League back during Black Ops 4 during the Pro League qualifier, which was a huge surprise to everybody. They didn't even make it out into the playoff bracket. So yeah, expectations for the organization are high, and I'm not going to sit there and insinuate if they do lose this matchup or don't make it into the first strike qualifiers, or even just the closed qualifier for UMG, that there will be a major swap up. There definitely will be a lot of consideration. On the other side, though, just to give some extra love over to Take Flight, this would be an incredible step up for them. And they have been close in the past. They have been resilient versus teams like Equinox and TSM. And the ability to come through and essentially steal away the seed of FaZe Clan, you're going to be looking pretty good when it comes to what you do for maybe tomorrow to potentially lock in a top 6 spot and be another one of our surprise picks here for North American Valorant. So there are a lot of things on the line here for this first, or probably the second map. And again, statistically, a big favorite would be FaZe Clan on this map mode combination. But again, it's not to say that Take Flight are weak on this map, because they have played pretty darn well here as well, specifically just in these last week.
FaZe are going to have a little bit of forward-facing aggression, at least towards Hookah. They have 2 players stacked there in that spot. Take Flight, taking space is the name of the game for this pistol round. They are going to be playing very slowly. The Boombot is the only thing that's going to be brought out from the Raze. It's going to be traded with the same amount of utility. Right now, it's just Flight trying to see who's playing where. They know that there's going to be some presence from the defenders in back at this point, and they're going to try and face it and try and catch them out in that awkward spot.
Yeah, 2 players stuck in showers at the moment, but you do have Zach who's trying to help out from topside heaven. He's going to get a little bit of help from players coming through. Paint shells coming out. That'll split up these 2 members inside showers, and while that comes through, the spike will go down. Remember that Take Flight took 9 offensive rounds versus ISP in their previous matchup, looking great offensively. So if they can get things going here, it'd be great for the effort, but Zach is able to find first blood. Now Baby Bay trying to contest over through Lamp, so he's able to find a kill, even though Denya was tailwinding back. Corey was able to assist with the paint shells, and now everything is down to Trix. He's going to come up with nothing besides just 1 relatively insignificant kill versus Baby Bay, and FaZe Clan get a clean retake.
FaZe Clan played that pretty well. It wasn't a good position to be in. You have 2 players stuck in Bath with the majority of Flight separating them on the site. But it was a nice pivot, looking out for each other, keeping Lamp's control, which was most important in that round. Allows FaZe Clan to at least go 1-0 up on their defense. It is going to be a force from Flight. They're going to be mostly stacking their toys towards B. And this time, FaZe Clan aren't going to be playing for hookah control. In fact, they're happy to try and give it up. A good choice considering some of the close quarters weapons that are going to be in hand. Corey here's the sound. The boombot's going to come through. He is going to try and sort of face up against it and destroy the boombot before it gives up too much information. Baby Bay going to try and hold B along.
It just comes down to, do you read that there were SMGs in play there for Take Flight? I believe they do. Baby Bay's going to go forward here. He's going to be able to find first blood with Zach assisting him. Onto the site itself, though. Corey's trying to hold his life as he's got a 1v1 versus Denya through these cloud bursts. And as Corey's allowed to get the reload off, he will find one kill. Nice little cheeky blast pack pay to get him a little bit towards safety faster. Raucous through hookah. He will respond to Bood. And this force buy from Take Flight is not boding out as successfully as they were hoping for. Denya stuck on site. Trake's nearby. Corey's gonna find one. Respond as well to the second. 3 kills for Corey as he cleans things up.
Yeah, much better from Corey. His Phoenix play on split was just not good enough for the caliber of player that you expect from him. But even nice play from Raucous to just sort of clear some of these angles. Flight weren't playing for the retake, the post plant. The spike never really went down. But Corey to survive with the blast pack from a previous engagement, the nice flick there to make it 3 was expected, but it is going to be a save coming out of Flight because of the force that we saw previous. And it allows FaZe Clan to keep a hold of these guns, buffer up a bit more community, and play it as a bonus round.
Marved. Sidesteps right by the boom bot. The trade is there, but it doesn't come without a second kill from Marv. So big trades in favor of FaZe Clan early. And how about this? The aggression doesn't stop there as Trace gets caught out. He was your spike carrier for Take Flight. Not the greatest shots we've seen from Shifty as Corey will find a second. Denya will just salvage an orb and then see what he can do with this Sheriff. He's about to be overwhelmed as here comes the full surround. Maybe he can find one in the back. Not going to occur. Baby with another kill, and FaZe Clan only dropped 1 as they go up 3-0 early.
Flight weren't expected to try and get much done there at least. 7-0 for Corey. He has the showstopper as we get our full first fire round coming out. The operator for Denya is going to be the play. Positioning himself along B long. It's whether FaZe sort of expect the operator to come out of play. They're trying to decide where they want to potentially play this at this point. B long would be the most common play. It would be difficult to make it work from U-Hole. But he is going to be met up from the jet from the other team, and Showstopper's going to be used very early on. Actually, Corey's going to be trying to push along. The damage doesn't get done, and he could get caught out. Baby Bay loses that fight against Denya. The operator already finding success. Flight are trying to work their way onto B.
But the problem here is FaZe Clan have taken over the middle of the map through A, and that is not the paint shells that Bossy was looking for. Now you've got to use more utility to clear off this cubby by B. Paranoia early for FaZe as they use the teleporter to come on through to try to help out this battle through hookah. And while they do this, Zach will find 1 kill as Take Flight make the commitment to sit there and say, we've already got a player in lamps, let's just hit the teleporter and get onto A quickly. And behind that, actually, Trax does well to find another kill. So now it's going to be a 4v3 for Take Flight as they will get the spike planted with the post plant set up for Heaven.
Look at Mav though. He's got really nice positioning on A mid. He is going to get smoked off, but it might allow him somewhere to peek across. He's not going to meet anybody just yet, but he has a nice little anchoring point that could catch people out, especially if he can get Trax out with Bath. He's going to be pushing on ahead. More watching behind him, but it's difficult for these defenders coming from the run spawn. Then he gets a second. Zachary is going to be faced by multiple people on this angle. Then he does look away, but there are a lot of people playing very closely in the metal vent. Shifty's good for it. And Marv couldn't really get anything done from that flanking position. Then you spotted him out, scared him off, and Take Flight can at least take this round. Some really good play from them on the attack, and FaZe Clan just couldn't really take those engagements early on. Started with Denya, ended with Denya.
Marv will be able to find himself an operator. But 4 members survived for Take Flight on their first successful attacking round. And the question here often is, what will happen? Because we've seen Zach pick up the operator at times as the Sentinel player, but obviously you would expect that Baby Babe would be the one to hold on to it, and he will grab this as he purchases from one of his friends. Full gun round coming out here in round number 5. And the only ultimate that's currently available is being held onto by Denya with, again, consideration for a number of others that are really close to earning theirs as well.
Belong is going to be contested heavily by FaZe. Recon Ball gets destroyed. It gives them enough information on who's playing there. Denya with the operator looking more towards the market. Is it going to face this time? He's going to pick and choose which maps he's going to go toe-to-toe with Baby Bay. Just inch by inch is going to just peek out a little bit further and even dedicating the Owl drone. Flight don't really need to move, but they destroy the Owl drone just before they get too much information. As far as FaZe are concerned, there could be 5 players ready to just run down there, but it's mostly a play towards A showers.
Yeah.
There are 2 players from FaZe waiting here. The Owl drone, is one going to bait the other to make sure that they can't clear it? Now Marv is going to sort of give it up. Not going to take that fight. The utility does get thrown out just to catch him out just in case. And FaZe Clan live to fight another day.
Look at the patience, though, from Take Flight this round. This is something that we did not even see when they were playing up against ISP in the previous round.
So
We were
slow.
talking about how Bind was alarmingly quick considering the score that we had. This is looking like a T1 execute right now as they're going to wait until the 30-second mark before they go. But FaZe Clan are actually reading this pretty nicely. They're going to rotate Baby Bay over. Here comes the play
30
forward. Marv's in a
seconds
corner. He will find the first and grab the second. Beautiful shots. Marv for 3, and Corey cleans up the rest with the paint shells. FaZe Clan only going to drop 1 member.
And that's difficult to do with the way that Flight just slowed down the game. The execute was coming in rather nicely with no pressure in from showers. So Corey had a nice spot just to keep an eye on it. I think the shock dart even came in to break this tripwire.
30 seconds
There's
left.
the blast pack that did it, but they just weren't expecting Marv on this angle. Corey gets the other 2 that were playing in shower. Not letting anything happen on this A site. That's difficult to do considering how Flight were trying to bait that there was more going on B. This time there is. But it's going to be a bit of a lesser buy.
Baby Bay in a little bit of trouble. Will be forced to get the tailwind out. Both Owl drones coming to the Paranoid. This is looking like an aggressive hit, and Baby Bay takes Denya out of the air. No fly zone. Gets the second. Showstopper is already committed, and at least Bossy finds 1. Keeping this offensive hit alive, but Marv on the flank will take care of Shifty. And FaZe Clan cleaning up Boot inside of Hookah will take a convincing 5th round on the backside of Baby Bay's double from the op.
Yeah, Trakes, I think, was expecting the Paranoid to catch onto Baby Bay. You'll see in a second. It just misses. Some nice play with the operator. Baby Bay's looked better since the first few tournaments that we saw him on Cypher. It was just a smart play even to know that the jump was coming in from Denya. Just a little bit off. You can't even really say it's a misplay from Flight, just more unfortunate. They, yet again, are having to save. It's just Denya that's saved the money from not buying a gun last time. Is actually going to be able to fully afford the Vandal and half armor, still be able to fully buy next round. So why not in that case?
Another aggressive look this time. Baby Bay going to miss the first, but grab the second. Marv trying to punish, but it's Baby Bay who is really feeling it. Again, these challenges are not easy ones, but understanding that Take Flight is on a bit of a save, he's going to go ahead and hit the aggressive button to get forward. And Corey taking down Shifty and Lamps will mean that Take Flight will be really hard-pressed to get really anything going here for this 7th round.
Denya's going to be leading the line with the Soul Vandal. FaZe Clan haven't been able to really get the flawless rounds in. They always lose a couple of players, but looking comfortable at this point. Corey is got a nice little angle, but Drake spots him out. But wasn't maybe expected Zachary to be holding onto U-Hole. Spike is going to get picked up. Camera's going to give away Denya's position, but not going to be expecting Raucous in this corner. Definitely not. Stands out in the open to remove the tracking dart, so I really like the way that FaZe are positioning themselves on the defense. It's very calm, collected. It really hasn't been an opportunity where they have played post-plant. The only time was the pistol round. They're just facing Flight on all of these sites, not letting them take anything for free. But Flight are struggling to just get that spike planted, never mind playing for the retake and post-plants.
Well, this is a must-win round coming forward for Flight. They've got a Hunter's Fury to play with Neural Theft and From the Shadows, but against them will be at least the Showstopper,
Revealing area.
and if required, also the Blade Storm. And it looks like Take Flight are just going to use the Recon Bolt to immediately push through this dark cover and get into A showers. Marv, they're going to throw out a couple of shots. He's going to hear both the Boombot and the Owl Drone to come out. He'll deal with both of them, and actually doesn't even get tagged. So he's considering the paranoia, but is thinking the better of it as he realizes his position is still currently safe. And his cyber cages will help him out, at least to deny any kind of a push through for Take Flight. They're going to flip this spike back out, but Baby Bay's holding mid already. And he's going to find the kill. That's the spike carrier down. And now FaZe could essentially rotate one more member over as they know this to play heavy through the middle of the map.
But I'm interested in these Take Flight players that are in Hookah pushing through B. Yet again, you've got Raucous in that position. Marv just pushed up aggressively just to get a bit more intel, see what they're working with. The Paranoid is going to come out. I like the idea that he had before about using it across Bath, but there was nobody to really follow it up, so he decided against it. Ration that key utility, especially without a Phoenix, without any real flashes at all on the team. You got to be sparing with it.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper blindly goes to the bottom platform of Hookah. Trade is good, though, for Boot. And this is actually interesting. FaZe Clan are going to be baited on the rotation. This is a great neural theft. Boot is going to hit the teleporter back, and Boss is going to know he's got a 1v1 for the site. That's going to be a plan coming through. This would be, what, a 3v5 situation? And somehow, not only do Take Flight extend the map in the round, but they've got a really good look at this 2v2 with the post plant. The Bladestorm's going to come out. Bossy's watching the angle, but oh, it's actually Baby who slides from left to right, completely unaware by Bossy. But now both players will be a bit unaware.
No.
Who's gonna find one? Bossy able to find him floating up top, and Take Flight steal the way around. And we called it a must-win. They do just that. They're just down 4 now.
Yeah, they played that really well. What an exceptional clutch out of Bossy. Right at the end, I was so worried for him because he had no utility. He was looking towards Metal, allowing it an open shot, I suppose, for Baby with the Bladestorm. But they miss each other. 2 ships in the night. Baby using the updraft. A big audio cue. So loud, booming. The Bossy from a nice little off angle can get an easy frag. Really well played from Flight. They're sort of trying to bring this back as much as possible. But because FaZe Clan have been so dominant, their buy's still going to be good. Oh, they just in the air. Never seen that before. That was scary.
Not a lot of action happening through Shower this time. Again, there's something to be said about double committed the Owl Drone and the Boombot last time. But how about this play from Corey? Tries to get an angle through mid-market. But Trax was very mindful of the flank and walks away now with first blood for Take Flight. And this would be incredible for the cause for Take Flight. We again mentioned the fact that they were so successful on their offense when they previously played this versus ISP. Only having 2 rounds right now is not great. But the potential of getting a third here would not just get him into fighting condition for maybe 6-6, but it also throws a lot of consideration for FaZe Clan, who will be a little bit more broken up on their economy.
We're just taking a lot of space through Showers at this point. Now a lot of ultimates coming out at once from the attacking side. Bossy can't get much at all with the showstopper. The Hunter's Fury is doing its best to clear out. Baby can at least bring this to a 3 versus 3. All of these attackers from Flight coming from the same direction. Baby isn't quite sure what to work with, so the recon bolt is going to come in very nicely from Raucus. Shugdot's going to keep him from distance, but U-Haul is contested.
Yeah, Denya's going to find the first. It's a big key position to hold on to if you're Take Flight. The rotation on the way in for FaZe Clan is going to be super hard pressed. They have to essentially go the long way around, especially considering that Baby does have an operator. Raucus wants to challenge. Dark cover, that's placed. There's a couple of contestants nearby. From the shadows will be used up to heaven. Timing here, Raucus finds the first. The teleport will be stopped, though, so now Take Flight will be stacked over towards Lamps. But the hard problem here is, how does Baby become valuable? He actually has found himself a Phantom. He's going to make use of it to find 1 kill. So Shifty, 1v2. No, Baby finds the kill. Time, though, will not allow for a defuse and Take Flight. Even though it's an expensive round, they still will find their third.
All 3 players stacked in U-Haul, and FaZe Clan just weren't sure how to play around it. Even the recon bolt that came out from Shifty was enough to just make them pause for a second to work out how to go about it. FaZe Clan have usually been quite good, I guess, to adapt for aggression to come in to change up their position, but they'd already taken too much water on. The 3 players stacked in for Baby and the rest of FaZe in his position that he's in right now. Take Flight took so much space on the A site. Would be great for them if they could go in broken even on score 6-0. FaZe Clan can't at least be losing at half-time.
Another aggressive battle occurring over through A Showers. This has been the same 2 players for both sides that continue to battle this direction. Corey will not be here, and Shifty just pushes through. And you're okay with that if you're Take Flight. You go 2 for 1. You're in a 4v3 situation. You eliminate the threat of possibly the Omen smokes on the way through. Corey's going to secondary chill this, and the weapon recollection from Bossy off of the orb will not be there in time. A huge bounce back as FaZe Clan, even the numbers do a 3v3.
Flight did this before on A, this time it's B. Trax has been able to take a lot of space, but Zachary is sat in his camera, can see across all of the site. He even has some kill trips set up to play through the smokes to get a kill from elbow. 3 versus 3. It is just a case of Zachary trying to hold on for dear life now as the execute's starting to come in. Rotation going to be key for FaZe Clan. It's on its way. Can Zachary hold on?
Raucous, ambitious.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, maybe just out of the range there for a moment from across the map as Denya was low. But Corey's able to find at least 1 kill with the paint shells. But take flight
Raucous
once
is
again.
there.
Take the teleporter. Raucous already waiting for this. 2 low health pool members nearby. We'll hear the spike plant. Also here's the secondary set of footsteps. There's number 1. There's number 2. But at least the spike does go down for take flights. Even though you don't get a successful round here, you at least able to help the economy stay pretty steady.
Yeah, because they've won a couple of rounds too. They should be good to buy coming into the next round. Nice play from Raucous and Zachary just to anchor their sights. The rotation isn't going to be easy. Take Flight have been using a lot of teleporter plays, but FaZe Clan, I like the fact that Raucous was already on the site. It's a dicey buy from
Yeah, they're deciding.
Flight. Consideration. And they only really have the Blade Storm, so it might be just a case of go for the save, try and make a play off of that. But the fact that Raucous just sort of waited on the site, played patiently, didn't, peak too early and get caught out, give away his position, was nice. The experience is certainly added up for FaZe Clan. It's just the inconsistency of how they played it. A really big problem for them at this current level.
Well, the Bladestorm will be used. Corey, feeling the pressure, will toss paint shells at his feet to make sure Hookah stays safe for a moment. Aldrin will also see a plethora of information that there were at least 3 members over through Hookah. Spam shots will essentially reiterate that point as Corey was feeling, again, the opportunity maybe to find some spam shots through. But now Denya looking to be the first one in. First 2 knives miss. Just down to 3 left. Cloudburst coming through. There comes the Tailwind on. Spike, if it could be planted, would be great. Shifty also still holding on to a recon bolt. Marv is going to commit from the shadows over through mid, but Baby Bay off the recon bolt will find 1 kill. It's on the immediate post plant. Tries the Tailwind forward, but Denya will punish. That replenishes the blades. 3v4 situation, but Denya falling means that the kill potential of a take point is just going to be down to essentially pistols. And now Shifty, what needs to be a 1v4, will only find 1. And FaZe Clan will get the easy retake and put themselves on 8 with 1 more to play and a couple of ultimates that they could spend here in round 12 coming up.
Not a bad round from Flight, all things considered. They just couldn't really take any space towards elbow in the back of sight. They really couldn't put too much pressure onto FaZe that were quite happy to play for the retake. Bit more pressure on their shoulders as up until then they hadn't really had to deal with post plants at all. We kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, but the last 2 rounds, it's been all around the post plants. Last round of this half, FaZe Clan could be 9-3 up. Well, we saw that, didn't we? And it didn't really go to plan in some cases, with Flight bringing it from an 8-4 half to winning on split. Could be history repeating itself, we don't know, but Baby Bay is going to be putting pressure on the Bath. His teammate is going to clear the recon bolt, so his position not giving up, but the Hunter's Fury is certainly going to maneuver him off. It's now trying to dance away the shots. It doesn't get the frag. It doesn't even really get in much damage at all. With Baby Bay still going to try and take these fights and still able to get 1.
What a peak for Baby Bay. Just exhibiting so much confidence. The Boombot is 5 yards away from him. He still takes the shell, able to tailwind away before the chase and the Boombot comes through. A beautiful first blood, and that first kill really could be everything because now Corey's pushed up through mid. Hookah, Take Flight are looking like they're going to be primed to try to hit, and they're not going to expect the second operator for Marv. And this has all gone wrong. Now Corey's going to eliminate the potential of a rotation behind, so you've got to commit forward if you're Take Flight. Beautiful recon bolt coming through. Baby Bay going to the classic, won't take down Triggs. This would be a 1v4, and Corey will not allow him the opportunity as he sends him to a very explosive grave. And FaZe Clan walk away the victors of the defensive half 9-3.
Their map pick. Their defense is looking the more dominant one. But in case you didn't see split, FaZe Clan ended half-time 8-4 up, and they lost 13-11. This isn't clean sailing for FaZe Clan. They still need to finish out this game, and now it's Flight's turn to defend. Going to be stacking a lot of players on A main. It's just going to be the Cypher on elbow for B protection. And the gamble for Flight might actually pay off. It looks like FaZe Clan are looking to default in this position. We could see some very quick kills coming out. 5 seconds to go before we see all hell break loose.
It just comes down to, will there be a paranoia to respond to quickly enough? The kill's not quick as you would normally figure, and Trake's finding a kill is actually not bad. So now as FaZe are trying to push through showers, it just comes down to who can find the kills here. Corey is able to line up 3. And this was, I was about to say, probably a must-win pistol for Take Flight if they want to try to dig into this deficit early and a little bit more comfortably. Doesn't look like that's going to happen here. Bood would have to find a 1v4.
He had a huge amount of impact on the Killjoy. We open up the score screen because I want to see the difference between him. Like, Bude 4 and 11, certainly not to the level of Killjoy and Split, but Corey 21 and 7. That's almost like at least double the kills that he had throughout the whole game on Split. Much more impact on the Raze, not only when it comes to the frags, but just how he's using that utility to control space. Much better from him. More straightforward performances out of Zachary, Marv, and Raucus. The duelist, the MVP kind of carry players that FaZe have on their roster, showing up together, and you can see the results.
Force by, oh boy. It's a hard decision to make, but it's one that I agree with. You need to find a way to stay competitive.
Careful now.
That's a tailwind updraft coming through. As lamps will now be completely opened up. Boom! What a shot that is from Boone just before the dark cover could fully connect with the ground. But up top is Corey. They're going to recognize this. Trake's able to find one more. And now as the spike is down, Corey really just has to hold this. And as the dark cover expires, Corey's good for 1. Pistol's in play for Boone. Not going to find the connection. And everything comes down to a 2v3 for Take Flight. And Corey has already earned a showstopper. He'll find 4. FaZe Clan up 11-3, and Take Flight are going to have to save going into the next round.
And now FaZe are exuberating confidence. It didn't look good for them. Nice proactive play from Corey to sort of face up. The showstopper was certainly a question mark, but I guess why not at this point? Why not? 11-3 now. And Flight forcing up now. Money is going to be not ideal, but still a buy is going to come into play.
Oh, man.
No ultimates really available for FaZe Clan because, yeah, they didn't need to use them. The showstopper came out right at the depth of that round. Corey is still holding W, going to push ahead, but wasn't expecting Bossy to be holding in that spot. FaZe Clan still moving forward.
And the 2 players that are alive in Hookah can actually maybe upgrade their weapons, as it was just a Bulldog held for 1. Shifty's able to get another as well here. So as Bossy's picked up a Phantom, you have a Bulldog playing for the backside. But the problem is this is all a one-dimensional retake for the moment, unless Bood can find a kill, sees his shoulder. Burst fire not going to connect. A second challenger will appear. And at least you know that Baby Bay has forfeited an angle in the site to potentially play through backside screens. But Zach finds 1 kill. These shots for Shifty just aren't quite good enough. Zach takes care of the second. It's a 1v2 for Boot, and he's tagged down to 66 HP. Raucus finds the kill. FaZe Clan on 12. Looking to send things to Haven, which would be map 3. And they're going to be very comfortable here to go into ARs, while again, Take Flight will force buy into what is a very broken economy.
And Haven would be the 3rd map. And I'd love to see Bossy versus Corey on the Rainers on a map like that, but might not be too far away. FaZe not having ultimates to work with. The Blade Storm for Denier is good to go, but he's still going to buy up to the Vandal, sorry. And the aggressive positioning might not be expected. Can't necessarily get the frag, but gets some damage in before he dashes out. Actually, doesn't really get much in at all, but Baby Bay does go down to Bood, who's going to try and face to see if he can get a little bit more, but Denier's traded out from Corey in the process. Okay, the Bood didn't take much damage there, but he's in a pickle.
Yeah, Bood's actually in a good spot to punish the Aldrone play, but now he needs a little bit of help. The Recon Bolt will come through. Zach finds 1, Zach signs 2. Bossy going to the burst, able to find 1 more. It's a 1v2 situation. Zach plenty of time to play with and the spike, but actually gets tagged up by the Semtex of the paint shells. Takes the challenge. Bossy ready for it. Gets the 3rd kill, and Take Flight stay alive.
It was a key round for them to win, to say the least. And it was just a bit more aggression on the defense, which is something that we haven't really seen from Flight all that much. There's been a lot of trying to FaZe a bit too much on the site, I suppose. But if they could take that intel and posture themselves and rotate around the map, preparing themselves for what FaZe Clan are trying to do, it'd be a good setup. 2 players on this B site. FaZe Clan looking to have some form of B split coming in. No ultimates to really make use of. The showstopper is actually going to be used really early on by Boss. He catches nothing. It's absolutely dead over that side. Bladestorm is also going to be in play from Flight, but a lot of space taken already from FaZe.
And FaZe are going to be able to overwhelm this with numbers. It just comes down to, can they find any trades, or will Take Flight stand tall? There's good help. Team shots coming through. Shifty capitalizes on a lot of damage that was sent out from Trix initially. Denya going to be playing from the front. Going to have some help for Bossy as they make their way on. Boombot will find a kill. One more member inside. Bossy for a second. Looking for another triple. And Corey will make things a little bit interesting, but not interesting enough as Take Flight, as expected, will find the 5th round with FaZe Clan off the eco. And they also deny the spike for being planted. So, yes, FaZe Clan can purchase into this next round, but if they lose this one, that's, again, grounds for another eco behind it. So, another, again, opportunity here for Take Flight.
Bossy just cleaning up house against the pistols. The only negative side, if you're the defended squad, is the 2 ultimates that came out. Certainly the showstopper that seemed unnecessary going into the save round of FaZe. They have ultimates to work with. The Hunter's Fury is going to be poisoning itself towards B. The aggression again coming in from mid, and you've just got Zachary at that point, just keeping an eye on it more than anything as he goes to bolster up the hookah push. Corey using his utility to see if he can clear out, not get caught out from any of these corners. The paranoia also comes through from FaZe Clan. A lot of utility used already. The Flight are just biding their time.
That first Hunter's Fury shot actually connects. The following 2 do not. So that was in a blind Hunter's Fury to come through. And now returning the favor is Raucus. Again, he's also using this blindly. Not going to find anything with this. The paranoia set out early for Trix. Also not going to find a terrible amount of value, but at least there's a 1-for-1 trade coming through. Dark cover escape will be allowed for Shifty. Denya on the way over. Recon Bolt still allowed to come in. Marv, though, as the dark cover expires, finds one, but not a second. Bossy combines for 2. The spam shots, though, for Corey somehow, someway find a kill. So now 2v2 we go. Corey able to find 1. Up top, not going to take down Denya. Take Flight, continue to extend the map, and now FaZe Clan are going to be in a tough spot economically.
And it was all from those Bossy kills that lined up perfectly. Flight were able to sort of take that look and ride with it, and some big stuff used from FaZe Clan. Hunter's Fury from Raucus catching very little, and they just couldn't put enough pressure onto Elbow to remove Flight from that retake. Awkward for them. The showstopper was crisp from Corey, but he couldn't get the follow-up. Denya Bossy now starting to come into the fold, looking much more aggressive, and another save coming out of FaZe Clan. Flight are coming back into this. FaZe aren't going to be panicking just yet, but this is starting to look closer than it needs to be.
You can start feeling the confidence from Take Flight coming in round by round. Denya has to back away, and Baby is able to find first blood. That was actually over through Shower on the Bossy, but Trix and Denya find 2, but it's responded to. 3v3 we go. Trix stuck currently over through the link. Long flank developing for Bood from behind mid-market, but this is all about timing.
Here.
Spike will go down. No chance to contest it. Opening pick here would be great for Denya, but just a bit wide. And now as Bood deals with the trapwire, FaZe Clan will be aware that there is a player on the flank, but Drake's able to time things out nicely as he finds a kill on the re-entry. Denya with the snipe. Last one left. Bood will take care of Zach, and a clean retake for Take Flight as they put themselves on 7 all of a sudden.
They're keeping Flight's economy in check, but it doesn't really matter at that point. FaZe just need 1 more round to sort of close out Bind. What they're going to do now that I'm curious about, there's not going to be any aggressive operating, or at least hasn't been so far from Baby Bay, but he might be considering trying to make a play with it. He hasn't bought up just yet, at least. Mav, from the shadows available, I don't really know what he can do to make a play around it. But there is going to be another B hit. Flight have done a pretty good job at like tempering the storm as it comes through, and yeah, that aggressive operator is going to come in, and it is going to peek B long. Denya versus Baby Bay, up in match of the century.
Showstopper also coming through. Oh, cheeky angle for Baby Bay, and Denya shaking a bit. Will back away. The Showstopper also going to come out early, not going to find anything. So now we will reset all of the early action to just a 5v5. Owl drones will also pass by one another, checking out what's happening in Hookah. And FaZe Clan are actually getting really aggressive. The spike is not here, so if they come in, they'll be sitting on the site for a while, and I think they're starting to recognize that this is just a show of force and not a full commitment yet as Marvel back up for the spike.
Yeah, Zachary's lurking on A. There could be a potential teleport play with using the Omen ultimate. He's going to rotate around, actually. Could be vice versa at this point as Zachary is making his way in. Hasn't run into Bood, that's still holding on to this angle, but Cybercage is going to at least know that something is up. The rotation is going to come in to help support, and FaZe Clan might be overthinking this. This could be a more of an awkward round, but the teleporter was used. Bood is in a really tricky spot to get him out of if they don't keep tabs on him.
Planted.
And Flight aren't too far away. FaZe Clan might really unpredict this one, but Bood's position giving up.
Trakes is considering where he wants to use this from the shadows. He's going to have to pop this, and he's going to actually just join Bood over in showers. Bossy for first blood. Also some information that Zach is nearby. Shock Dart should flush him out, but Zach still is able to find one kill. But the Shock Dart does get the trade. Baby Bay mid-map. Corey's there to assist. They both come away with a kill each. Spike still ticking down. 2v3. Last chance for Take Flight in map number 2. Shift able to find one. Bood another. Just comes down to Corey. He's got the paint shells earned, though, with this kill. Isn't going to be placed well. Again, the Semtex is going to kill so much time. Bood's not going to have a chance. He's going to have to stick this, and even still, it's not going to be enough. That will be it. Take Flight, give it a hell of a try, but FaZe Clan will take their map, pick 13-7, and we will settle things on Haven.
And it was only fitting that it would be Corey at the end with the clutch to see it out. He looked so much better on the raise, so much better on bind than he did on split. If he can take the momentum going into Haven, it's going to be an absolute blast seeing how these duelist players of Baby Bay, Corey, Denya, Bossy, how they're going to play on Haven. It's going to be super interesting to keep up to date with what is happening. FaZe Clan at least bring it back. They can have a sigh of relief, but they still need to win out the series, which going up, Flight has made it much more competitive than you may expect, and FaZe have to deal with another curveball team.
Look, this Flight team, again, there's all of the right components in the making of what could be a great team here. You're getting great participation for both your duelists. You're getting great utility, typically speaking, out of both your Omen and your Sova, and Bood has been great on Sentinels. All of the pieces are there. Maybe a couple of timings haven't gone their way. Maybe a couple of executes and retakes could have been a touch cleaner, but regardless, they are putting up a hell of a fight versus FaZe Clan here, who really seem like they are giving it their all. But Corey for 32. Unbelievable performance for him. 32, 14, and 3. And again, we'll settle everything on Haven as we'll step away here in a moment. But you talk about, again, the implications if you're joining us here late, what an upset it would be, not just for FaZe Clan to lose, because, again, that has been happening a lot lately. You know, these big name organizations not finding as much success maybe with their squads as they were hoping for, losing to some upcoming players. But beyond that, it would be upsetting overall to not have a chance to even get to the closed qualifier, let alone the regional finals. So that's what's on the line here with map number 3. Winner moves on to tomorrow, where again, 6 overall squads will make it to UMG's closed qualifier. Loser is done for First Strike completely. We'll find out what happens on Haven when we come back. Everybody, welcome back. We are jumping into map number 3. It's going to be Haven here. And again, the potential last opportunity for both of these squads to stay alive and have a chance at the First Strike regional finals, let alone just the UMG qualifier here as well. That needs to get a spot. Top 6 spots from this tournament will confirm into the closed qualifier group stage to happen next week, November 20th through the 22nd. And as we get to Haven, we're going to once again see the double duelists of both Jets and Reynas coming through. The only difference in this one is which Sentinel do you prefer, as Zach will go to the Cypher and Boot will move over to the Killjoy once again.
I was excited for the Reyna off of Corey versus Bossy, but honestly, I'm excited for the Boot Killjoy. It was immaculate on Split. We didn't see it on Bind, and Boot had a really quiet game, I think, because of it didn't really have the same level of impact. This is going to be an interesting one. On Haven, of all maps, which I would consider very brawly, a lot of 1v1 engagements. But I do feel that all of the MVP clutch players, which is pretty much everybody in this server, to be honest, with the way that it's been playing out.
Yeah.
I've been interested in seeing, like, Baby Bay having subtle play. Somebody on Reddit pointed out the fact that he was going to lose his operator, so threw it onto a Heaven just to make sure that the enemy team did get it. It's smart little cute plays like that is why FaZe Clan are sort of still amongst the pack, I suppose, when it comes to being a potentially solid team. But kind of like I was saying to you in the break, when FaZe Clan play well, they play really well. If they play poorly, it dive bombs pretty quickly. So this is a big question mark on if they could take on Flight, who we saw earlier on this map, and they dominated. FaZe Clan attacking first.
And FaZe Clan's attack on Haven has not been incredible. Just a success rate of around 40% for them were for Take Flight. And again, their Haven statistics not nearly as fleshed out as far as the sample size is concerned, but Boot will be scouted here. Paranoid is also going to come through. He has to get away and is able to do so successfully. It's actually more massive than you might consider, as Corey is actually getting chipped up really heavily by the sentry turn on the site. Marv will find first blood, and the Wild West that currently is the C site will eventually be won by FaZe Clan, but throw an asterisk on that because, yeah, they got first blood, but they get 2 members tagged up extremely heavily, and as they try to exit over towards C Long, there's going to be point of contact here as Boot is able to respond to the kill. He's going to take away C Long for a moment until Corey is forced to come back, and with that, there will be an overheal, and then on the site, Zach and Raucus clean everything up. FaZe Clan take the pistol.
I do think that flank from Boot was going to be so important. So even the fact that Marv died in that scenario, it was just good to get that intel. Corey can clean up house. And from then on out, it was relatively straightforward for FaZe on that pistol round. So the buy-up is going to come in from them. Do take Flight Force. We've seen pretty much every team force on the second round after a pistol. Take Flight kind of respecting it. Really only picking up the shorty at most and the Sheriff for Bossy. Seems that they're going to be quite content to just play around the pistols, but honestly, that can be still quite scary. They're going to be stacking on B, not necessarily pushing mid. We're going to be playing rather centrally.
Weird, just check outside a window. Pistol shot will connect. That's Bossy who's down low, and he took over this map when they were playing up against ISP in their previous round. And you might have to feel like if you're Take Flight, if you can get some replication of that same performance here early versus FaZe Clan, your confidence is going to skyrocket. But they're going to play for a retake at A. Again, heavily stacked over the middle of the map, and FaZe Clan will literally shift walk onto the site without any shots being fired. It's actually not even any utility being used outside of dark covers that are coming out. So this will be a very free plant, and likely a lot of utility being held onto for post-plant save as well.
Seems that Flight is still going to maneuver around, even if it is just getting the exit frags, watching the emergency exit for FaZe Clan as they want to get off the site. Trakes for the shorty is going to be holding in close, but I think even FaZe have considered that they're going to be pushed. The camera from Zachary is in a nice little spot just to keep an eye on, but it's not going to catch all of the information. Certainly not going to catch the fact that Take Flight have 3 players there waiting to make sure that this escape plan doesn't really go the way that FaZe Clan are hoping. They're going to be fighting it out now. It's a little bit scrappy, but FaZe Clan is the ones coming on top. Shorty can't even do much. FaZe Clan dealt with it. It's a flawless round 2-0.
Got to respect the call, but doesn't come out with any success at all. So Take Flight not expected to do much with the pistol, but the problem here is that FaZe Clan are fully healthy. They still are holding onto all 5 of their weapons, and almost everybody is above 3,000 credits. So even if you win this next round, if you take flight, in where you're going to have a weapon advantage, depending on how it's dealt, if FaZe Clan can keep it at least scrappy, take flight are not going to be able to purchase up into the round behind this. It's going to be a broken buy, or they're going to have to go into a light buy situation. So what I'm trying to frame up here, the short of it is, you need to be near flawless here if you're take flight, if you want to try to get some early momentum built in this defensive half.
Honestly, I think they'd still take a scrappy round win just to get themselves off the board. Well, see, here's the Eldron is going to just position himself around close, but the Eldron's not going to necessarily spot them, luckily, so he is going to face rather aggressively. He takes so much damage and has to dismiss.
Good
So he's
help.
low on HP. Then he's going to be able to help out. The Paranoid Recon Bolt combo clears him off the server for now. 4 versus 2, 4 versus 1. And take flight, you wanted to see a flawless round. Will this do?
Yeah, absolutely it will, Ryan. I'm here for this one every day of the week if you're a take flight fan. Baby Bay, the last one left. Spike dropped over towards C long. They're going to see that up, and Baby Bay just needs to try to find a way to punish as much as humanly possible, and this wide peak is going to just come down to if Denya challenges it or not. And just again, shouldering. You can see the spike just below his crosshair. Here comes Baby Bay through. Denya's not looking at the moment, and the timing's not great. Shots will connect, but Baby Bay can't confirm the kill, and now they know exactly where
30
he's at.
seconds left.
Yeah, he's going to get surrounded sooner rather than later, so why not go for the play? The peak and the smoke timing isn't really ideal for take flight, but it can spray in, chip in Baby Bay down bit by bit. If he can get a kill, it would be a miracle at this point. Food gets the frag, take flight, keep 4 of their players alive, and FaZe Clan lose the first round of Haven at this point. Their economy was a bonus round for them. They could still buy her, but most importantly, it's going to be a key round for them in some cases. Like, it's not looking ideal, but ultimates aren't on the board yet, so this would be another one for take flight to win if they can possibly get their hands on it.
Yeah, this is one of those early swing rounds that could really determine a lot of what the first quarter of this map looks like. Not only because obviously if you do successful, you find a lot of kills during this round, you're going to have a much more established economy, but like you mentioned, you're going to have a small advantage likely in the ultimates as well. Aggressive peak coming through for take flight. Recon Bolt will not find anything as Bossy's going to sit here. A couple of footsteps will be called out. Drake's holding onto a paranoia. So
Paranoia
there's
play.
the alarm bot. Here comes the peak, but the paranoia doesn't find nearly as much as I think they were hoping for. And Zach will walk away the victor of the trades as he goes 2 for 1.
Good adaptation for FaZe Clan. It was a play that we saw Flight make a lot of success in previously. Was excited to see it come out, but it didn't really go to plan. But look at Marv. He has scouted out so much information, but is he actually going to expect Denya right behind him? It could be really awkward timing, but Denya stopped. He's going to anchor in this position. Is it looking in this direction? Now is narrowly misses from Marv. Denya nicely played. Doesn't take up too much damage either. Just literally a shot of damage from Marv. Garage control is very much in the hands of FaZe, though. They're still going to make their way onto the C site, but Flight going to give them that respect. Play for the post plant, which is fine. When you look at how low Zachary is too, I think they'll take it.
This is take flight, I think, thinking that it was simply just a lurk play for Marv, but now they'll hear the spike being committed. So the defense is going to be late for this rotation. And I'm really just curious on what is available. Shifty's got double shock darts and his recon bolt ready. Raucus has already spent his. So there's not going to be an opportunity for FaZe Clan to gather any more information as soon as this retake comes through. Corey holding on to a Lear is going to stay safe up through mid. He is playing very far forward. If these kills come quickly for take flight, this retake could look pretty solid. Storm Grenade's going to come through. Recon Bolt in the mix. Cloud Burst as well. Raucus is going to need to find at least 1 kill. He's going to do more than that. He finds 2 as they line up, but Shifty still finds 1. Again, here comes the play back from the side for Corey. He's going to try to take the challenge, but falls. Is there time for the defuse? Shifty, has he done it? Yes, he has. Just barely over a second. And take flight, take a pivotal 4th round and tie the series up here 2-2.
I can't believe that. Raucus. It's this, though. It's more unfortunate than anything. Corey just using the worst opportunity to try and jump on there. Even if he just stayed alive for just a second longer, it would have been a very different story. And now FaZe are forced to save. Ultimates are now starting to come online from either side, but take flight can take the lead. Bossy might be playing rather aggressively. The recon bolt is going to pulse out a bit of information for him to work with. He has the Lear, but there are a lot of players looking in this general direction. Only takes one headshot to put him out.
This has been a very tongue-tying first 4 rounds so far. Bossy holding just the outer edges of this dark cover. It will expire as there was one sheriff shot thrown through. The dark cover will be replaced. And Raucous once again will try to set something up. Recon bolt comes through. Have to be careful here. Bossy's able to sidestep just barely away. And that is going to be what FaZe Clan consider to be information that, hey, C Garage might be more free than it actually is, but they're not going to make use of it as, again, you see the spike moving through A long for what will likely be a hit here quickly towards A.
Bood is prepped, though. Raucous does actually find that kill onto Shifty, but is traded out by Bossy, who takes
Oh,
over
what a
mid.
shot.
Yeah, Zachary catches up Bood, trying to be aggressive with the utility. Trakes is at least going to try and anchor onto the site. Suddenly, this is a big opening for FaZe Clan. The neural theft gets used to show up where these defenders are. So it means this nasty flank coming out of Bossy is going to be smothered out to an extent, but he's still got bigger guns here.
I just don't know if you fully commit for this if you take flight, because you've got the operator, and even though FaZe Clan have upgraded some of their weapons, you would hate to give away the op for free, but that's what will happen. Bossy now has to go with this. He's got an Empress if he wants it. Baby misses the first shot. Paranoia does connect. Lear trying to help him stay safe. There's one kill. He knows that the operator player is up top. This will be an isolated 1v1 down low, but Baby Bay takes the peek at a thrifty round confirmed for FaZe Clan. Plus, beyond that, the operator will be also saved going forward.
It all fell apart. Just Bood overstepping his boundaries a little bit. The setup on A was so good from Flight 2. They were really prepped for the execute coming in for FaZe Clan. But an exceptional shot for Zachary, who was 7 and 3 to open up the site, open up the round, and enable FaZe Clan to keep hold of their lead. Not only that, Flight Foster put together a relatively weak half by. Things are starting to get very interesting. FaZe, though, aren't overstepping anything right now. Playing towards mid, not going to show up too much on ARC, and the Bladestorm is going to come out from Take Flight. They want this one.
Bossy comes away with one and is able to back away. Now the Bladestorm trying to help him. Has to go to the Classic as the knives aren't good enough. Hunter's Fury defensively trying to come through. Bossy taking the challenge, but Corey walks away with the double. And the Hunter's Fury will not find as much as Take Flight we're hoping for. Empress also going to be popped. Lear coming through. Shifty has to deal with it, and as he does, Corey confirms his 3rd kill.
The Emperor's coming out. He doesn't want to have a similar mistake to last time. He's doubling down on how much impact he wants to have. Baby Bay gets one with the operator. Nice little wall bang. And Trex has picked up a Phantom. The ideal scenario is that he can keep it and maybe even get a couple of frags from FaZe Clan. They're so far away, just more watching the angles that he could potentially come from. So we're not going to see any more battles coming out of this server, at least for this round. FaZe Clan 4-2 up now. Take Flight, have the lockdown, have an Empress from Bossy, and FaZe Clan, the Hunter's Fury, and the From the Shadows are going to be very useful coming into these next few rounds.
We have got ourselves a great match right here. I mean, the first 2 maps were incredible. Point of contact will be made. Zach wasn't expecting him to be hiding in the corner, and with that, Trace will walk away with at least one more kill. A couple of spam shots just in case the final challenge came out, but none were there. So for Take Flight, they can full purchase into this next round. FaZe Clan obviously will be secure economically to do the exact same. And Baby Bay still holding on to the operator, is building up a bank to, even if he doesn't find anything this round, he could afford more in the future.
Flight playing majority of players towards mid. The utility for Killjoy comes out on B just to make sure that they can keep an eye on it. But they also have 2 players over there. Operator is just going to be in the hands of Baby Bay on the attack. He's going to have a peek down C long, but the recon bolt is going to move him, or at least brings out a smoke to make sure that his angle isn't giving up. But this is going to be a pretty high tempo set by FaZe Clan, especially with that kill onto Shifty. Bossy is going to try and face him head on. The Paranoia is not going to catch onto that angle, but they're making their way onto the site.
Denya's got to stay alive here in C window. Even better if he can find a kill, and he's able to spam for 1. Raucous for the instant trade. Now it's on to Bossy. He's going to have a little bit of help with Trakes. Both of them, I was about to say, that should have been a kill right there for Bossy, but Raucous is just a touch better. Trakes not able to find anything behind this. Bood trying to flank. The Cyber Cage will deny vision, though. And that would have been an opportunity for maybe a couple of kills. He hears one player lurking to the left, but Raucous was ready for him, and that would be 3 kills for Raucous, surviving with 4 HP. And FaZe Clan win another pivotal round as they go up 5-2 early.
Well, all of the stuff that Take Flight had when it came to not only the guns, but the ultimates too. The tempo that FaZe Clan set there with the aggressive play, mostly moving through Garage before BabyBay could get the frag. Take Flight already like 2 players down before they can even respond. It's a really nice aggressive play coming out of FaZe Clan just to hit Garage, to hit C Long as quick as they did. Because Take Flight have a lot to work with.
Yeah.
Now their economy is bare. It's going to be a half buy. It just keeps them down for a round or 2.
Bossy wants to get aggressive. Trax was thinking the same thing through A long, but BabyBay again gets the operator online for a pick. Boot has also been tagged up just down to 24 health. And FaZe Clan already taking away a lot of the map so far in the middle. Maybe looking to just actually execute over towards B. And as you're starting to see Take Flight moving through A and C long, they're going to get a pretty good read that this is 100% FaZe in the middle of the map somewhere.
Flight are doing well. Denya's taking a lot of space. He needs to get a frag. If he can get a couple more, that would be key. Nobody's really going to check this angle necessarily. He's able to get one. Spray could have been better to maybe get onto Mav, but he's still going to take that, especially with Bossy being able to wrap around and catch another one. It's a 3 versus 3. A lockdown is still available as well as the Empress. If Flight can grab some of these guns, it's still Sheriffs and very low health for the majority of them. BabyBay makes sure that a gun can't get picked up from Bossy. Smart play there.
So now a big advantage as Take Flight was hoping to be able to trap FaZe Clan on the site. BabyBay updrafting to the top side of the brick boxes. He'll find his 3rd kill, and Bood was hoping for a 1-tap, but Corey will deny. FaZe Clan, as expected, take the round, and they do so with some inconveniences, but for the most part, they still do it comfortably. 6-2 the tally at the moment, and Take Flight now in a must-win round, as they're once again in a gun round, but you need to start at least hampering this economy of FaZe Clan, and it has to start right here if you want to have a chance to even up this half.
I mean, especially if FaZe Clan are trying to hamper up your economy, it was just a play for BabyBay to make sure that Bossy couldn't pick up a gun. It's a small drop in the ocean when you compare what other guns are in on the server for that round in particular, but FaZe Clan are not letting Take Flight have anything right now. No ultimates were used for Flight at least, so they didn't squander anything that they have going for them, but this full buy round for them, they need to bring some of these ultimates out to play. They need to bring themselves an advantage because FaZe Clan are running away with things right now.
And I'm in the ballpark of, it doesn't matter how much you spend here for Take Flight, just win this round. Start to get yourself something to work with in the future. Early scout for Trax with the From the Shadows. We'll see 2 members over at A long, but defensively, this isn't going to influence the rotation because you do have a good amount of pressure over through C. And I think the call here for Take Flight is effective. Hey, I just scouted them out. They're aware of that. What are the chances they actually commit to staying to A? And this is a decision, if that is the conversation, where I need to have a conversation with Take Flight because whoever's making this gamble, I need to take to Vegas with me next time I go.
Well, they got the turret on the A site as well. It's really not going to get too much done. It's just a confirmation that they're making their way there. BabyBay's still going to be dedicating in that position. It's mostly just playing around the Killjoy ultimate, I think, for the retake on A. And it's one of the reasons why Take Flight are playing so aggressively on C. They don't want to retake on that site. They're going to catch them out. The execute is now starting to come through. I think it's key. Mav might want to push ahead a little bit here. Make sure that Flight can't just set up for the retake with this ultimate. And Corey as well lurking means that it's going to be awkward for Flight to just take this for free.
What a chess game this round was. Take Flight scouting out the information A long or gambling that FaZe Clan aren't going to commit. And FaZe Clan essentially do them one better by sending information and a couple of abilities through C Garage and then eventually commit over to A. But this is still doable. Lockdown coming out, and Voodoo actually gets hit by this first hit of the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be brought down to 70 HP, and Raucus predicts it beautifully with the 3rd shot. Now Shifty up top, gonna find nothing. Take Flight down to what was a 2v3. Now a no v3 as Raucus gonna find full use of his kit. The Shock Dart cleaning things up, and FaZe Clan take a huge round up 7-2.
And Flight were just in 2 minds whether they wanted to dedicate the lockdown. Bude was going to bring it out, but when they realized that Corey was on a bit of a lurk towards C-Link, they just waited. As soon as they cleared him off, as soon as they eliminated Corey, the lockdown came in. Hunter's Fury instantly took it out, even caught as he's trying to play off of it to be a bit more aggressive. Take Flight, all of their strategies are not really working out in favor. FaZe Clan might have even been able to have watched a game that we had on this very channel earlier on to see how they play certain scenarios.
Wow.
It's not like the lockdown play there isn't uncommon, but you get the point. FaZe Clan seem to have an answer for everything right now.
Just such a mature call for FaZe Clan. Just off that round to just send fakes through C Garage, take flight. We're happy to try to gamble for the C stack defensively. It doesn't pan out, and then just an incredible individual play from Raucus. So now take flight. They really feel like backs are up against a corner right now. Raucus going to get a lot of information in the form that there is nobody at C whatsoever. Bossy, though, has an opportunity here, and he does convert into Baby Bay. Dismiss comes through as he wants to linger to see if there's a second contestant. None will make themselves available, and even though this will put a stall to FaZe Clan's execute, you do still have Corey mid-map. Ooh. And this will lead to an opportunity for him to pinch up the spike site completely at A.
Oh, look at Corey, though. He's managed to slip on through. He's going to spot the Omen on the high ground here, and there's no way that he's going to check him. Look at that patience. He's just seeing if there's anybody else around. This is so good. Corey's like, hello, how you doing? Bossy at least could trade him out and could even do more than that. He gets the third and is surrounded on that side. Raucus, though, is the one that wraps in. 1 versus 3 now for FaZe Clan. Take Flight have played this super patiently. And the lurks and the nice plays from Corey there didn't add up to much. Bossy was able to get the majority of the work done. Flight could take a third.
Bossy saves the day. I mean, flat out. He takes care of Baby Bay. But then for him to still exist at A short and take care of 2 more kills, unbelievable. From that point, Shifty's already on the long flank wrapping behind, and he's allowed to take his time then at that point because, again, all the pressure is alleviated from the A site completely. So a big moment there for Take Flight as they're hoping to exit this half 5-7. They have an economy to play with here in this round. They also have an Empress to potentially be used, but the same could be said for Corey here as both of our Reynas very well could pop that here.
2 Empresses. Empresses. They're both good to go, but the economy is still fine for FaZe Clan with the amount of rounds that they've won. Daniel actually is the one that gets the operator kill onto Baby Bay. He's thirsty for more, has the right idea because Raucus is around that angle, but Zachary taking some much needed key information. The issue is Denver might get pushed in behind. The Nerf Theft is going to show up their positioning right in this spot.
He's in trouble.
Raucus has the spike. He can't afford to peek that.
Denya's in trouble. Corey's going to lurk through B main, hit the Empress, and try to maybe push through here. And Denya is really kind of stuck at the moment. Bood able to alleviate some pressure through C Garage. That's actually key as he takes down 2. How good has Bood been on this Killjoy? And now Corey's Empress is going to come away with absolutely nothing as it's likely going to expire before they can set up a hit in this 2v4. And Take Flight have a huge advantage. Bood will also help out Denya as he finds a 3rd kill. Unbelievable defensive resiliency here from Take Flight.
30 seconds
Raucus
left.
can at least get 1. It was a little bit lethargic with where he was placed. There were certainly opportunities where Denya had the operator was stood right in the center of C Long looking through garage. Raucus just peeks that corner. It's an easy kill. It's an easy opening. And they go for the C execute. Now Raucus more likely looking to plant on B. There isn't much time to do anything else. He will have that window, but he won't know that, of course. Surrounded by 3 players from Take Flight. The spike is just going to get planted in time.
No time.
No, it's a save, but can at least force out some of these flanks and keep a hold of his gun.
Yeah, it's one of those things that Take Flight, I think initially you might be criticizing Bood for the over-aggressive challenge through C garage doors, but if they could take away the weapon, it will force out a couple of repurchases because FaZe can essentially save this and then be able to afford everything they could possibly want. Zachary's going to need a purchase from somebody. It'll be Baby who helps him out, but on the same side, Take Flight, we're also comfortable enough to try to make the challenge happen as they've got an economy built up to force purchase everything they could possibly want into the last round of the half. But a key one here, as Take Flight would love to see 5 on the scoreboard. And on the opposite side, FaZe Clan, who again is a much more defensive pressure.
Oh no.
They would love to go up by 4 rounds with an 8-4 tally, and the opening leer is good enough for Corey to win a kill onto his counterpart, which means no Empress here for Take Flight in the last round of the half.
FaZe Clan have made a lot of space for themselves as they're looking right down C Long with the operator. The Blade Storm is now going to be used for Baby Bay 2 because he's realized that all of this space is pretty much uncontested. Flight put in a lot of their eggs into the basket of A Long and still losing out. Baby Bay is very close to adding a couple more to his portfolio. Shifty is down. 5 versus 3 now in a retake for Flight.
Oh,
Dude gets here's a lot.
The
That's
mind
a lot of
games
information he's just
have
got.
been so punishing FaZe Clan just keeping members lurking. Take Flight not 100% confident that even if Baby gets out of sight, that's where the spike is going to be. Although Baby does miss one shot. Second opportunity, and not really sure what just happened right there for Denya. Boot will find one through C Garage, but Denya falls, and Boot on 10 HP would have to do something remarkable, and that's not a bad way to start. Lockdown's going to be put down, but the problem is there is a player from behind, and Corey will find the kill, no problem. FaZe Clan up 8-4 as they transition to their stronger half statistically onto the defense here.
And I think it was just a sort of an issue, I suppose, for Take Flight that were playing on A-Long. Denya had the operator. He was the one that killed the Leah. And Bossy was the one that took the engagement and lost. I think if Bossy was the one that destroyed the Leah flash and Denya still had the operator out, they might have been able to get the first frag. It really is just kind of tomato at that point, but it's really not been that much to separate the sides, to be fair. Been a lot of clutch rounds, and 8-4 is certainly dominant on the side of FaZe Clan. Again, don't need me to remind you how some of these other maps have gone at least, but they will be defending coming up. Flight have to have a really good attacking half. They really need to win this pistol.
Pivotal pistol really for both sides. FaZe Clan win it, they're snowballing up to potentially 10, and this game could be out of reach. Take Flight win it, they're right back in this game. You're looking at maybe a 6-8 and opening spam shots. Corey's going to find a headshot with the last bullet in his Ghost. Overheal will come through. They also, the spike is down, which is terrible news for Take Flight. Although they do have an opportunity as Bossy's worked his way through C Long. You just have to stay alive right now if you're Take Flight. Let him make a play. And no one from FaZe Clan is going to expect this. Boot actually gave it a shot and is actually great for the cause, but they lose Shifty. Aggressive play coming through as they've realized that they've isolated Boot. That'll be another free kill. And Bossy's position will be spotted. No chance for him to find a kill. Last one left will be Tricks for a 1v3, and he's going to get spammed through this wall through B window.
It was a big mistake to try and go there head first with the spike. FaZe Clan had it read, had it completely in their control. 9-4 now. A big question for now. Take Flight. Do you force up? It's not really going to be an easy option, but they're opting against it by fully almost let FaZe Clan have this 10th round and go into the first full buy. With the advantage, I suppose, with the guns, it depends how much damage they can do to FaZe here. They're going to be hitting C.
You're really hoping, if you're a Take Flight fan, that there is some kind of a set strategy for this situation, but that's not great. Corey, with Marv just spamming to this dark cover, will walk away with first blood, and it's looking like 10, at least for right now. Is there some kind of information that Take Flight can find? And maybe even beyond that, if they can find this kill on the Baby Bay, that could be great. But not going to happen. The judge is able to find one and a second. Corey, unbelievable reaction time. Are you kidding me? Snaps right over to Shifty and then walks forward and catches Denya completely off guard. And FaZe Clan, not just on 10, but convincingly take the first 2 rounds of the half.
And Corey now has that Empress to go into the next round. No upgrades of guns will be coming in for FaZe Clan. They're going to be pretty happy with how they built this up. It's just that pulse that comes through to show roughly where Denya's going to be. And Corey started off very slow on split, had very little impact on the Phoenix. Did great with the Raze on bind, and is doing the Lord's work, I suppose, with Reyna on Haven. That kind of like level of versatility across the free duelist is difficult. It wasn't a good performance on Phoenix, but the other two, S tier.
Now we'll take a look as Take Flight, obviously around they need to win here. With weapons, an advantage naturally coming by way of their arsenal. But FaZe Clan have an Empress that they can potentially use if they start to find favor. And beyond that, FaZe Clan have been so good at finding first blood throughout the last 2 maps, really. Especially the case, though, here through Haven. And at least there's a little bit of a silver lining early as Take Flight have denied that early first blood. They've got at least 5 members to work with here with 50 seconds to play. They're going to try to make this commitment over. Spycam will find information on Bossy. A couple of spam shots will come through, but nothing going to be connected off of this. So now the execute. Empress going to be popped immediately here for FaZe. Corey's on the way in, has already made his way through, but there are no Leers. And as it comes to Cyber Cage, Corey's going to find one. Not even going to go to the orb as Bossy will find the immediate trade. And with that, the spike should go down, but keep your eye on the long flank from Baby Bay as he's making his way through A long.
Lambot's going to give up his position now. He has to dash across. And here's the judge. He's able to break through onto Bood. A long is in control of Take Flight. And the spike is planted relatively within their favor, but you can see just how quickly FaZe Clan have taken all of this space away from them. It is a bit of a spray and pray, just ping the spike and go from there, but a nice teleport from Mav has meant that he gets all of that information. Mav is even going to push for it as Baby Bay dedicates for the defuse, and a nice clean round for FaZe. They are looking like they have Haven even completely shut down. 11-4. Take Flight might need to save again.
And Bossy was so hard stuck on trying to watch where the spike pings were coming through. He never actually saw Marv go up top to the boxes, who was just happy to say hello and walk away with the last couple of kills. So now FaZe Clan on 11-4. The good news for Take Flight is that they still can purchase one more time here, but this is the game for them. A force buy through to ARs, a couple of light armors in the mix. Almost everybody's zeroed out in their economy. This is their tournament life likely on the line with this round coming forward. And I guess the only other bit of good news is that FaZe Clan is still not exactly very comfortable. And beyond that, there are no ultimates for them to play off of.
Raucous has made a lot of space here, and the Aldron is just going to continue that. Whole right side of the map is controlled by the team. On the defended side, Baby Bay is going to be able to get out and even smokes his teammate whilst he's picking up the ob. So, again, just, subtle, smart little players coming out of them for now, but Take Flight is still okay so far in this round. Really, the only one that needs to be a bit more worried is Bossy. He's 35 HP, but it really only needs a devour, a kill, bring him back into it. This recon bolt should find a lot of information, but it's not allowed to pulse out. And it already means that Flight are going to be resetting this, but FaZe Clan haven't really moved much at all.
Yeah. This is going to just come down to who can win these opening kills better. If Take Flight can take one of these sites cleanly, they'll be in a great position as the rotation from FaZe Clan is actually going to commit early to stack onto A, and that is not at all where this spike is going to go. So if Take Flight can move quickly, they'll have a huge opportunity to cleanly get onto C. But Marv is still here. Big paranoia coming through. That'll not just stall things out, but maybe lead to a couple of kills. But no, Denya from long range through C, long with a find one, but Corey with the immediate trade. Lear will be denied. Corey not going to find an entrance as of yet, so FaZe will let the spike come down as FaZe Clan will start to stack for a retake.
Corey's trying to clear out Garage, but Trakes has a nice little off angle with the help of the turret. They don't check him out. He can't get to, though. Corey's going to be able to heal up a little bit more. Baby Bay with the operator clearing some of these angles, but you do have Denya over in this corner as Butte goes down. Great ultimate from Baby Bay, but it's already shut down. Corey gets the third. Trading either side. A crazy little battle, but FaZe Clan are on match point.
And the economy is going to be terrible for Take Flight. They're going to be into a force buy situation with only a handful of credits to spend, so a huge advantage here for FaZe Clan.
Can still buy them.
Actually, yeah, with the spike planted, they can actually get into a couple of ARs, so not bad. It's actually much better than I thought it was, so mistakes there for my part.
I guess if you're FaZe Clan here, you are fairly sat in a comfortable position at this point. Baby Bay having the operator. 15 for 7 is going to be stood on the boxes of C long. You got the Omen in mid, mostly keeping an eye. There's not really any utility going to be used to protect it. It's mostly over on A site at least. But Trakes finds a nice little opening. Baby Bay is the first to die, so the operator is going to get planted on the ground. It's a question whether Corey decides to pick it up or not, or whether he's just going to hide in this corner. The execute from FaZe Clan is looking to go through Garage at least, but there's not really any pressure on C long coming through. They are just planning to 5-stack, just barrage their way through. Raucous is just going to shock that. No other utility available. The recon bolt is going to be ready in a hot second.
Right here.
Take Flight, have control of Garage, and they're going to start breaking onto the site.
Denya able to find the first. Operator's the last weapon left on towards the C side, and Corey missing the first shot will not find an opportunity to get a second one off. Clean take here for Take Flight, and they're going to extend this map. It just comes down to, for Zach, will he try to punish with any exit kills or not? Because again, Take Flight's economy is not great, but with this spike coming down and a flawless round ahead of them potentially, they'll be right back into competitive form. And as Bood finds the final kill, it will be flawless for Take Flight as they put themselves on 5.
Have a quick look at FaZe's economy. It's not ideal, which is rather surprising considering it's been all FaZe on this defending half. Shows how close that some of these rounds have been. If it ends 13-5, you wouldn't really guess it from some of the rounds that we've seen. There's been some really solid trades and a lot of 1vx, well, not even clutches, but just FaZe Clan being down to one member for the defuse. They are forced to save, and Flight have a lot to work with.
Aggressive play through the middle of the map here for FaZe Clan. And as the Aldrone goes to C garage, Take Flight will actually not see any of these members coming out of B. This comes down to the timing here between Shifty. He's not actually paying attention to this double boxes to the right side of him, but no peeks from FaZe Clan. And this is really interesting as far as how things could potentially go. Take Flight, get rid of the angle, and fortunately Shifty comes back to it as he will find a couple of kills, but FaZe Clan were really starting to take away some ground that could have led to some cheeky kills and maybe some weapon pullaways, but Shifty will find 3 kills. Rock is trying to rotate behind this, might trace the shadows of 1 for a kill, but Take Flight are not going to wait whatsoever. They're going to aggressively hit onto A, and they're going to recognize that this is a hit through the middle of the map. Shifty will find a 4th kill, knows the 5th one is possibly there for the ace, but Baby Bay will deny it, and with that, he's got a Vandal to potentially work with, but this would be a 1v5, and this comes down to does he even get an opportunity for it? Bossy will not allow it, and Take Flight now on 6.
Straightforward cleanup from Flight. FaZe Clan are going to be going into this with a full buy, the From the Shadows, and an Empress for Corey. The other ultimates could be online throughout the round, but orbs and kills would have to come into play. Flight have all of their ultimates to work with, but we saw a bit of tentativeness coming out on using stuff like the lockdown from Bood. The confidence, almost cocky playstyle that came out of him on split isn't really to be seen. 9-14. This would be a great time to make some plays happen on this attacking half.
There they are.
And it could start with the lockdown.
Raucus will take care of the Aldrum, but won't see the contestants that are coming through, so he'll send out one of his own. Empress going to be popped defensively for FaZe Clan early. That's Corey who's going to follow behind this Aldrone, and very wisely, Take Flight are going to back away and just play a couple of crossfire angles, and that might be enough. A leg will be taken off of Corey as he's down to 30 HP from the operator shot, and that's the Empress completely negated already for Take Flight as they're still looking to potentially execute onto the A site.
Raucus is a nice position. The Hunter's Fury is actually going to be used aggressively just to see if it can clear out some of these angles, create a little bit more space. Raucus' position giving up. The Nano Swarm is going to force him off a bit, and he does get caught out by Trex. I would assume that this would be the point where they pull out that Killjoy ultimate in that position, but no, actually, Flight, with that man advantage, are going to potentially reset what they're wanting to do. Bood is pushing solely alone on Sewers. Bossy is going to join him.
Drake's only able to find a couple of damage shots to through, but Shifty will get the trade. The lockdown will still be committed. Corey trying to hold, but
30 seconds
won't be able to
left.
find anything whatsoever. Spike is going to be committed. Zach up top will be able to stay away from the lockdown status effect as Marv finds a kill from the back. The 2v3 situation. Marv tagged up down to critical HP, 23 health overall, throws his shoulder. But then yet, knowing the information that the health is low, goes to the pistol and confirms the kill. Zach hoping for an opportunity off the angle, but Denya is able to match him and Take Flight, take another gun round, and all of a sudden, things starting to look a little bit more dicey, as once again, FaZe Clan are not with a full purchase coming into round number 20.
Not really using the Empress too. Ultimates are still coming through eventually, but not for this round at that point. Take Flight using 3 ultimates for that execute. And even then, just some teams are just like, lockdown, slime it down, let's go. But the fact that Flight are just, they have to be so considerate with what they use. Even then, with them taking around that convincingly, they must be like, oh, we used 3 ultimates, we could have used them for this round. The operator from Denya is going to be able to peek into the Sheriff of Marved. The smoke going to come through, but his positioning not altered. He's going to hold on to this angle and just try and catch people as they come on through.
Parasite.
Bossy spots the rotation from Corey, so he's out for now. Flight have the man advantage, but even then, they look sheepish.
It's been clean so far. Baby Bay will just move over to get the Sheriff. Not going to hit the first shot as here come Take Flight. Spike make its rotation over to A, and they're going to commit to this play. Baby Bay, how many are you good for? You feel like it needs to be at least one. He's actually going to be able to scout out players still lingering in A lobby, as it looked like Take Flight were maybe considering rotating back, but now that they've taken care of Baby Bay, they should know that the A site is free, and they'll make their execution come through, and it will be 100% free.
Flight looking to make it 8 rounds now. Not dedicating too much or losing anybody so far, but if you're Zachary and Raucous, you want to try and at least get one. Even a utility is potentially worth using up just if they can confirm a kill. Money should be fine at least going into the round following. Zachary, nice shot onto Bossy. Can't get the follow-up onto Bood. And even just one kill might add up for FaZe Clan, who have been on match point for a considerable amount of time now. 4 rounds, and they just needed to win 1.
They're on the cycle again of buy, save, buy, save. And typically what we see from a lot of teams to get out of the mold, we mentioned this earlier, is ultimates are usually the key difference maker to try to get out of that cycle. But the problem here is that Take Flight have been extremely stingy as far as how they've used ultimates of their own. So now that they've got an opportunity to go essentially 3 for 3 as far as ultimates are concerned, well, I guess only 2 for 3 here. You've got still an operator in play for Take Flight with a Bladestorm and an Empress for Bossy, and we know what he's been able to do, especially on this map when that's available. So he'll be the first one through. Aldron's going to scout nothing at all. Dark Cover will come out, and Zach will actually give away his position by throwing down a trap wire. But if Bossy wants to move any further forward, he's going to have to delete this, and he will commit to doing just that.
This would be a nice little position to just hold for 10 to 15 seconds. Flight want to break on through. And FaZe Clan are actually giving this area of the map a bit of breathing room, but I say that Zachary is now just keeping a closer eye on it. Might consider it. The Empress is now in play, but are they going to really do anything aggressive with it? Yeah, actually, Bossy is going to be pushing up. There is a little bit of a gap coming through. The Raucous was watching it from B. Nice play, and they're actually clearing up nicely. It's pretty straightforward. It's looking like it's it for Take Flight. Daniel's position giving up just with the operator staring down the barrel. 1 versus 4.
Bladestorm is still available for him, but these are just spam shots that are trying to free up Raucous. 1 HP. 1 versus 3, 1 HP. For your entire First Strike series hopes. They know Spike's down over through C long. No need to challenge if you're FaZe Clan. Cloudburst will come out. Time becoming an issue. 12 seconds. Up and over. Trying to get there was Denya. Rock is also holding on to 100 Sphere just in case, but it won't be needed here. 13-8. FaZe Clan survive. And I use that word selectively and emphatically. They survive here into tomorrow, and their hopes for a closed series invitational here to get into the UMG closed series next week still on the line. But Ryan, we had concerns about this FaZe Clan team coming into the day, and I don't know if those concerns are much alleviated as their day is only going to get harder when they come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at the fact that they had to go to a third map and reverse sweep this game, not ideal from FaZe Clan. But if you certainly look at the game, Split was exceptionally close and some great individual play from Flight to make it that way. But Bind and Haven, pretty, I wouldn't say dominant, but convincing from FaZe Clan. And that's a key word for them going forward. Their day tomorrow, though, it's only going to get tougher. We can even have a bit of a draft up on what those potential matchups could be. They will be playing Grapefruit. Okay, this is an interesting one. Grapefruit Techniques. The reason why it's surprising is because they beat the Slimy Boogerman, and they were an upset team. So we have an upset team coming in to upset an upset team, now coming to play against FaZe Clan. But the match following, they could run into NRG, or at least Elevate or Elysium that are still playing at the moment. In regards to other games that are happening at the moment or will be happening tomorrow across different streams, Luminosity versus Mystify, and in that bracket, BBG versus Beast Coast. So that's an interesting one. Gen G going to be playing up against Phoenix 1, Rise versus Serenity, and then Mamba Murder going to be playing PK, Spot Up versus Sheba. So they are the round of 16 games, and then you've got all of the qualifying matches, and then the 5th, 6th place that's also going to be coming in too. So I think the FaZe Clan's chances are pretty good considering their bracket. Like, it depends on what other teams come through at this point. But NRG versus FaZe Clan, I'd really like to see that game tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. And again, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The Grapefruit Technique squad, they've had their name in the mix a couple of times previously, nearly surprising and doing some surprising of their own. That was actually back during the Renegades Invitational qualifiers. I want to say that they made life very difficult for teams like Andbox and the such throughout those two qualifier tournaments. They weren't quite able to get to the qualifying spot to get into that invitational, but they were right up there. So as you take a look back at how this last map went, again, Corey, 23, 13, and 7 overall assists. You mentioned his relatively slow performance when they were playing on Split, but Bind and Haven were anything but slow, as he was the pop-off player for the side of FaZe Clan. But on the opposite side, as much as it's going to hurt here for the side of Take Flight to not have another day to play, to try to have a chance at this close qualifier that's coming up for UMG November 20th to the 22nd, they definitely played well, and that's another major squad that they have kept relatively close. FaZe Clan now, another one that they've notched up, also playing up against Equinox and TSM. And hopefully a lot will be learned. And I'm not going to lie, I'm very excited to see what these guys have to provide next time we see them, whenever or wherever that happens to be.
And I think this was a good showing for FaZe Clan. Losing their first map is tragic, whichever way you want to look at it. It just wasn't a good game from them by all extents and purposes. But it's just a good look that you can say. And like, I treat this as, it's fun to watch big teams lose in some cases, but I think as a neutral, you can sort of look at that game and go, FaZe Clan have the ability to sort of be amongst those top 10 to 15 teams at least. Certainly going into the Nerd Street, I was thinking, to FaZe Clan, do they even get into the top 20 of NA teams at the moment? It was touch and go, to be fair, with the amount of potential that's through and out there. But I do still fancy FaZe Clan's chances of qualifying tomorrow. Especially with some of the other teams that are left. But it's just a case of not being caught out by some of these teams that are playing a little bit with nothing to lose. And the weight of the world is on FaZe Clan's shoulders. I think if they qualify, they'll be fine for now.
Well, that's obviously the goal coming forward for 6 of our teams. That will be what the option will be looking like. Again, with the 4 teams that came out of the Nerd Street Gamers closed invitational, with instantly having a spot here with UMGs, we have to qualify 12 overall squads. Yesterday, we took care of 6 of them. Tomorrow, we will find out who the last 6 will be for a chance, again, to try to make it into that regional finals for North America. But for tonight, we're going to say farewell. We'll be back right here tomorrow with more games as we do determine those final 6 teams. So make sure you follow along. And if you were, again, coming from any of our other friends in the community that we're also helping broadcast, make sure you share some love with all of those friends as well, as they will likely be back again tomorrow to, again, help us cover those matches. But for now, we say farewell. And until tomorrow, hope you keep holding it down. So long.
30 seconds left.
In sight.
Player remaining. Spike planted. One player remaining. One player remaining. Thirty seconds left.